Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the Whilton Mill International Kart Circuit for round number 1 of the FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club in 2023. My name is John Ratcliff, and alongside me in the commentary box today is Mr. Anthony Jordan.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
How are we?
I'm doing pretty good, thanks. How are you?
I'm all good, thanks. I'm ready for a brand new season to get kick-started. I mean, Whilton Mill, what a fabulous place it is to be. I mean, heart of the UK, it's in Motorsport Valley. We're surrounded by Formula 1 teams. We're surrounded by circuits, and only a stone's throw away from Silverstone, of course. A brilliant circuit itself. There's a look at the sort of track. But, a new season, new regs, everything's new. It's all changed, hasn't it, 2023? It's gone a bit topsy-turvy.
It has. Everything very new, as you say. A little confusing. I'm just managing to start getting my head around everything, but I'm sure as we run through everything today, we'll get it all explained, and everyone at home and everyone trackside will understand exactly what's going on. Now, usually, I say, look at those wonderful shots of the circuit. Today, it's not quite as nice. It's actually pretty nice today. Nice and sunny, isn't it? Although, rather chilly. It's
cold. There was a frost on my car this morning when I left home. And it's not very nice out there. But like I say, it is sunny, scattered clouds. It's a good day for racing.
No need for wet tyres.
No, exactly. It slicks all the way today. Hopefully it will remain like that for the majority of the day, and judging by the weather that you've got there, it will stay like that, which is, I think, good for the spectators, good for the drivers, good for the mechanics as well, because there's no sudden rush of having to change absolutely everything, is there?
It's very true. It's good for us as well, because obviously we've just done the Paddock show as well. We often find if it's raining, everyone just ends up hiding in their tent, so we don't get to chat to anyone, but we had a great little Paddock show to open the year, didn't we, this morning?
We did, yeah. I mean, I think we were a bit rusty, slightly out of practice.
Little bit.
Just that little bit, but it was great to finally get back out into a paddock after a long winter. It's been a long winter break. I'm sure everyone's eager to get going racing again. A lot of these drivers already have started racing. There has been series over in Europe and as well at other club rounds as well that people have been taking part in. But this is, of course, the first race meeting this year of the FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club, and again, very much looking forward to it. Over 300 drivers have entered into this weekend alone, and I think a lot of these drivers are getting themselves prepared for the O plate and the E plate that will be coming up here at Whilton Mill for Motorsport UK as well very soon as well. So a lot of drivers having a little practice for that as well. But, Whilton is a fabulous circuit to race at, one of the quickest, fastest, most demanding circuits out there. Speaking to drivers in the Paddock show, one thing they were all mentioning, it's bumpy out there.
Yes.
And it is bumpy.
No, exactly, definitely. It's a fantastic circuit to race at. I love this track, even though the last few times I've really done it in a little rental karts, nothing quite as quick as what we're going to see out on circuit today. It's still a lot of fun. Now, an interesting one that we saw, obviously, as you say, lots of drivers involved in the racing today. Quite a few of the drivers that we interviewed in the Paddock show, it was their first time here for Whilton Mill Kart Club.
Yeah, it was. And, that's a good thing to see. I mean, it's a paddock that's been, growing massive every year on year. It's just slowly got bigger and bigger. There are some live shots currently. Morning practice is just underway, and like you can say, it's a very, very busy paddock. You can't see the paddock from this shot. This is the look at the final corner, the monstrous curb on the inside there.
Monstrous curb.
You want to avoid that one at
Yes.
all costs, because you will end up with some sore ribs if you hit that one a little bit too hard. But yeah, like you say, it's grown, the paddock, bigger and bigger each and every year, and now, like you say, we're nearly at max capacity here. Over 300 drivers have entered, and we've got classes upon classes. We've got classes within classes that are kind of mixed up, because, like I say, there's a bit of confusion at the moment with all the new regulation changes. That there are some engines being phased out, there are new engines coming in, and everything. So you might see that the cadet classes look a bit, what's happening in here? You've got like 4 different engines in the same race. Yes, again, one, to accommodate all the drivers here within an allotted time, because of course it is still winter and it will get dark still relatively early, and the track isn't fully floodlit, so you have to finish racing before it gets dark here at Whilton. But yeah, there's a lot of topsy-turvy changes, but like you say, as the season progresses, it should fine-tune itself out, and it should be getting going. Yeah, exactly. No, it all should be good, and we'll try and chat you through it throughout the day as we move through the running order. Now, to speak of that, as you were saying, we're just getting done with the practice sessions, and then we're going to move on to the heats. Of course, we already had some action
action out yesterday. The drivers already had a decent bit of track time to get, sometimes obviously a lot of them moving into different classes, changing between other ones, or some drivers coming in for their first time at Whilton Kart Club. So getting a nice bit of track time out there to get up to speed in those karts, and we'll see them out then racing very, very shortly. So that's going to kick off with a couple of junior max heats to begin with. We might see junior max out quite a bit today because they are our biggest class, our class with the most number of drivers by quite some way. Definitely in the high 80s, if not the low 90s, with the amount of drivers involved in junior max today. So that should be very interesting, but I think we are about ready to go for our, well, heat number 2 of junior max. So let's get into the grid.
As it says by the wonderful graphic there, Junior Max Heat 2 is about to get underway. It's the first race of the day here Sunday, and here's how they'll line up for their first race. Freddie Lloyd and Ewan Sharman, they'll go from row 1. Reg Hayward and Tommy Harfield go from row 2. Cameron Nelson and Finn Leslie, they round out the top 6 on row number 3. Luca Magni and Gustav Uzakovs, they go from row 4 with Michelle Mulvey and Jack West rounding out the top 10 on row 5. Timo Younglin and James Shotton, they go from row 6.
Row number 7, Callum Gosh and Arthur Thacker. Then it's Yugas Pravalonis, followed by Joshua Smith, George Allen and Thomas Behrman. Then round out the top 20, it's Daniel Kilpatrick and Kai Veach. Then it's William Webb and Benjamin Baker. They're followed on row number 12 by Archie Lyons and Michael Dalton.
A little further behind, Will Archer and Marcel Popakol will go from row 13. Row 14, Macy Creed and James Wearing rounding out that row. Row 15 and the top 30 out on track, Zach Helsop and Tobin Alvarez on the top 30. Rounding out the grid, Raya Redman and Kathik Kumita on the 16th row. 32 drivers in this, and it is going to be a very, very busy race. Like I say, Junior Max, one of the busiest classes that you were saying. How many have we got in terms of entries?
Definitely high 80s,
high
at
80s.
least.
There they go then. Karts make their way out onto the circuit. This is their warm-up lap, of course. They will form then a grid, and they will give us the start of their race. In terms of novices out on this one, only a handful. 3 drivers out there. Tobin Alvarez, Ria Radman and James Waring, the only drivers who are running the novice plates up there. You will see them with the black number plates with the white numbers. Any red-backed number plates with the usual is the standard Motorsport UK colour scheme for a junior Rotax kart. And that will be the 98% of the grid. It's got those, yes. Like you say. There's a shot of the Ashby hairpin. Again, one of the major braking zones on the circuit. Again, you go into that corner very fast. It's downhill into the braking zone, and that one's slightly off camber as well as you go through the corner. So very easy to run wide, but luckily there is a nice big squidgy runoff area for you to use with your heart's content. Yeah. Here we go then. Round the final corner. Are they going to give us a green light first time?
I mean, I know Whilton Kart Club, so possibly not, but there's hoping. I mean, the drivers have had a bit more experience. They've obviously been out on track yesterday, so hopefully they're up to speed already. But first one of the day, you never know. Let's see as the drivers take us to the tram lines. Are we going to get it underway? First time of asking. It does look like we do, so here we go then. Through Oblivion and into Fine Lady, and they'll work their way up to Christmas Corner. A couple of hustle and bustling going on through those first couple of corners. Some drivers slightly coming together, but all keeping it facing the right direction. One lock up and one driver spins there. The number 144 is round already up at Christmas Corner. Yeah. That's Cameron Nelson from up on the grid, and we've got lots more drivers getting involved with each other. Oh, a driver getting sideways. Look at that. How they kept it out of the side of the other driver there, but there was 4, maybe 5 stopped there at Christmas Corner.
Yeah, that's not the best way to start the race, we'll say. It's slightly suboptimal, as one would say. As the rest of the field go through, I think, Arthur Thacker, one of the drivers involved potentially in that one also. Luca Magni as well, possibly also another driver. So a lot of drivers not actually getting through the first sort of sector things quite well. They go through then. Freddie Lloyd leads the way from Ewan Charman. Reg Hayward. Now, Reggie, he's gone for his standard Coles outfit, but he's got no sticker kit on it. Now, he did that in the mini class last couple of years ago, last year, where he had an issue with the weight of the category to meet the weight limit. No, it's not because he's... off there, Ashby. It's only because he's tall. That's all
Right,
it is. So he's quite a tall driver for his age, and yeah, he's always struggled to keep within the weight limit. So he had like carbon fibre floor trays, and he had no sticker kit on there as well, because every gram helps.
Pretty much like Formula One at the moment.
And there you go.
It?
You can see him there. He's every little helps in terms
it's like
of
Formula
weight
One,
saving.
all carbon fibre, full carbon fibre, save as much weight as possible.
Yeah.
No stickers.
Yeah. William Webb there with a track limits warning as Charman now sets the fastest lap of the race, is closing in on Freddie Lloyd. The gap, we took about 0.3 of a second out of the overall race lead there as they go through. And again, heavy on the brakes down in towards Ashby hairpin there. Very committed for Tommy Harfield there for the 104. Under braking. There you can
Good
see.
little switch back there.
Yeah, very nice little switch back down the inside there of Osiers and gets that done. Moves past the driver he was battling. I believe Finn Leslie. No, it wasn't Finn Leslie. It was Timo Youngling. Yeah, Youngling now trying to find a way back. Good to see Timo back in a kart as well. We missed him for a year. He was racing in the Honda Cadet category. Did very, very well racing at the front. And then I think he took a year out and then he's back in the kart now. Obviously, completely different category now in the juniors. And,
I think we're going to be saying that a lot today, aren't we?
Yes, yeah. It's good to see. And of course, a new year and drivers chopping and changing classes now. You've got drivers who'll be like, the last time I saw you, you were in a cadet. Now you're in a junior. What's going on? Like, so
this just shows our age, though, doesn't it?
Well,
we just seem really old. Oh, we used to know you when you were doing this, and now you're doing this.
Not old. Still in my 20s. Talking about
holding on to it best we can.
Holding on to it.
A bit of contact there. I've seen a couple of drivers just managed to hold it together, drop the left two tyres onto the grass there, but I think just lost one or two positions from it. A little bit of side-pod contact, I believe, there, as we now head on to another lap of the race. Of course, these heats quite short in length, aren't they? So pretty cutthroat.
Yeah. Very fast sprint races we've got here. So you've got to make the most out of your race start, really. Try and gain as much positions as you can.
They say it's not one on the first corner, but you want to be doing well out of the first corner.
You want to get a wiggle on. You want to get a wiggle on, especially at the start. But lots can happen. I mean, there's still just under 5 minutes to go, plus one lap, of course. A lot can happen in that time. Gustav Uzakovs, though, the number 4 seed, fastest lap of the race, currently sitting in 3rd place behind Ewan Charman. He's having a fabulous little race. This is the battle for the race lead, 1st, 2nd and 3rd on track. You can do there. Reg Haywood still just latching on to the back of this trio. Whether or not Charmander can close that gap, and he is so committed under braking there, and under into Christmas corner, gets it done, and can't get past though. So just staying behind, looking pretty quick out there, aren't they? I mean, the track is cold, the air temperature is cold. It's great for the engines; they'll be enjoying that one with the cool air that they can just feed into the engine. The engines will be running smooth, sweet as a bell out there. But these two looking pretty racy right now. But Uzakovs is actually the fastest driver still on that last lap, another fastest lap of the race. He is closing in on these two. We could have a three-way battle for the race lead at the end of this heat. I mean, it doesn't really mean anything. It's a heat race. Yes, okay, you score like classification points for this one, of course, and there are championship points at the end of the heats. But for every heat, there are, no points for it. So, but the better you do, the better it is. I mean, that's racing, really.
Every race always wants to win.
Every race is like that. Yeah, that's racing 101.
Exactly.
Yeah,
go to the front.
Go for first.
Yeah, that's always the goal. If you're not first, you're last.
God, yeah, exactly. Good reference.
Thank you.
Great film.
Starting off 2023, as we need to go on there with the references.
Exactly. How many Talladega Nights references can we get in over
Get your bingo cards out, everyone.
Over the course of the day. That's going to be the one to watch. Can you tell it's the first race that we're commentating on of the year? Can you tell?
From our rustiness, yes.
Yeah, for Wilton Mill. For rustiness, it's I feel like I've not fully woken up yet. I had a coffee, but I don't think it's hit me yet. But home management.
There's lots of love in the chat, though, isn't there? Good to everyone to be back.
Yeah. Oh, happy birthday to Finn Leslie this weekend.
Big shout out, Finn Leslie.
See you later, Grandad, Grandma. There you go. They'll be watching away. But
this battle's
it's heating up.
Starting to heat up. We know Charmander is pretty fast, but when's he going to go for that move? Or thought about it there. Just stuck the nose in there, didn't he, going into the boot? He's going to try the up and under here. Can he get alongside to the final corner? No, he cannot. So they're going to stay as they were. as we head on to another lap now. Nearly a minute and a half to go, but Uzakovs has closed down that gap massively now. Fastest lap goes the way of him again. He's close enough to go for a move, but that might be the move for the lead, though. Down the inside goes Ewan Charman, and there goes Gustav Uzakovs, follows him through. So Freddie Lloyd drops from first to third.
Yeah, that was well timed there by these two, and instantly going defensive there for Ewan Charman into the Ashby hairpin, just saying, yeah, okay, I managed to get past, but no, you're not gonna take it back so quickly, Sunshine. You'll have to work a little bit harder for that one. Timer remaining just over 1 minute plus one lap, and again, you can just see there Freddie Lloyd now looking down the inside, has managed to get down the inside of Gustav Uzakovs, but Uzakovs around the outside using all the track and a little bit more to make sure he can maintain that position, stays in P2. Crucially though, that allows Ewan Charman to break away. You can see that gap's now opened up quite considerably for the battle for the lead, but can they close it up? Because constantly, every single lap, it has been Gustav Uzakovs setting fastest lap after fastest lap, but down the inside once again, Freddie Lloyd retakes it into the Ashby hairpin, says, right, sorry about that, but let's think, let's go, let's catch him up, let's do this. They are capping some back markers here now. Who is that? I think that is Zach Heslop, and the number 41, who's getting out of the way just now. No, he's in the pit lane. I think this is Karthik Kamita, who is getting out of the way. So good driving there. Blue flags will be out at the moment. Not much time left remaining. I don't think they're going to close the gap. I think, as we see it, possibly how it could end in this one. What do you think? Yeah,
they just had that little bit of batting, didn't they, over the last lap that just slowed them down. They have already started to close that gap, but whether they're going to have enough time, of course, the timer now hits 0. We'll finish this lap, and then we'll have another, I do believe. That's an interesting one in the top left on our timing screen. We'll ignore that. We'll ignore that. Timer ticks down to 0, and we've got 1 lap left after this. Now, Freddie Lloyd has closed down that gap more impressively than I thought he would have. So he's got 1 lap to do this. Is he going to be close enough to go for the move? Is Gustav Uzakovs going to think, no, I'm actually just going to take that second place back off you? Very wide there off the final corner for Freddie Lloyd as we head on to the final lap of this heat.
Again, it's a mental game, what they're playing here now. Charman's gone defensive straight away. Lloyd's going to go to the outside here. He's not going to get the move here. Now Uzakovs, that's the battle now for the lead. That's gone. He's not going to get another opportunity. Now it's down to Uzakovs. Can he get past Freddie Lloyd for second? That's going to be the case in this one. We'll have to see. But like you say, so far, not managing to do so. And like I say, they had their try. They had their attempts. If we're going to see anything, it will be into the boot section, and it will be Uzakovs on Lloyd. You could potentially send it down the inside here, get the switch back. But no, he's not going to be able to do it. So Charman is going to take the win. Ewan Charman from Freddie Lloyd. Gustav Uzakovs will cross the line, take P3 from Reg Hayward. Finn Leslie, on his birthday, will take P5 as he crosses the line. No, he doesn't take P5. Where did Finn Leslie? He crossed the line P8. So it was actually Tommy Harfield who came through. Luca Magni, Callum Ghosh, Finn Leslie, Timo Youngling, and Jack West, the top 10. At the end of that one. So very interesting race and pretty close for the top 4, just a second separating them. Yeah, exactly. There was clearly a pretty good battle going on behind as well with how close it finished between 6th and 9th place there. Luca Magni getting the better of the other 3 drivers, but as you say, Finn Leslie on his birthday not having the most ideal final lap there, dropping a few places, but I'm sure we'll see him back behind the wheel later on today and able to give it another go. But Gustav Uzakovs getting the fastest lap of the race there. He chased him down nicely, but just couldn't quite put in those moves to get to the front of the field. And our favourite time of year, it's nose cone watch. And the small angry man is not there. He's been replaced by an even smaller, angrier man in the form of Darren. And their nose cones coming in thick and fast. That is one for Tommy Harfield, who crossed the line in P5. That's a 5-second time penalty going his way. So he will be dropping down the order just a little bit more. But now, just a question to answer in the chat. FaZe Chicken has asked, how many heats do they have? I'm assuming he's talking about Junior Max. Junior Max have a total of 5 heats over this weekend. Now, we already had 1 heat yesterday. They've obviously just had heat number 2. We'll be swiftly going on into heat number 3. And later on this morning, we'll have heat 4 and heat 5. And then, of course, in the afternoon, we're going to have all the finals. And it's only Junior Max, I believe, who have a C final as well as a B final and an A final. There we go. Plenty of action.
Plenty of racing to come today, and I think we are about ready to go into that heat number 3 for Junior Max.
Yes, indeed. Junior Rotax Heat 3 about to take to the circuit. Of course, second race of the day. This is race 21 over the weekend. Here's how they'll line up then. Ethan Jeff Hall and William Ray, they go from row 1. Thomas Swing Spearing and Joshua Graham round out row 2. Matt Hamilton and Freddie Ingram, they round out the top 3 rows on row on 5th and 6th place. Oliver Sander and Jessica White, they go from row 4. Leon Hasty and Alexander Savadikov there going from row 5, rounding up the top 10. Oliver Smith and Aram Banzal go from row 6.
Row number 7 sees Cameron Edmonds and Alfie Richards. Row 8, Mr. Matt McFarquhar. Good to see him back alongside as Alfie Thompson. Then it's Victor Hansen and Charlie Neve. And then rounding out the top 20, it's Archie Buttle and Albert Wilton. Behind them, Aidan McDonald and Jensen O'Neill going. And it's Lucy Wheeldon and Luca Brooks.
25th place on the grid, Hamish Forest with Callum Foster alongside on row 13. Jonas Klimas and Levi Sangira rounding out the top 14 rows. Jacob Borowski there on row 15 with Liam Phillips alongside. The final 2 rows, Paolo Nunes-Aranda and Harry Bloor. Ben Horner and Daniel Hartley round out the 34 karts racing on the circuit. Here we go then into the boot section and looking for a first time for it. It's lucky we did that grid straight out. No rest of the wicket, is there?
No waiting around. We don't get any rest here. It's going to be a long day of racing, but it's going to be action packed. So I don't think we can complain at all. One of the drivers getting up on the back of another one there before they even get to the start.
Yeah, that's suboptimal as well for that one. Definitely don't want to be doing that one. Race gets underway though. Good start though from the grid. Jeff Hall and Min Spearing getting together and straight off the track there. Couldn't see the number, couldn't see the name. And it's
McDonald, is that?
McDonald, yeah. That's the race suit. It's the number 61. And it is Aidan McDonald, who has gone off the track at Oblivion. Again, definitely a corner that you don't want that. Maybe a new race suit is needed.
Yes, quite possibly. It's very quick through that corner. We've got a driver taking to the grass. Oh my goodness, that's a big one. That's a big one to start the day. That's a big one. I think the racing is going to stop now. And
there we go. Yeah, that's definitely something you don't want to see, especially out of there. Racing continues though, of course, and as they go through the section of track, they'll be making their way out of the final corner. There they are, across the line. So yellow flags out in that sector, and they make their way through again. So Ethan Jeff Hall leads from Spearing. Armand Hamilton there up into 3rd place. A good start from Armand there. Freddie Ingram and Labakov there in the top 5. Make their way out in towards the Ashby hairpin once again. Incident has been cleared. Local yellow still out there as drivers getting top-and-turvy there onto the grass, but all seems to have settled in now as they make their way round. Still a commanding lead from the rest of the field, as these two having a good little scrap here. This is Joshua Graham, Jessica White just behind as well. Alexander Savinkov still just holding on to position as down the inside there going Cameron Edmonds gets that move done up into 11th place now as well, up into Christmas corner. So a dramatic start to this race, but it all seems to have settled down just that little bit now, and everyone's just finding their pace and rhythm.
I've just given myself another electric shock.
Oh, have you?
Oh, that really hurt. Yeah.
Oh dear, you need to stop doing that.
Yeah, I'm just hot today. I'm electric hot, mate.
Don't flatter yourself. Don't flatter yourself. There you go.
Let's move on from that quickly. Ethan Jeff Hall did go fast there for a second. Went to Thomas Spearing. Now has gone to Freddie Ingram. 45.8. So he's just over 2 seconds off of the leader. But we could see possibly this train well, not the one we're looking at currently, the train further ahead of the field, catching up to those couple of leaders. Ethan Jeff Hall building out a nice lead. Now, he's been very quick, not only over this weekend, but obviously we've seen him out plenty of times before. He is very quick.
Oh, yeah. Very, very quick driver. So 45.8, fastest lap of the race. Currently P4, 2 seconds behind the overall race leader at the moment. So a bit of time to close up there. But Jeff Hall, the O-plate, pretty solid performance. Won that O-plate at Mansell Raceway last year for the Rotax O-plate. I remember because I was there. So yeah, it's a very, very talented young driver. Lots of pace that he's got, but at the moment controlling that one. But the gap that he's got is not that much, less than a second, 7/10 of a second. As we watch this battle a little further down the order, there they are on your screen. You can see there Freddie Ingram now up into P3 now as well. So the number 12 running for KR Sport. 2 years in karting, 14 years of age. So I spoke to his dad earlier today, and he was saying that he's a quick kid, but he's new to it. He's only 2 years in the sport, and like you say, 14 years of age, and he's doing well. It's a solid performance so far for Freddie Ingram. P3 at the moment, so looking very, very quick out there. A lot of Argenti liveried karts out there as well, which is good to see. The Argenti team have got quite a pretty large-scale awning. We spoke to...
Yeah, I was going to say that the awning was large out in the paddock, wasn't it?
Quite big. We spoke to... we caught up with Dan Ginchard in the Paddock show, driver who won both Junior X30 and Junior Rotax for the Argenti team in the British Kart Championships. Is under pressure now from Jessica White is Alexander Savinkov, and he's just going to have to try and defend that position a little bit more than what he's doing. He's so far doing a good job of that one, but he's losing touch with the drivers just in front. There's Joshua Graham now fastest lap of the race in P5. So and battle for the race lead there as down the inside goes Thomas Winspearing, gets that move done on Ethan Jeff Hall and moves up into the race lead. So we lucky just got that back on camera and down into the hairpin, and Freddie Ingram's now going to look to the inside here. He's not going to get it done though. So Spearing still leads, Jeff Hall's still there, and again both of these drivers taking a much tighter inside line through Ogiers, and they're going to have to be careful here because I suspect Freddie Ingram potentially could go for a move here. He's going to have to do it because he's got Arnold Hamilton behind, and Hamilton will want to get that move done sooner rather than later also, I suspect.
What an interesting place to go for a move. It gets it done.
Yeah, indeed. So
good move there. Through Oblivion for Freddie Ingram up to P2. This is what we always see, though, in these short sprints. No working together, just moving on forward. But look at this battling, just allowing for Thomas Winspearing. Now he's made that move to the lead, just beginning to build that gap.
Yes, indeed. There's plenty of action still to come in this race. 2 minutes plus that 1 lap to go. And Jeff Hall now not looking over his shoulder, but just keeping a wide eye on what's going on behind, because there's... I don't like to say that there's a train forming, but there is a pack that's definitely forming behind Jeff Hall here.
There was slight gaps, weren't there, between all these drivers, and just that little bit of battling has allowed for them all to squeeze back up together. They're trying it side by side through Oblivion again. Oh my goodness. Let's see if they've all come out the other side. They have.
It looks like they have, yeah. I think that looks like they're okay.
Oh, bit of loading there, quite a lot of loading. And gets spat out wide there. So, was that Ethan Jeff Hall from second, was it, getting thrown out wide?
It was, yeah. The O-plate now down into about 5th place.
I think you're
now.
right, yeah.
Yeah, so Anna Hamilton's moved up another position as well. So, yeah, very interesting out there. That's getting very topsy-turvy a little bit, but the driver's doing it. The blue flag's coming out there for one of the drivers has been being lapped. Also, there are drivers scattered all over the circuit after the start of that race. We have had retirements from this one. We've got only the one in the pit lane and a couple that have stopped going around. So Luca Brooks, Levi Sanguera and Paolo Nunes Aranda, drivers who have not continued racing so far in this one.
That was a cheeky move there from Ethan Jeff Hall. Around that fast right-hander, not somewhere you think of going for an overtake, but he managed to get it sorted, getting himself back involved with this pack as they continue to battle through this last 30 seconds. A couple of drivers out there gutted. Levi Sanguera, of course, he's very, very quick. Sad to see him out. And Paolo Nunes-Aranda, see him down at Rye House in the IKR series quite a bit. He's decently fast, so sad to see him, one of our novices, already out of this one. But again, hopefully we'll see him back out in the later heats, as you see confirmed on your timing tower on the left. Ethan Jeff Hall up into 4th place as we head into now the last 10 seconds on the clock. So we'll have this lap and one more, as that is just a back marker that the drivers are dealing with, but all getting through just okay, and their battle continues throughout these last couple of laps.
Spearing, though, 1.3 second advantage.
Done a
He's
nice
kind
job,
of driven away there. Yeah, no drama there whatsoever. So I suspect he's just got a nice big smile on his face. It's a nice Sunday morning drive for him.
Nice and relaxed. Definitely not getting his ribs battered at all, even when you're out there by yourself. Oh, that's an interesting one. Gets forced off onto the grass there. So Ethan Jeff Hall trying to make his way back through, is it? The side-by-side behind as well, down through the final corner. The 37 of Jessica White gets hung out to dry there as they come through onto the final lap of the race. They're still trying to go side-by-side there through Oblivion. Just about managing to get back into single file as we now head up towards Christmas Corner. And there are going to be more moves to the inside. I think that was Jessica White thinking about the re-overtake. No, it's the S-plated car of Leon Hasty. Tries to shuffle his way through there around the outside, but has to stick back behind as we head now down into Ashby. Again, heavy on the brakes, as you said earlier, trying to find that opening to get back through, but it's not quite worked out. It's all suddenly kicked off here, hasn't it, as we got into the last couple of laps?
I say, yeah, blink and you miss it, really, and they all start to just come out of nowhere, really. It is the final lap as the car has stopped on the inside there. That was an interesting place to be positioned. But checker flag goes out, and Thomas Van Spearing takes the win on that one from Joshua Graham, who gets the fastest lap on the last lap. Freddie Ingram crosses the line P3 from Jeff Hall, recovering back to P4 after the incidents earlier on. Alexander Savankov, he crosses the line P5 from Leon Hasty and Arno Hamilton as well. And very, I've got to say that it started interestingly.
Yes.
It then calmed down a little bit.
DJ has been offered a tea, but has instead been given just the tea bag himself and told to make it himself.
It's impeccably handy there. Thank you very much too.
We love the production team here at Alpha Live.
Do we?
I do.
I tolerate them. Nose cone watch. Here we go. There's your top 2. No drama. 3rd place, and it's all good. Top 3 are in. No dramas whatsoever. Right, no nose cones. Amazingly, Ethan Jeff Hall, no nose cone. Alexander there, fine.
It's a bit of shade there from you.
Yeah. Leon Hasty. Yeah, all good. Yeah, all good.
Cool.
Yeah, the top one's all good. No drama there whatsoever. There's suspect
just what we'd expect from the drivers, isn't it?
Yeah.
Nice, fair, clean racing.
Well, yeah.
Are you questioning that?
No.
No?
No, not at all.
Like you said, though, it was an interesting start to the race, as we do have one penalty.
Yeah.
The 83, was it?
Yeah, that was Alfie Richards just getting a nose cone, which is a big shame for him. That's an aggressive helmet there.
It is, I like that.
Yeah, Oliver Sander, the Belgian driver, he's teeth.
Ferocious.
It's aggressive.
Yeah,
I like it. There we go, as the rest of the field make the way. I've got to say, we've only had one nose cone in this one so far. This is pretty good.
Big shout out to the drivers. No rustiness from them as we head into 2023, unlike us. But yeah, no, the racing was fantastic there. Like we were saying, interesting start, but it really kicked up into gear in the last couple of minutes of that one.
It did, yeah. Like you say, that's karting in a nutshell, really.
Yeah.
It just kind of falls into place, really. You know, blink and you miss it, and then all of a sudden it just kind of goes in. But we're 2 races in, plenty more to go. Race 22, it's Honda Cadet about to make their way out. Well, it's the Cadet class, so stay tuned. It's coming up next. Right, so this is going to be a mouthful because you can see it down there. This is what we're talking about with the current regulation changes.
Yes.
There are engines being phased out.
we can't read it.
You can't even read it.
It's so long you can't read it.
There's so many classes in this one. Anyway, Alfie Davidson, Austin Gibson, Otis Cleary, Nathaniel Hodges, and Enzo Butarazzi with Theo Bradshaw. They round out the top 3 rows. Then it's Ronnie Carter, Ashley Haas, Jacob Narin, Lewis Hall, Jensen Walker, and Zach Champney rounding out the top 12.
Then row 7 sees Ethan Cousins, followed by Ed Spain. And it's Archie Cannon and Jensen Maplethorpe. They're followed by Fenton Stoneman and Daniel Ferguson. Then round out the top 20, it's George Climo and Harvey Turner. Behind them, Kane Langley and Lorenzo Martin. Then it's Tommy Climo and Harry Khalil. Then I think only one more row to round out our grid. It's Jack Wykes and Alessandro Salis. 26 drivers on this grid, but as you say, we're split between four classes.
So, okay, let's talk through it. You've got the Honda Cadet, but they're running the GX200 engines. They are the new engines that are going to be brought into the Cadet classes. Now, Miss James Fisher from Alpha Life has brought me an Alpha Life.
You get the tea bag with water and milk and sugar.
Hold on.
How kind.
Is it active tea drinking here? Hold on.
Did we
Lovely.
catch that on the mic, sir?
Hopefully so. Right, anyway, so where we're... So, yeah, you've got the new GX200 engines. They're the new 4-stroke engines that are going to be brought into the Honda Cadet class. Then you've got the GX160s. They are the older engines that were used in Honda Cadet. They are now starting to be phased out, so they will slowly start to disappear. You've got the IAME Gazelle, which is the IAME Cadet engine, the 2-stroke IAME engine, and the IAME Water Swift Cadet, which is the restricted version of it. That is the new engine. So basically, you've got both the new engines that are coming in for 2023 and the 2 older engines that are going to be phased out.
Just a little spinner.
Just a little spin there. Cold tyres.
Yeah.
Happens to the best of us.
Yes, we've all done it.
Thursday we went karting here in the corporate kart.
Brilliant.
I span out the pit lane, but
Nice.
we won't talk any more about that. Yeah, so a very mixed match grid in this one. There are engines all over, but I think the majority out there are the Water Swift.
Yes, I think so. Definitely at the front of the field, certainly.
Yes, so they are the newer ones. There's a couple of Hondas just mixed in there as well.
I think our first Honda 200 is 6th on the grid. That's Theo Bradshaw.
Yeah, denoted by the red number on the yellow background. So there we go. Alfie Davidson, though, starts this one on pole and is a novice, no less, as well. So let's see how he can do from the start of this one into the tram lines. Lights go out, and here we go then in towards turn 1. Great start then from the entirety of the grid, and already slotting themselves into position. Everyone bumping and barging their way through. Oblivion and Fine Lady making their way up to Christmas Corner then for the first time, as down the inside goes Austin Gibson in the 52, gets that first place as everyone again squeezes to find a piece of track for themselves. But so far, so good, as one of them goes up and upwards in the background there. Who was that? And round they go as well through the Ashby hairpin. I think they all just managed to make their way out of the corner. But so far, at the front of the grid, all is well.
Indeed, yeah. The drivers, the younger drivers, having a less calamitous start than the older ones that we saw in the previous race. So these drivers clearly more mature already than the drivers we saw in the Junior Max. All wide there for the leader. Just about chops back across. Does Alfie Davidson. Is it Alfie Davidson? It's not Alfie Davidson. I think it's Otis clearly. No, it's the 52. My apologies. Austin Gibson, who's taken to the lead over this first lap of the race. Oh, a bit of side-pod contact there. Just jotting over to defend there was the number 46 of Alfie Davidson. But moved over maybe a little aggressively. Chopping across the front of the nose cone, but all managing to keep it facing in the same direction. But this lead battle already hotting up. Previously, in the previous races, we saw it die down a little bit at the start, and then by the time we got to the end, then all hell broke loose. But the driver's not waiting around for this one.
No, exactly. Getting on with it, thick and fast. But like you say, yeah, Austin Gibson leading the way here. And Alfie Davidson doing a sterling job there in P2. Has got Nathaniel Hodges just behind. It might be Otis Cleary. It is Otis Cleary who's now behind. He bumps over that apex curb. Otis raced in Bambinos last year, I want to say, and did pretty well. And now he's up into the cadet age now, so see what we can do. That's not gone too well. That is
Theo Bradshaw.
It is, yeah.
He was your pole sitter in the Honda Cadet 200s.
Yeah, he is using the new 200 engine. That is the newer one that's going to be coming out for this year, and what everyone in the Honda Cadet class will have to switch to.
And just to clarify, the numbers denoting 200 versus 160?
Honestly, there is no difference between them on your screen. You can't tell. But if you do go on to live.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC, you can see the individual classes, and you can see who is running the 160 and who is running the 200. I will say, out of there are only 5 or 6 200 new engines out there. The majority of the Honda Cadets out there are still on the 160.
Indeed, yep. Going to be a bit of a changeover period, but I'm sure all drivers will move over in due course. This battle continues, though. 21 down the inside. Good little switchback, though, from the 93 there, who retakes the position. This is your battle over third place, I believe. So Nathaniel Hodges, goes back through there. 21 of Otis Cleary trying to force the door back open, but it's not going to work. Alfie Davidson in there as well. Number 20 of Enzo Butterazzi getting involved in this battle. Now you can just see him at the back of this train. He's a name we're very used to here in the Whilton Mill Kart Club, is Enzo. So good to see him getting involved with the battle. Alfie Davidson, as you said previously, one of our novice drivers. He's hounding Austin Gibson here for the lead as they head down towards Ashby.
Now, I will stress, if a driver is running a novice plate, it does not mean that they are a new driver. It just means that they haven't completed so many races within a Motorsport UK licence.
Gotcha.
That's all it is. He could have done 1 million IKR races in the past and we just wouldn't know. So it's only that. So
why are you taking this away from him?
I'm not. He's a quick driver. He's doing well.
He is doing very well.
2.5 minutes to go, though, plus that one lap. And so far, this is looking pretty good. That's Enzo Butterazzi, who's got the close company of Otis Cleary, who just...
So Enzo's had a great last lap actually while we weren't watching. He has got ahead of both Otis and Nathaniel there.
Yeah, he had a good one. Otis just struggling to keep it within the track limits there through the final corner, and I've got to say that's so easily done. You can carry so much speed through that final corner, and you see it time and time again of drivers running a little bit too wide on that one. You have got to be careful though, because it is impeccably bumpy, and the wheels that you've got on these karts are quite small. They're small, and they can fall into that curb quite easily. So you've got to be very, very careful with that one.
Exactly, and you get a little bit slidey. You suddenly find yourself moving out wide there, as there is a move into the boot. Drops Otis Cleary down to 6th place. Through goes Nathaniel Hodges. And like we were saying, you can run out wide here. You can get on that bumpiness on the outside, and suddenly the wall on the outside comes up on you pretty quickly. Yeah,
there we go. Much better exit there for Otis, and he retakes that position from Nathaniel Hodges. Moves back up into P5, so they're having a good little scrap there. The 28 just getting squeezed out of position. That's Alessandro Salas, who is running at the back of the grid at the moment in the IAME Water Swift category. One of the novice drivers in P25 at the moment. Fastest lap for Alessandro, currently lapping 102.3, so respectable time. Just squeezing it down. Again, another driver who's new to the racing scene, new to the karting team. So, yeah, doing a brilliant job at where he is positioned at the moment. So, there's a nice little gaggle. We've got some crop promotion karts in there. We've got a handful of the Zip kart teams karts there, side by side, just going through. Ed Spain, Archie Cannon, those two drivers. Back here further at the front. Austin Gibson now fastest lap of the race, extending his lead. Still under a second, but just about. Out 9/10 of a second is the gap from himself and Alfie Davidson. Enzo Butterazzi there still closing in. You can see him there on your screen. The number 20 has the close company of Ronnie Carter. Hopefully those two will try and close in that gap. They've not got long left though, 1 minute to go. There is your race leader on screen, Austin Gibson. Lovely livery, that one. I am a fan. I am a fan of that livery. Oof, there we go. All the tracking a little bit more.
Getting the maximum speed out of the circuit, yeah, as you say. A cheeky little livery on that one. I do like it. Now that move, I think that was another move actually from Enzo Butterazzi on that last lap, getting through on Ronnie Carter that time. So he's moved his way up into the top 3 now. I was singing his praises earlier, saying we know he's quick, and he's showing that out on this in this heat here, moving his way up through the field very nicely. But he's got a couple of seconds now ahead of him to Alfie Davidson and Austin Gibson. Still Austin leading Alfie at the moment, and Austin actually has been able to build a nice little gap now. Alfie was pressuring for quite some time over that lead, but that lead is now extended by over a second out the front for Austin Gibson. So he's had a pretty flawless race as of yet, although the checker flag hasn't fallen, so I don't want to commentator's curse him, so I'm just going to shut up, Austin.
Yeah, we go. Hopefully all is well. Final lap board then is out for Austin Gibson. Alfie Davidson not managing to close in the gap. Now 1.7 seconds there on your screen is the number 50.
Enzo does go fastest though. A little bit too late to get up into the top two though, I suspect, but pushing on is Enzo in that car.
He is indeed.
Late move to the inside there. Have they made some contact there into Christmas? That was close. We've cut away from the cameras. Couldn't see quite who that was.
Jacob Narrada and Daniel Ferguson, who was having that little scrap. There's your race leader, though. Austin Gibson, blue flags out for the number 50 there. That was Jack Wakes, who's just getting out the way. Smartly done there. But for this driver here, the 52, out of the final corner, checker flag goes out, and Austin Gibson can enjoy that win. Alfie Davidson crosses the line P2 from Enzo Butterazzi. Ronnie Carter finishing in P4 from Otis Cleary. Fabulous result for Otis. Nathaniel Hodges from Jacob Narin, Zach Champney and Ed Spain. Daniel Ferguson, after that move that we saw there between himself and Jacob Narin, puts him down into P11 at the end of that one. Again, a nice calm race on that one. I think that was okay. I've got 4 different classes out there. So yeah, very interesting one to have to deal with. In terms of the Gazelle engine, there was actually only one old IAME cadet
because
Gazelle.
I saw Harry Khalil, who, as you say, is the only Gazelle that was out there. Didn't actually take to the start in our heat yesterday.
Yeah,
so I'm glad to see he's out on track today.
Yeah, so it's a little bit confusing, but at the moment, yeah, it will all sort itself out, and it will all be good. Just you wait and see. Just you wait.
I believe you, mate. I believe you.
There's Mr. Danny Sweeney down there for our Genty. He's always got his slick back hair. He does Danny. Fabulous hairdo.
Fabulous, fabulous. Are you gonna copy that? You think?
No.
No.
No. I've got style.
I can see your nose growing, Pinocchio.
Yeah. I have no style whatsoever. There we go. Kart's come in. Looking like the nose cones are all good then for the majority. There was one that just went out
93,
there.
93, is that?
Yes, it was, yeah.
Nathaniel Hodges, P6.
Yeah, that is
not ideal.
Suboptimal.
I think we're going to be saying that a couple of times today.
Yes. Getting comments coming in saying, when are the Inters out? They are going to be race 24. We still have one more race before that. We still have another cadet race about to come out with, again, another new engine that was brought out last year and is now being brought in this year for a full season in cadets in Motorsport UK. That's coming up next. It's race 23. Stay tuned.
I love that the dance moves are already out in the commentary box.
Oh, yeah. No one can see me dancing, so I can dance away. They can hear me singing, though, which is why I can't do that.
Yeah, thank goodness. Right, let's have a look at the grid then. Heat number 2 for the Rotax Micros. Oliver Spencer's on pole position alongside him. Oliver Warner, all Oliver front row here today. Row number 2, Kian Bernard and JJ Lowe. And it's Maximilian Abrahart and Jack Freeman. Row number 4 is Alfie Mute and Harry Taylor. Rounding out the top 10 are Harvey Bacon and Samuel Laudy. Then it's Emerson McAndrew-Uren and Colby Patterson rounding out row number 6.
Austin O'Man and Jack Baker, they go from row 7 from Alfie Mayer, and Frederick Wood, who round at the top 16 positions. Harry Neeson and Grayson Worthley, they go from the top 18 spots. Riley Morrow and Elliot Travis. Dan Pahal there on row 11 in number 24. He's got Arthur Perot alongside. Josh Cormack and Josh Cook, they round out the top 12 rows.
Row number 13, Luke Millwood and Sebastian Behrman. And it's Ilya Veliko and Mario Roberto, and rounding out the top 30, Rhys David Richardson and Arjen Paul. Now behind them, just one more row of the grid, Maximilian Braskov and Ralph Rakatis round out your 32 karts on the grid for this one.
Yes, indeed. This will be a busy one. One category in this one, of course, the Rotax Micros again, a relatively new engine. It's sort of kind of Micro Max, as we like to call it.
Yes.
I think it's the preferred term. Yeah, again, this is a category that's been brought out again. One of the cadet classes. Now, the Rotax family now, you can race consistently all the way throughout from cadet to senior, all with the Rotax engine. There's no, like you say, the Rotax family, a lot of the drivers would come from Honda Cadet and then move up into Rotax, but now this is the cadet category. It is the Micro Max, which has taken that spot. So, yeah, first full year with these, and I've got to say, it's probably one of the most popular.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, we've got a huge grid for this one, so I can imagine the racing is going to be fantastic. But of course, that's exactly what Rotax are going to want you to do: is move through the family, throughout the age ranges of karting, and stay within the Rotax engines, no matter how big you are, as the kids grow up into adults. But we could often have it where, as you were saying, drivers would have moved from Honda Cadet then into a Rotax car. And you could often find driving the two can be very different. So it's possibly easier for the drivers to start with the Rotax and just stay with that as they move up through that sort of karting motorsport UK ladder.
Yes, indeed. It's whatever you really fancy.
Yeah, true.
Know?
Do what
Some
you want.
drivers do
what you want.
Chop and change. It's up to you, really. Into the tram lines we go then. Race 23, Micromax gets the green flag and they go in towards turn one. It's a good start-ish from the front of the grid, bit of chopping and changing in the midfield. Everyone getting away comfortably up into Christmas Corner again. The long run now into the braking zone. 3 different racing lines you can take, and that is a couple of racing lines that didn't really work. 2 spins out there. The 61 has gone round there as well.
It's a 16 as well, wasn't it, of Austin Oman, I think?
I think so, yeah. Maximilian Abrahart was the other driver who was involved in that one. Also a different incident, but yeah, also another spinner there. Still, though, chopping and changing at the front here. It's a good start, though, from Oliver Spencer. He's held on to that pole position start. Oliver Sander not able to react, and down the inside there goes Kian Bernard, the number 28, moves up into P1. Says, thank you very much. I shall take that position and I shall run with it. Whether or not he can run and keep it is another story. His yellow flag still out up into Christmas.
I think Austin Oman's still stuck on the outside there.
Again.
There he is.
Well, there is a driver, yeah, who's not managed to get going again. And, yeah, it is Austin Oman, which is a big shame. Yeah,
quite the shame. But definitely not a shame for Kian Bernard there, making that move for the lead. It was an Oliver front row. It's been now relegated to an Oliver 2-3 here. Oliver Spencer down to P2, Oliver Warner down into P3. Now, interesting to see Kian Bernard obviously made that move early on. Is he going to be able to draw a gap, or is he going to have to wait behind? There's a move into the boot. That's for the 31. Emerson McAndrew through on Alfie Mew. The number 48 follows through as well, so that's JJ Lowe up into 5th. Drops Alfie Mew, now down into 6th. But Emerson McAndrew definitely one to watch. A bit of a mouthful of a name, but he's certainly not a mouthful out on track. He's absolutely flying up the order.
He is indeed. Into the braking zone there, looking down the inside. Nicely timed, gets it done, moves up another place, and all is well. 6 minutes to go, plus the 1 lap, and Kian Bernard leading the way. Fastest lap of the race, but he's not leading comfortably, I'll say. The gap is only 1/10 of a second for the race lead. I know it's only the start of the race, but is it going to stay like that for the majority of it? You know, if they work together. I think there they are just at the front of this pack. You can see them just off to the right-hand side of your screen. This is a little further back in the pack. And there you go. It is just... Again, it's a credit, I think, to
it's changed, is it?
The class. Well, no.
It has. It has. Oliver Spencer's gone to the front.
He has. He has taken the lead, has Spencer. So Bernard now down into 2nd place and has dropped down quite considerably, actually. Now 0.4 of a second is the gap. So, yeah, we've missed something off the corner of our screen. But like I say, yeah, this is a new year, new class. This year in Motorsport UK racing is the Micro Max class, and like you say, very, very close out there. So many of them racing, and in terms of the lap times they're doing, I'm going to have to compare them to the lap times that, let's say, the Honda cadets would have done, or the IAME cadets would have done. We'll have to see what the comparison is in terms of lap time. But yeah, I think so far they're pretty much identical, I would say.
Yeah, I would have thought quite similar. Or just catching the curb there on the inside was the 32. Going to lose a couple of positions because of it is Alfie Mute. 2 drivers round the outside. I think Harry Taylor being one of them. Possibly Samuel Laudie as well. As there's another move down the inside. 48 tries it, just gets closed off of the apex and makes a bit of contact there. That's JJ Lowe. Off down at Christmas corner, and he's going to lose a bunch of positions from that one. Just tried to stick his nose in at the apex, made a bit of contact, and off he went.
Nearly spat my tea out there. Yeah, JJ Lowe, that is not what you want to see up into Christmas corner. So, yeah, he's going to have to slot back into place. Like I say, so far, it's been relatively tame. From the Micro Max.
Oliver Spencer got to the front, didn't he? Opened up that gap, but now Kian Bernard retaking the fastest lap, closing down that gap again.
Closing in, or just squeezing onto the grass there. Who was that? That was Samuel Audi, who's just getting squeezed onto that grass area, the exit of the boot. All fine and dandy, nothing to worry about. He's back on track, no drama. Don't worry about it.
Could you commentate in that accent for the whole time?
Absolutely not, no. Absolutely not. 3 minutes to go, plus that one lap. So many spectators here this weekend. I mean, a lot of them you've got to think you got to think you've got parents out there, you've got mechanics out there as well, and there are spectators here, and spectators are welcome here, of course, as well. If you are close to the Whilton Mill circuit, come on down. You know, great atmosphere here. The cafe. I
was going to say, fabulous. Even just to come here for lunch.
Yeah,
it's a fantastic place for lunch. The food is impeccable, and you get to watch karting as well while you're eating. What better place to have lunch?
Yep. Unlike a certain someone who's in the automotive industry and now in the farming industry, they got planning permission for this restaurant, so that it is able to
the shade
to join us. Hey, I watched it. Oh dear, that's very smoky. Is that just a new one, or is that something rubbing on the wheel, or is that engine's gone pop?
I think that's an engine, isn't it?
No.
Is it?
I think that is something's rubbed on the wheel.
It was a lot of smoke.
It was a lot. Yeah, I think, look, the wheel, the axle's failed. You can see the axle has poked through the wheels. The hub is completely broken, so that was the tyre rubbing on the exhaust, which is why you were seeing lots of smoke. I didn't think it was an engine.
You're right, you're right.
I thought that was... I think if you go out there and smell it, you'd definitely say that's...
Sorry, we had a spinner there and into the boot that we quickly saw as we went past. But yes, no, you were right there, mate. I'll give you that one. Yeah, I can imagine that it would smell very different depending on what it was.
Yeah, and bad news for the tyre as well, because you've got to remember these drivers have got to baby these tyres all across the weekend.
Yeah.
So that comes into a factor now. Is that tyre a bit done?
Yes.
So might have to look into that one. 1.5 minutes to go. Look, Holmes Paddock now the fastest driver on circuit. Currently in 4th place. Has got the close company of Harry Taylor behind, Alfie Mew, Harvey Bacon.
He's leading this big train, isn't he?
Yeah, he is indeed.
Don't look over your shoulder. Bit of contact.
I don't think that was contact. I think that was just a lock-up under braking. Now, that was Jack Freeman who's gone round, and there you can see the frustration on the young driver. Gets it back around.
I'd love to see a replay of that if we could, if our fantastic producers can hear us. I thought there was definitely a bit of contact there on the inside. Oh, I'm afraid we don't have replays for you guys today, I'm afraid. But I thought there was a bit of contact on the inside there. I don't know. I'll have to go and watch that back afterwards.
We'll have to, scroll back on the live stream.
Yeah.
Take a snapshot and send it into Alpha Live at Alpha Live Productions on Instagram. You can go follow their Instagram
while you're
page
there, might
as
as well.
While you're there, go give them a follow. See if we can get 100 followers today. Get a few more on there.
Mr. James Fitchie's going to love you for that.
I know, he will love me.
Maybe he loves you anyway.
Yeah, he does, yeah. He made me a cup of tea earlier. It's
what a babe.
Living good cup of tea as well.
He's disagreeing in our ears, I think.
18 seconds to go, though, so timer fastly running out, and Oliver Spencer and Oliver Warner, 1-2 at the moment, are separated by 2.4 seconds. So
did we notice we've lost Kian Bernard? He's gone, out the race.
No, we didn't see that.
He's in the pits.
He's in the pits. He's retired.
He's in the pits.
Oh, that is a disaster.
Yeah. So he was closing down Oliver Spencer for the lead, wasn't he, earlier when we last looked? But no, gone out of the race. So clearly a bit of an issue there.
That is a disaster. Well, hopefully everything is all okay with it, and it's an easy fix, and they can get back out on circuit later on today. There, though, the 42, Oliver Spencer, on your screen. And again, no drama, I think, today for him. It's just he's cracked on, done what he needed to do.
Yep.
Job's done.
Made that re-overtake nice and early on, didn't he? And then was nearly challenged there. Kean Bernard was closing in, but didn't matter when it came to it. And there we go. He takes the win here in heat number 2. No, he doesn't. Goes on to the last lap. My apologies. Sorry, getting them confused there between some other championships where we do have an extra lap and other ones where we don't after the zeros. Hey. Come on, my rustiness of 2023 continues. My apologies.
I did that so many times when I first started commentating. I'd be like, oh wait, hold on, they have an extra lap in this. So yeah, that was.
Sorry, Oliver, you've not quite won it just yet.
No, you got another lap to go yet. But
he's got a nice gap though, 2.4 seconds as they went across the line.
Yeah, he's fine.
He's relaxed. I was just getting ahead of myself.
Yeah, exactly. You know. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We've got his back.
He's got a lovely lid, though. That's Oliver Spencer. It's very colourful.
Lovely design he's got there. There you go. That's the standard yet. All the engine's getting a bit hot. Let me cool it down, flip it up. It's such a dinky little radiator they've got on that one. But there's the checkered flag.
There's the checkered flag. That's what I was waiting for.
There you go for Oliver Spencer. Oliver Warner then takes second place from Emerson McKendry-Urin. Then it's Luke Holmes-Ballocks, Harry Taylor, Samuel Lowdy, Alfie Mew, Jack Baker, Harvey Bacon, and Riley Murrow, who take the top 10. Colby Patterson just losing out on that last lap. Drops down to P11 from Josh Cormack, Alec Travis, Frederick Wood, and Grayson Wordley rounding out the top 15. Sun is shining, checker flag fluttering, and the hills off in the background missing some sheep.
They're alive with the sound of karting for 2023.
Yes.
Thank goodness.
You could go with that one.
That we're back for the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Lots of chopping and changing there. That last time I saw on the timing tower on the left, a couple of drivers jumping around on that last lap. So I think often, as we do see in these sort of cadet karts, often drivers sort of getting in bits of squabbles, either between 2 of them up to maybe 10 of them going throughout the field. But back on nose cone watch. Look to be all okay. Yeah, fine so far. Top 3, all good. Giving the thumbs up, so no dramas there, no changes in the top 3. That's what we like to see during nose cone watch here. Like I say, it's like country file. I was just about to say that same thing. It is country file. This is welcome to nose cone watch. It's very relaxing. It is. They make it relaxing, and enjoy it. For the drivers, this isn't relaxing because they're thinking, "Oh blimey, I'm about to get shouted at by my mechanic for dropping my nose cone." But yeah, all good. There's Otis Cleary there, just giving some high fives to the grid. Don't fall over the fence, though, Otis. Yeah, that's going to take more than the little box in the bottom of the insurance form that you have to fill out. That's going to take more space there. But there you go, the drivers making their way in. And again, the youngest drivers we have racing here this weekend, the cadet ages, starting from the ages of 8. You can race these up until you are 12, but you can now move up into the intermediate class from now the year of your 10th birthday. Has lowered 1 year. Used to be from your 11th. Now is your 10th. So there we go. I'm impressed with your knowledge there, mate. It's almost like you voiced a video about it. Almost like I voiced a video for it. Before I voiced that video, just like anyone else, I had no idea. There we go. He's being angry little man doing his job. Race 24, though. IAME Water Swift. It's the intermediate class this time around, so slightly faster. They're coming up next. Back to dancing. Right, here we go then. If you don't mention it, no one can see it, so we can keep it That's why I've got to mention it. Right, let's look at the grid then. Ethan Weldon is on pole position. Alongside him is Max Yule. Then it's Sukmani Kira, definitely one to watch there from 3rd place. They're followed by Harley Musk, Archie Owen and Aaron Richardson. Then it's Max Mason behind, Jensen Ackerman, Aaron Nayar and Alfie Taylor round out the top 10. Then it's Rian Townsend Grant and Millen Tomlinson.
Last 4 on the grid. Only 8 rows in this one. Henry Gaffel and Alfie Fulton, Callum Graham and Jensen Jones round out the rest of the field.
I think that kind of shows the ridiculousness of Whilton Mill Kart Club, is that we consider a 16 kart grid a small grid.
Well, yeah.
It is relatively, but I go to other kart clubs and other bits of racing, and we'll have much smaller grids than that throughout the day. So it's always brilliant to see so many drivers here and getting racing at Whilton Mill Kart Club.
I saw a kart race that happened recently at Houghton Park. It had 2 karts in it.
Yeah. If you finished off the podium, you'd be pretty gutted on that one.
Yeah, same. I finished P4, Mum, I'm sorry. There was only 2 karts out there. How does that happen? Got a penalty. No, so it's one of those things. Some of them you do get small grids, some of them large grids. It just depends on where you race, really. But, yeah, karting at the moment looking pretty good. There you can see the grid lined up. The drivers you can see standing there are the next grid about to go out. So that grid that you can see is the Rotax Mini. They are the intermediate class, so
it's the
Mini
step up
Max.
from what we've just seen.
Yes, so we just watched Micro Max. They are the cadets. Then you've got Mini Max.
Yes.
They are the intermediate. Then you have Junior Rotax and Senior Rotax.
Gotcha.
And now you can go from cadet to senior in Rotax.
Yes.
As one. Before, it was like Mini Max and, yeah, there was no cadet.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Now there is cadet.
Those full stepping stones all the way up.
Yeah, you can get into the Rotax family as soon as you enter cadet age.
Got a spinner out of Oblivion and Fine Lady already. Again, just getting those tyres warm on this warming up lap that, of course, the drivers get before we get the racing underway. Any shout-outs in the chat to speak of, Mr. DJ?
There is many. Good luck to Aaron Richardson. Good luck to Will Archer. Sam Flynn. Albert Lapper put good luck Alfie.
I don't think you said enough E's there, to be honest, mate.
No.
Keep going.
No.
There were quite a few in that message. I'll give you that.
Exactly. I will bring up the live timing once again. Like you say, yeah, relatively smaller grid on this one. But nonetheless, one of the intermediate classes now. We're getting faster now. Faster drivers, faster karts. Into the tram lines we go. A little bit shaky.
Little bit.
Is it going to be a green flag? Looks like it was a green flag, and we are off and racing through turn 1, and it is a good start then from the entirety of the grid. Everyone around the first couple of corners. No, it wasn't. It was a false start, so the false start flag there up into Crystal Scott. I did think that was a false start. There were drivers not in the tram lines. I think they accelerated a bit too soon. The eagerness to get going. Now, in terms of if you're new to karting, and you're wondering, well, where do they go? Where do they start? All of that. Pay attention to the markings on the tracks. So, you're not allowed to really overtake after a certain point, which is denoted usually by a line on the circuit. That will be roughly, I think, into the entrance of the boot, or roughly about here. So as soon as you're here, you need to be lined up here 2 by 2 and no overtaking from this point on. They have to then negotiate their way all the way around the boot section here, and they need to get onto the start-finish line. They need to be positioned within the yellow tram lines. They need to stay in there. If you've got 2 wheels out, you can get a warning. If it's all 4, you could get a penalty or anything like that. And you have to wait until you get to the yellow line before you accelerate, which is all the way down there. And you think, that was a bit early, and it's another false start because, again, driver not in the tram lines. It was out of grid position and not finding it. So, again, drivers just struggling to get there, so they've got to be careful here now. If they do have one more false start, we may play my favourite game in the world, which is Shut Up and Listen. It involves a clipboard and a driver's helmet. So it'd be like, stop doing that. No, I'm kidding. They don't do that. Of course, they're very nice here to the drivers. They just say, no, okay, just got to tidy it up a bit. Don't accelerate too early. Just keep it in the tram lines. Be patient, basically, is all you need to do. Because I think the main one is that the drivers at the front would accelerate before the last corner, and then everyone behind is then having to accelerate through the final corner, which means they can't then slot into their tram lines because they're using the racing line. So everyone kind of needs to be round that final corner. You don't accelerate until you get to the yellow line, which is quite literally near the start-finish line. It's very, very late, and that is only to accommodate everyone getting into the tram line. So the main fault that you would see here is that the drivers would be accelerating too early and drivers not being in those tram lines. So again, it's very difficult. I've got to say, to do a rolling start is a challenge.
It is tough. Yeah, no, it is tough. Driver's going to get another opportunity to give this one a go. Third time of asking, will we get third time lucky?
Patient, wait for it, into the tram lines. I think we're going this time around. I don't see a false start flag, so yes, we are. Green flag's out, and we're off and racing through turn one. Much better start then from the entire grid this time around, up into Christmas corner for the first time. Defensive moves coming in thick and fast, but Ethan Weldon holding on to the race lead on this one, has managed to pull quite a considerable gap.
Great start, isn't he?
Yeah, fantastic start there from Ethan, and he then sweeps away from the rest of the pack. Still there in second place. You can see there the number 21, Harley Musk. Max Ewell, Sukmani Kira just in front also. Just wrapping around. It's Sukmani Kira who's actually into second place. Down there you can see denoted by the 44. So Sukmani now seeing what she can do. Out of the final corner, across the line they go. And again, you can see the Fusion mechanics there, line astern. They're like a group of meerkats, are the Fusion mechanics. They come in droves. I think when you see a group of Fusion mechanics, I think you call them a school of Fusion. Is that the official? That's the official terminology of a large grouping of Fusion mechanics. It's a school.
Well, we saw there through the first couple of corners, Archie Owen just getting a bit wide, allowing Aaron Richardson to get through and steal fifth place. There's more chopping and changing there. Going through as Sukmani Kira now drops down into P3. I think it was actually Harley Musk who managed to jump both of them there. So Harley Musk indeed up into second place now. And these drivers in this, well, the first big train, as you would say, just allowing for your leader of Ethan Weldon to continue to open that gap out front. We're only a minute or so into the race. And we got a yellow flag down at the first corner. One driver just starting to rejoin here as the drivers are going to fly around into that camera shot very, very soon. That was the 13 of Henry Garafall.
Yeah.
And the driver's now diving down the inside, up at Christmas corner. Trying to find a way through, but no, gets blocked. Does Harley Musk. He's going to get blocked here by the back marker. Who's going to end out in second place here? All diving to the inside. Look at this pack now. A couple might get forced onto the grass, and a couple do get forced onto the grass. That driver, very unhappy with that, and now it's going to have a spin because of it. Hands off of the wheel, getting angry with the other driver, and then loses the kart themselves.
Yes.
Oh dear. Not ideal.
Comes with experience. Yes, okay.
I think so.
You may be frustrated. Let go of the wheel. There we go then. So that's allowed, really, Ethan Weldon to, well,
he's cleared off now, isn't he?
Absolutely check out here now. Cleared by 2.8 seconds from Harley Musk in second place now. That has all chopped and changed. Max Ewell is there in P3. Now P2 as they go through in towards Christmas corner. Gets that job done. And you can see there Sukmani Kira just dropping back a little bit in the field. Harley Musk retaliating and returning that position, thinking, yes, you may have taken it, but I'm going to take it back. And moves back up into position. A trio of Fusion drivers here. Now all sossing into position.
And you got Sukmani Kira's got ahead of Jensen Ackerman, I think, behind them now. So that's second train from P5 backwards, basically.
Yes, indeed. Again, all these drivers just trying to find their place on track. Max Ewell, they're now behind Harley Musk in P3. Archie Owen just behind. Again, on the novice plates there is Archie. Again, just needs to complete a few more races to get rid of those. Then you can run the standard yellow and black number plate. Sukmani Kira, yeah, you can say leading the Fusion trio. Jensen Ackerman and Aaron Richardson just behind. Jensen Jones, Max Mason, Aaron Nayart, the top 10. Alfie Taylor, second in the novice category, there in P11. Rian Townsend Grant. Millen Tomlinson, there in P13 as well from Alfie Fulton. Callum Graham and Henry Garafall rounding out the field. 3.5 minutes to go then, plus that one lap. And one driver, I think, going a little bit off. And I think that was Aaron Nayart. The 55 it was indeed, who has gone off and is going to get that going again. Tyres will be filthy now, so it's going to need a few corners to clean them off.
Yeah, there's no grass on the outside there, obviously, by the barrier, but as karts aren't usually out there, it just gets very, very dirty, doesn't it? So as soon as one kart does end up going there, it's going to drag a lot of bits and bobs that are stuck to the tyres, the nice warm tyres, and they drag them back onto the circuit. So as you say, going to take a little bit to get back up to speed there on those slightly dirty tyres. But yeah, sadly, falling down the order there is Aaron Nayar. Look back here, nearer the front of the field, though. Still the 21 of Harley Musk in second place. Under some pressure from Max Ewell, and really not that far back to Aaron Richardson, and then the following trio of Sukmani Kira, Jensen Ackerman, and Jensen Jones. It's chopping and changing behind them, though. I think that's Rayan Townsend Grant has moved up into 9th place, battling with Max Mason and Alfie Taylor there over the bottom end of the top 10. As Ewell is very close now, is Max Ewell, heading down through Ashby. Not quite close enough to go for a move, though. And Ethan Weldon's created such a gap at the front now, we can barely even fit him in the same camera shot. 3.5 seconds now, the gap in the leaders are coming up to some more back markers. Dealing with this one, though, a little bit easier than the other couple that we had a few laps ago. Still over 2 minutes on the clock, though. Much more clean and concise racing from this one than maybe we've seen in previous other heats. It's all died down in the middle of the race, as that was a little bit slidey there, wasn't it? From our second place man, just manages to keep it going, but very much keeping Max Ewell in the wheel tracks, as here could be a move from the 66, and Richardson is thinking about it, but no, can't go for it just this time into Christmas corner just yet, and they stay as they were.
Yes, indeed. No chopping and changing really into Ashby's. Another prime opportunity to get an overtake done. None this time, but on the exit we might have one, as under pressure now is Archie Owen from Aaron Richardson, and Richardson down the inside through Osiers, gets it done slightly wide on exit. Now Sukmani Kira coming through.
I think they made a bit of contact there.
I think Archie Owen, yeah, not 100% happy with that overtake. That is allowed these drivers here to close through, and the whole Fusion trio has managed to squeeze past now. So Archie Owen down into P7 as this trio gets through. Back up towards Christmas corner then. Again, a prime opportunity for an overtake. This is sort of classic stuff that you would see from the Fusion outfit that would always tell their drivers to just stay in a train, line astern, don't overtake, just push each other along, catch the back of the group in front. Is what they have managed to do in this. And yeah, like you say, in that one have just managed to kind of freight train their way through. Classic thing in cadet racing, like I say, in Honda Cadet, we saw it all the time. As soon as you get kicked out the train, it's impossible to really recover from it. You've got to get back into the train as soon as possible and try and gain positions. Of course, this is not Honda Cadet. This is intermediate classes. This is, you know, a completely different grid. So you've got to be very careful all the way throughout this one. But so far,
we've just seen Aaron Richardson make another overtake there into the final corner. Drops Jensen Ackerman down to P6, as here might be a move for second place. Max Ewell finally going for it at Christmas corner. I think he's got it done. Yeah,
Harley Musk not able to react there. Could react potentially down here. It can do indeed. So Harley Musk now back up into P2.
Look at that. Immediately, the drivers behind close in.
Classic racing, that is. You go for the move, and then the gap behind starts to close up as shooting down the inside. Aaron Richardson gets that move done on Sukmani Kira, moves up just ahead of the trio here. Jensen Ackerman, you can just see there behind Sukmani Kira as well, under pressure from Archie Owen. Last lap board, though, I believe is out. Yeah, we are on the final lap this time. Ethan Weldon still with that fastest lap of the race, 49.27 compared to the 49.3s from the rest of the field. Sukmani Kira now going defensive from Jensen Ackerman just behind. As they get through again, just line astern, everyone just trying to gain that one extra track position that they've already got. You know, they're close enough to go for the move, but at this moment, Harley Musk is holding on to P2 pretty well.
Exactly, yeah, you've only got a little bit left in the race, so you might as well go for it, but here is your leader then, the 98 of Ethan Weldon. His fastest lap, only 1/100th of a second quicker than Aaron Richardson's, but he built out a lovely gap early on and just managed that ever since. So a great win there in heat number 2 of the IAME Water Swifts for Ethan Weldon. But behind them, does Harley Musk hold on to second place? He does indeed. Max Ewell rounds out the top 3 then in that one behind Aaron Richardson. Really impressed me in that race, did Aaron. Some good, clean, concise moves made by Aaron. Moved his way up through the field nicely and ended off there in P4. Rounding out the top 5 was Sukmani Kira, and it was Archie Owen, your top-rated novice there. Then it was Jensen Ackerman, Jensen Jones, Alfie Taylor, and Millen Tomlinson rounded out the top 10. And it was Rayan Townsend Grant, followed by Aaron Nair and Henry Garafal. Then Alfie Fulton rounded out, I think, all of your runners who finished the race. Sadly, Max Mason and Callum Graham not seeing the checker flag there, I don't think. As I tell a lie, Callum Graham does see the checker flag. It was only Max Mason who I don't think did in the end.
So those karts will head back to the pit lane then for nose cone watch, and all is good for Ethan Weldon. All is good for Harley Musk. Yep, Harley, you're all good. Have you stalled? Get it started. There you go. And all is good for Max Yule. There we go. So your top 3, fine and dandy. They'll make their way back. Oh, and what's going on in the background there?
Looked like possibly a brake issue or some sort there. That was really odd. No, gets it stopped now, does he? Yeah. Okay, I don't know what happened then. The 24 of Alfie Taylor, that.
Yeah, interesting stuff. Next race will be coming up in just a moment's time. That was race 24, IAME Water Swift, the intermediate category. Now we go on to another Rotax. It is Minimax, or Rotax Mini for their intermediates. Their Heat 2 race 25 will be coming up in just a moment's time. Now, it's at this point, I would say, to the disembodied voice in my head, that my cup of tea has run impeccably low. And if Mr. James Fitzhugh from Alpha Live would be so kind, he'd be a doll. Thank you so much. But I've been told I know where the kettle is. There we go. Well, I can't go to the kettle because we've got a starting grid to go through for the next race. Jacob Ashcroft and Finley Lines, they go from row 1 in this next race. Ellis Bell and Oliver Majewski go from row 2. Yen Sherwood and Will Green round out row 3. Again, a lot of these drivers newcomers to the Minimax category in intermediate. Charlie Wolfett and Finley Hines, they go from row 4. Kai Clark and Eva Morris rounding out the top 10 on row 5. Ella Lucia and Isaac Barker round out the top 12 from row 6.
Row number 7, Cody LaPetrel, followed by Thomas Butcher. Then it's Rayan Gandor, followed by Oliver Meek, Max Colbert and Max Williams. Then round out the top 20 is Miles Burton and Jack Burgess. They're followed by Max Wheatley and Nat Johnston. Then it's Logan Lauder and Toby Jukes.
Miles, Oliver White and Samir Paul, they round out row 13 from Daniel Viscauskas and Sam Flynn. On row 14, Angus McQueen and Riley Morgan round out the top 30 out on track. The last 2 rows, Harrison O'Neill, Teddy Cooper, Toby Jukes and Elliot Potter rounding out the rest of the field, disqualified from qualifying, I believe, out there. Starting at the back, here they are then, getting themselves lined up and ready onto the dummy grid, or onto the starting grid, and it's a green light, and they're off and racing in towards turn 1. Nice clean start then from the entirety of the field for the Minimax category. Again, this class also back, full year, new class in the intermediate, replacing the mini category now in the intermediate category, but still the same engine, and everyone sweeping through. Nice clean start from the entire grid, and this is a busy grid as well. 34 of them, 17 rows. Plenty of action in this one.
Yeah, no waiting around once again. Straight into another heat. I was going to say, after this one, we're halfway done for the morning racing already.
Really?
Yeah, we're absolutely flying through it. Is there someone flying? What a move there into the boot. Going to go a little bit wide, though, and the up and under works again. So an impressive attempt there from the number 44. Tried it down the inside, did Will Green, but didn't quite pay off, did that one. But I like the attempt, nonetheless.
Yes, indeed. There we go then. Back up the hill they go. Finley Hines under pressure from Kai Clark and the number 9, who looks down the inside, gets that done, says thank you very much, I shall take that position. Moves up into P8. Action at the front. Jacob Ashcroft is leading the way. Finley Lines not managing to close in just as of yet. Still holding on there. You can see in the green helmet, black race suit there, still holding on. Then there's this gaggle here, who's oh blimey, who we got? We got Charlie, we got Oliver Miejski's leading it. Then you got Charlie Wolfett, Jaden Sherwood, Will Green, Finley Hines, Kai Clark, Isaac Barker, all in this little gaggle as they go into the boot section. I tell you what, I certainly wouldn't want to be a driver in the mid pack there as they try to go 3 wide through the final corner. Oh, you definitely don't want to do that every Sunday of your life. I think you'd have heart palpitations before the day's over.
We might have that anyway. You missed it slightly earlier on the straight up to the boot as well. There's a bit of contact between Will Green and Jaden Sherwood, a bit of rubbing between the front right tyre and the rear left tyre between the two drivers. A lot of smoke was billowing off, but they managed to unattach and continue through the boot section. And then the battles continue as we saw. Onto another lap of this one. Just less than 6 minutes to go. And this one, not waiting around at all. We had a slightly subdued one as well. My goodness, nearly taking to the skies there, the 53.
Yeah,
so Isaac Barker.
Yeah.
Wow, that was, but to be fair, held that together. That was impressive.
He did. Contact warning going out to the 57 of Finley Hines. He's in that big gaggle, so yeah, you can forgive him for that. Because, I mean, you know, I'm in a huge group of karts here. Give me.
Yep. Oh, my goodness, that was really close. Big step of oversteer there from the 51. Caught it himself, but nearly got collected by the driver behind. Luckily, didn't, though. That was a close one. I'm going to have heart palpitations by the end of this one, mate. That was the 51 of Thomas Butcher, that was.
Yes.
My goodness. Drivers, we're only just getting started for this year. Let's all make sure we can make it to the following heats later on today.
So we've all got a lot more race weekends to do this year. Let's not kill the commentators too early into the year, please. Thank you very much.
Although some might want to, that's understandable.
Just under 5 minutes to go then, plus 1 lap. Ashcroft lead now extending even more now. 1.1 seconds is the gap. Fastest driver out on circuit though, Charlie Wolfett, 48.45. Currently P3. Oliver Miejski still there in P4 as well from Ellis Bell. Has dropped a couple of positions, but still doing a fabulous job. The 46 there, right behind Miejski. So working well out on track. There you can see the rest of the field starting to just slot through as well. So who do we have here? That is the number 9. That is Kai Clark. He's got the company of the 44 of Will Green just behind. Back here further up the order, that's Charlie Wolfett, and Oliver Miejski's just behind. You can see that in the number 40. Funnily enough, it's actually in Sebastian Min's race suit, but he's covered it with tape.
Okay.
Teams do that. If ever you look at a crop promotions driver, 90% of the crop promotion drivers are in a suit that has Gabriel Stilp's name on it.
Yeah, I have seen that.
They just have to cover it up. Again, it's recycling at its finest. Yeah. You know, just say, hey, you need a race suit, you need the colours on it. Here's a race suit, just cover the name, and we'll get you another. We will get you a new race suit. So there we go. But 3.5 minutes.
Good to use the resources that you have.
Exactly.
Why not? It just confuses us a little bit. So just use that tape. We appreciate that.
Not at all.
Otherwise, it's Stilp versus Stilp. There goes Stilp.
Yeah, pretty much. There again, Will Green. Just see latched on to the back of Kai Clark.
Very much latched on.
Yeah. This is good stuff from the two of them. Kai Clark a little bit wide there out of Oblivion. Might be under pressure here as they go up into Christmas Corner. No, stays with it.
There's a check over the shoulder, wasn't there, for Will Green? Maybe thinking about the move, but just didn't feel quite close enough that time.
I was just looking at that nose cone on Oliver Miejski's, not on Will Green's kart, sorry. It's kind of just pointing up a little bit.
I did notice that, yeah.
Well, it's not dropped because it's pointing up, but it's just
looks very smiley.
Yeah, it's
very happy nose cone.
Very peculiar. It's very positioned, very strange.
Oh, it looks a bit like a moustache, maybe.
Yeah, it's just happy to be here. But
now, interesting one. A lot of names in this race that obviously we know of that are very quick, but I think from different classes, aren't they? Have moved into this class for this year.
Yes, yeah, a lot of these drivers that you can see out there have moved up from the Honda Cadet class from last year, and yeah. Now they can move up into the intermediate category with new license changes. They can move up a little bit earlier now than what they could before. And obviously with the new engine regulations, a lot going for the Minimax. Again, that could swap out in this one. So Yeah, a very popular class again. And I think, you know, it's the debate between, you know, IAME versus Rotax. Again, it's one of those. It's like Marmite. You either love it or you hate it or anything like that.
Yeah.
You know, Rotax this year definitely seems to be a little bit more popular than the IAME classes. But again, they chop and change every few years or so.
Yeah.
Like, you know, give it another 4 years, maybe 3 years, and everyone will be in IAME engine karts, and there'll be barely any Rotax. And again, they'll be like that for a couple of years, and then it will go back to Rotax and all sorts. So we did have a phase, I think it was a couple of years ago, where everything was IAME, and now that started to die off a little bit, and now we're back into the Rotax phase again. It's just, it's a phase.
Yeah, the natural...
They'll grow out of it.
Yeah. The natural ebb and flow of karting, just moving between different ones. It's all a thing of preference. Funny enough, an interesting story. I was actually playing squash against someone the other day, and we started chatting about karting.
Don't admit to that. Don't admit
I
to
like
that.
squash. I like squash.
Don't admit to
Come
that.
on. I was playing with someone at squash anyway, and they were speaking about we were speaking about karting, and they said, "Oh, I've got a junior Rotax at home. It hasn't been used in ages, but it's got all the bits and bobs." And I was like, "This is the perfect time to sell that, my friend, because everyone is getting into Rotax at the moment." And like we've seen, Junior Max here having so many heats, so many drivers wanting to get involved. It's the perfect time to be involved with those Rotax engine classes. As this battle continues, the 81 still leading the 95. This, of course, over second place. Vinny Lyons holding on to second at the moment, but Charlie Wolfett heavily pressuring two drivers that we know all too well, both very, very quick, as the timer, I think, is now going to tick to 0. Jacob Ashcroft not quite able to see the final lap, but before that, so he will go on to the final lap now. Yes, indeed.
There it is. Lots of support coming out on the stream. Serena House saying, "Come on, Ellis," from Ewan and the rest of Team House. Go on, Rio Ramadan. Joel Taylor saying, "Morning, boys. Hope you have a good day." Thank you.
Morning.
Would be nice to see the whole of the field more often, please. Yeah, well, the camera guys out there doing a good job. They try to show as much as the grid as possible, but it is one of those. There is the battle for second place. That is Finley Lyons and Charlie Wolfett. They are having a good little scrap on this last lap. Wolfett looking to the outside here of the boot, not managing to do anything, though, about this chap here, Jacob Ashcroft. 2 seconds further up the road. Ooh. There's Charlie Wolfett, who's now gone down the inside and has squeezed Finley Lyons.
Quite the squeeze.
Across the line. I spoke to Stuart Lyons here earlier on. He'll be watching that one, and I'm sure he'll be saying some things at the side of the track.
Nothing we can repeat on here, I don't think.
Probably not. There we go. Fabulous result there for the top three. Oliver Majeski, Alice Bell finishing that one P5. Good result from Kai Clark, Will Green, Jane Sherwood, Finley Hines, Isaac Barker rounding out the top 10. And the rest of the field slotting their way through. Ella Lucia, Cody LePetrel, Nat Johnston, Jack Burgess, Ryan Gaydor, Miles Burton, Oliver Meek, Eva Morris, Max Wheatley, Max Colbert, Elliot Potter, and Max Williams rounding out the top 22 from Toby Dukes. Samir Paul, Oliver White, Angus McQueen, Sam Flynn, Logan Lauder, Riley Morgan, Thomas Butcher, and Daniel Bizenskas rounding out the entire grid. 31 drivers. I don't think we had any retirement to that one. No, we didn't. Everyone started the race. Everyone finished the race. High fives coming in thick and fast as we begin nose cone watching. Oh dear, that 44. Is a nose cone. I don't think it's the 44 who's got it. No, I think it's the driver just in front.
Oh, you're right. Sorry.
Kai Clark who got it there.
You're correct.
Not too sure if it was or not. But yeah, that is an interesting one.
We've got George Hall in the chat saying waiting for Lucas Ellingham. Well, you're not going to have to wait much longer. As I do believe, I'm pretty sure I'm right in saying that he's moved over this year from the X30s to the Rotaxes. As I think so, but I can't see his name on this grid. As I'm trying to scan as fast as I can. Are we splitting between the seniors? Are we? Yes, of course we are. We've got the Senior Max up next, and then we've also got it as our final heat before we go into the lunch break. So I'm sorry, George. I was going to say we're not going to have to wait much longer because he's going to be out next, but I don't think he actually is. I think he's a bit later on, a few more heats before we'll see Luke sending him out on track. But I do think we're about ready to see our grid for that heat that's coming up next, which is the Senior Max. Here we go then. Senior Max, a first of 2 heats that we'll see today. Of course, heat number 2 over the full weekend. It's Matthew Higgins who lines up on pole position alongside Spencer Brougham. He's definitely one to watch. Was right up there in the juniors last year. See how he takes the seniors. He's followed by Sam Baker and Louis Weaver, and it's Lewis Wild and Marcus Littlewood. Row number 4 sees Lewis Gilbert and Jack Cooper, followed by Tristan Rennie and Samuel Cook. And row 6, Paul Simard and Brentley Sims.
Jai Lawrence and Jay Lewis, they go from the next rows from George Donald and Stefan Kazmarzik, who round out the top 8 rows. Kasper Pajak and Oliver Kerr, they round out the top 9 rows. William Young and Sam Light, they go from row 10, rounding out the top 20 from William Pebble and Scott Smith. Blake Noble and James Tomset round out the top 24 on row 12.
Row number 13 sees Dylan Norris and Ben Page. Then it's Luke Collins and Bertie Wellesley. Then it's Daniels Kuranox and Dalton Norris round out the top 30. They're followed by Josh Evans and Romarion Ubi. I'm interested to see where Daniels Kuranox can end up by the end of this. Absolutely dominated out at the Rye House IKR last weekend, that was. He was super quick in this same class, of course. What can he do here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club? We'll have to wait and see.
Now, this is the FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club.
Yes, of course.
Championship. But this year we've got a new affiliate sponsor.
Oh, wow.
Lucas Blanford Racing joins the sponsorship side with a prize at the end of the weekend for driver of the weekend, and myself and you.
They trusted us.
They trusted us to choose the driver of the weekend. So I will take bribes.
I was going to say that exactly.
In the form of chocolates, ice cream. Despite the fact that it is cold, I will accept ice cream as a bribe.
I've heard from one of our fellow commentators, Andrew Mather, that actually if you give us food, such as chocolates and cakes and things, you won't get commentator's curse. I've heard that is actually a rule.
I've heard that too.
Yeah. But sorry to cut you off. Carry on.
No.
Carry on with our explaining. What have we got coming up then? What is on the cards for driver of the weekend?
Well, there are lots of things. It'd be, the chances they're going to have a fiesta from the BRCC. That was supposed to be here. Unfortunately, it couldn't be here, which was a shame. But basically, there are prizes up for grabs for these drivers. So it is, and I've been told it's a good prize as well. So basically, if you're a good driver, you behave, you eat your vegetables, and you hit your apexes, you might end this weekend with a prize. Here we go then, into the tramlines then for Senior Rotax. This is Heat 2, Race 26. And off they go, and well,
2 drivers just getting together in the background there, but it was an interesting one from Matthew Higgins there. He really held back before the start there, and then absolutely booked it off of the last corner.
Standard Senior Rotax start there.
But I mean, he's got an amazing gap because of it.
Yeah, that is a tactic that drivers do deploy at their leisure, is to back the field up and then go when they want to. It can be frowned upon sometimes. I think it's quite clever. But yeah, like you say, fabulous start.
It was annoying Spencer Brown as he went around the final corner as he was getting pushed by all the drivers behind him. He was there on P2, and then he's got absolutely jumped. I think he's dropped down to P3, still leading this huge train, though, as they come across the line to start a new lap. He's leading Louis Weaver across the line. Then it's Lewis Wild, Lewis Gilbert, Marcus Littlewood, and Tristan Rennie all in that battle.
Yes, indeed.
As he's going to lose the 3rd place. Down the inside, that was Louis Weaver going through. Lewis Wild follows. Now Marcus Littlewood, Tristan Rennie trying to follow through as well. There goes Marcus Littlewood. Down the inside at Ashby. As they continue on through the lap, I think he might have lost another place as well. So it's not been an ideal lap number 2 for Spencer Brown. His first time up in the seniors. Of course, would have had some action yesterday, but heat number 2 today on the Sunday. Not quite going his way just yet, but you often find that once you get overtaken by one kart, all of the other drivers behind also managed to get through as well.
Now, there you see Lewis Gilbert with the pink helmet just going through your shot there, than the number 29. He's had a change of livery and style. He was a driver with the Potenza racing team. Obviously, the Potenza racing engines, they had kind of like the the Rotax coloured scheme and everything. I believe he's still on a Tony Kart chassis, but he's got a new race suit and a new livery on his car. I'll have to find out a little bit more about that when I next speak to him. So he's had a change there. Marcus Littlewood, you can see, always with the Brill team, with the Jade Racing team, looking very good there. Still in his position. He's up into P5 now. But like you say, yeah, Matthew Higgins, great start to the race. Clear now 1.3 seconds from Sam Baker. And Sam Baker's clear by another few seconds as down the inside goes Marcus Littlewood. Wasting no time there whatsoever. Get up at the front. Now get the pack to follow you and kind of push each other along and get it done. That's what you want to see in Senior, and that's what we do. Of course, these are some of the fastest karts that we've got here this weekend, and these can push up to about maybe even 75, 80 miles an hour going up into Christmas Corner. So some serious waft.
Some serious waft, for sure. More battling going on through the boot. Bit of contact there between a couple of drivers as there's still contact going down into the last corner there. All keeping it on the black stuff for the moment. Yeah, you were saying there about pushing each other forward. Not much of that happening in this race so far. More just continuous battling going on as they do continue to battle up into Christmas Corner. I think Spencer Brown's managed to get back nearer to the front of this train now, and yes, he has. He's now up into 7th, possibly 6th now, I think. He still has the 14 of Jack Cooper right behind him. But it's not... They're certainly not chilling out for this first heat of the day, are they, in the Senior Maxes?
Well, like I say, yeah, these heats are relatively short. Like I say, they are short heats. They're the same length. They feel much shorter, but they are the same
length.
They're
what we're used to in karting like this, but I've been with the WMKC over the last couple of weeks, and there you have 25-minute sprint races, which isn't really even a sprint, is it?
Well, it is, but it's a long heat.
It's properly long.
It's a long heat, yeah, especially around some of these circuits. Louis Weaver, though, fastest lap of the race, currently P6 behind Marcus Littlewood, and it's latched onto the back. They will hopefully be working together to try and latch onto the back of Lewis Gilbert, who has managed to get back past these drivers. There on your screen is Spencer Burham in the 65. He has got Jack Cooper still for company just behind as well. You can see with the all CRG outfit, the orange. Good to see a CRG kart back on a grid. They're kind of phased away a little bit over the years. You're not really seeing them represented in the UK. They're heavily represented over in Europe, but over in the UK, not so much. Good to see them. There's Fernando Alonso chassis there as well. They're fabulous liveries they have as well. Brilliant to see them out there. Who has got that one? Is that Tristan Rennie who's just behind these two as well? I think
you could be right there. I think it was a 3-digit number.
Possibly.
But like you say with the CRG, it is good to see. I think Spencer's been with them for a while now. I remember him being on a CRG in Junior Rotax last year.
Yeah, but he's like the only one.
Yeah, definitely.
Compared to you would see a grid of like 8 of them on a grid. So yeah, it's still good to see it. Contact warning going out to Casper Pajak there. Who's not wanting to get too many of those over the course of this race. Up into Christmas Corner again, and all so far fine and dandy. Again, no one really pushing in this one. They've all kind of sort of found their spot now, haven't they, and are just working with that. Battles all the way down the field, of course. There are drivers. The battle for 22nd place is close. Ben Page, Scott Smith, William Pemble. They're having a good little scrap. 22nd, 23rd, 24th. That's probably the battle that's going through Ashby Hairpin. They're just behind. There is a Hunter Motorsport kart. It's the number 42 on your screen. That is Jay Lewis, and I've got to say that nose cone don't be looking fixed to the chassis too well.
No, it doesn't look ideal. We'll definitely keep an eye out for that one when we get to nose cone watch at the end of this race. But like you were saying, it was all pretty scrappy at the start. They were all trying to gain as many positions as possible nearer the start, and I think that just made Matthew Higgins' tactic at the start of this one just pay off even more, because now he's extended that gap to 2 seconds and continues to push on at the front. So now, although they've sort of relaxed a little bit more as they've got into this race, that gap he's just been able to manage out the front. And he's got the fact that he's got Sam Baker sort of in no man's land behind helps as well. There's the 66 trying to shuffle their way through. That's Samuel Cook again on that Fernando Alonso chassis. He's now got the 16 ahead of him, so they're all moving through. That's Samuel Cook now 13th, George Donnell, who's ahead, 12th place, and Paul Simard in 14th, very much with them as well. As there's a move to the inside then. Ooh. 66 possibly getting back overtaken. A little bit of contact, side pod to side pod there. I think they were still side by side. Oh, we got one driver off, big spin there.
Oh, there was two off there. So
yeah, someone went properly wide, didn't they, in avoiding action. Not sure if they would have found the barrier on the outside there.
It was exit stage right.
It was.
Quite literally.
It was.
Quite a fast rate of knots. I mean, that corner there, Inkerman's, is a flat-out corner.
Yes.
And, yeah, it's... yeah, if you see a driver spin in front of you, you might have to dash it off to the other side. Now, we were talking earlier about driver of the weekend and everything like that, and what the prizes for that were. Hospitality tickets are available for driver of the weekend in this one.
Oh, there's a good move.
There's a nice little dive down the inside there from...
I was near the front of the field as well.
Lewis Gilbert, yeah, who's got that done. I think, was that on Lewis Wild?
I think so.
It was indeed, yeah. Wild now down into P4. Yes, it is hospitality tickets available for you for the BRSEC. And then at the end of the season, the main prize at the end of the season is a drive.
Wow.
In a Fiesta.
Wow.
For that one. So, oh yeah. Final lap time.
Indeed. Here we go then. Only just over 1,000 metres left to go in this race. The drivers, of course, know it. They see that final lap message on the gantry and know that if you're someone like Louis Weaver here, you need to start defending. You've got the 20 of Marcus Littlewood all over your rear end. Right behind him, though, Spencer Brown, Jack Cooper, Tristan Rennie, all waiting in the wings. If these guys start battling, that they can dive through, and that's exactly what they're going to try and do here. Louis Weaver, fastest lap of the race, but now just trying to defend as best he can over this last lap. Here is your leader, though, and your winner of heat number 2 here in the senior Rotax. Matthew Higgins comes across the line. A relatively simple race for him there and takes the win. Look at this battle, though, continuing all the way to the flag. Spencer Brom just grabbing one extra place there at that checkered flag. It was Sam Baker who was behind in second, then Lewis Gilbert in third. Then that battle, which we just saw across the line, Louis Weaver still managed to keep in fourth there. Impressive defending across that last lap. He was followed across the line by Marcus Littlewood. Then it was Lewis Wild, Spencer Brom, Jack Cooper, Tristan Rennie, and Jai Lawrence who rounded out the top 10. Behind him, Jay Lewis, George Donald, Samuel Cook, then Paul Simard, Sam Light, Brentley Sims, Stefan Kachpashik, then Kasper Pajecki, and William Young, and James Tomset rounded out the top 20. But sort of a race of 3 parts there, really scrappy at the start, then all kind of simmered down, and then nice and scrappy at the end again.
Yeah, that's karting 101, I think.
Yeah,
in
very
a nutshell,
true.
You know, the start of the race is dramatic and exciting as they come in for nose cone watch, and it's all good for Matthew Higgins. He led the race and stayed there. It's all good for Mr. Baker, and that is number 22 back marker just going through there. Lewis Gilbert. I think the marshal confused that. No, I'm a back marker. I didn't finish third. No, he finished third. He's Lewis. There you go. I know where I need to be. There we go. There we go. That's what I can imagine the conversation was being.
Yeah, thanks for that commentary, mate.
Yeah, you're welcome. It's my job. Yeah, like you say, yeah, races, they have the exciting starts, you know, then the race kind of dulls down in the middle, and then it all gets jolly exciting again at the end. So, yeah, it does. You always get that one all the way throughout this one. But that is a nose cone.
Jai Lawrence from 10th there.
Yep.
Going to be getting a nose cone penalty.
Confirmation.
You were right.
Duff nose cone has dropped for Jay Lewis.
Trust in DJ, we do. Always correct. Yeah.
It was the 66. It was Samuel Cook running on the Fernando Alonso chassis there. I do like that sort of kart. I do like that style body kit as well. Yeah. Oh, that's also a nose cone there for number 15, Sam Light. Not shining any lights on him, though. Oh, and another one here. Number 60, Brentley Sims. Well, I've got to say, they've been very, very aggressive out there with those nose cones. I mean, there's drop noses everywhere.
Yeah.
Oh dear, I need to learn a thing or two from the cadets. I'm sure they won't appreciate that comment.
No, they're definitely not going to be.
That's fine.
Just hope that they can't hear you. They've still got their helmets on.
No, it's fine.
There's another one there. 38 gets one as well.
My name is John Ratcliff, if you want to send any hate.
The slander. No, it's not.
Cool. Senior Rotax Heat 2 is done. Race 27. We go back to juniors now. Junior Max, their Heat 4. It's Group A versus E. They're coming out next. Stay tuned. don't think it was slanderous at all. My
Northamptonshire
name
police.
is John.
He's trying to steal my identity. Please, someone come and help.
I'll keep mine, thanks. Harrison Whitcomb then and Ewan Charman, they go from row 1. Ollie Stevens and Tommy Harfield go from row 2. Deacon Russell and Finn Leslie round out the top 6 on row 3. It's the second time that we've seen Group E so far today in this one. The first time we'll have seen Group A today. They are from the top 3 rows. Row number 4, Matas Miazanskas and Gustav Uzakovs, William Murphy and Jack West round out the top 10 on row 5. Thomas Ingram Hill and James Shotland go from row 6. Devon Nolan and Arthur Thacker, Ethan Carney and Joshua Smith, Jacob Jukes and Thomas Behrman round out the top 9 rows. Kasper Tomolowski and Kai Veach round out the top 20 on row 10 from Harry Hasgrover and Benjamin Baker. Omar Cindy and Michael Dalton round out the top 24 on row 12. Jack Gillingham and Marcel Popacol round out the top 26 on row 13 from Shane Shandiria and James Wearing. Adriel Negua and Tobin Alvarez round out the top 30. Finley Haynes, Karthik Kumita and Harry Higgs round out the 33 drivers that will start this race. And already they're
nearly ready to go.
Around the boot section, they gotta give us some
we're not
time
allowed to relax
breathe. Here we go then, into the tram lines, and it's Whitcomb who leads the way. It's a false start. We do get a break. There we go. Cup of tea, anyone?
Go on then, mate.
Get the kettle on.
No, you've been told clearly in our I
have been told both in my ear from the disembodied voice in my head, and the live chat's told me you know where the kettle is. I mean, there's no one on my side here. All I want is a cup of tea, please.
Oh, poor DJ.
There we go. They get an extra lap to test the steering. That's what they're doing. They're not allowed to. Exactly. They're not allowed to warm their tyres up. No. They're not allowed to do that, but they are allowed to test their steering, which is what they're doing.
Now, one driver I'm just going to quickly mention, another one from Rye House IKR, Jack Gillingham. He won one of the most amazing races I've ever seen at Rye House IKR the other week, of course in the Junior Maxes as well, and had an incredible finish. I'm interested to see what he does here, because he loves to go for a cheeky move.
I mean, you're in dangerous waters here. You can't mention Orange at a Motorsport UK event.
Yes, I can.
Doesn't exist.
He's moving his way up into an MSU UK event. Good to see him here. I can't wait to see what he does.
Green flag's out. Here we go. Good start then from the whole grid.
Hold that slide.
I say that was impeccably close to the outside there. You've got to be careful that you don't squeeze too far onto the dirt. Now everyone slides to the inside line and tries to make the apex. Everyone does, and the exit looks clear, so everyone's made it around it. Good clean start from Junior Rotax. As I say that, some of them going
they all still kept on the track though,
I say there was drivers who sweeped from one side to the other under braking there. How on earth they kept that in a straight line, but nonetheless they did so. But it's still Harrison Whitcomb leading the way and looking good. Ewan Charman still there in second place. Charman, who won the first race that we saw earlier today.
Oh my
goodness. New race suit please for Ollie Stevens, thanks, kind regards.
New trousers for us, let alone him. Oh my goodness. Down the inside, move for the lead. There goes Ewan Charman, the Charmander, makes his way through. I was going to mention how impressive Harrison Whitcomb has been looking all weekend, but now gets overtaken, down to second place. But again, early on in this race, got enough time to sort of wait this out, feel out where the rest of the pack are going to end up pace-wise, and possibly wait a bit later on in this race to go for a move. However, the karts behind already beginning to close in. It was Gustav Uzakovs we saw up at the front challenging in the earlier heat as well in Junior Max, and he's right up there once again.
So let's see what they can do in this one. Again, line astern, pushing with each other. Of course, the two teammates there of Charman and Whitcomb. This is the second time Charman's been out this morning in a race situation. This is the first time we've seen Whitcomb, and down the inside goes Harrison Whitcomb, gets that move done, back up into the race lead, holds on to that one, and crucially Gustav Uzakovs now is sniffing for a potential move down the inside at any one of these corners. Fails to do so though into Ashby, as lifting up the radiator shield there does Charman, just to cool that engine down just a little bit. They will have the dash on their screen as down the inside goes Uzakov. He's not going to make that move work on the second half of it. He's trying to go for the up and over. No, stays behind. Thomas Behrman, fastest lap of the race, currently in P14 of the 2.56. 3 seconds off the race leader at the moment. Now that lap goes to James Shotton with a 46 at 3.50. The direction change there from Whitcomb under braking meant that Charman had to take evasive manoeuvres there to avoid any contact with his teammate. Gustav Uzakov's now up and a spin in the background there as well, and someone's going to get brought back into the middle of the circuit. And there it was the 111 who went round. That was Jack West. And I suspect Jack is going to need a moment. Now Uzakov's up into the race lead here, as now we've got the company from the rest of the field. Ollie Stevens in the 81 has now moved up into P3 and has demoted Charman down. One of the Jackson Motorsport karts has come through. That's Deacon Russell in the 117, who's also moved up places here now. Uzakov's who leads the way comfortably with that 2/10 gap. Now under pressure, Whitcomb, and again that chink under the braking now allows Ollie Stevens to get up into second place. Stevens now for the Dan Holland Racing Team based here at Wilson Mill to latch on and close in on Gustav Uzakov, who's with the Hunter Motorsport team. I believe their team based up in Sunderland, karting northeast at up there, Warden Law, where the Hunter family are based. And team coming down there and showing what they've got so far, leading the way. But like I say, Ollie Stevens in that DHR car is slowly reeling them in, as well as Harrison Whitcomb, who is not afraid of a lunge if necessary. No, definitely not. A couple of very sliding moments there up to Christmas corner, all actually keeping it line astern that time. Thank you. That's much kinder on my heart there. A lot of drivers, as you say, were sweeping from one side to another, just causing issues for the drivers behind, but none of them going off just yet. We did see one earlier on in the race, didn't we? One driver getting it spun, but managing to rejoin all okay. So no one, I don't think, out of this race as of yet. But as this front group continues to battle, if they continue to battle like this, I mean, the whole rest of the field is going to catch up eventually and start getting involved with this lead battle. Gustav Uzakovs, though, holding it at the front of the field. However, I think it's all changed behind them as we updated and went over the timing beam. Whitcomb in second, Charman in third, Stevens in fourth, Murphy in fifth, and Deacon Russell now in sixth place. That gap back to Finn Leslie in seventh. Only half a second now, though, as all wide. Oh, and who's that? That's gone off. I thought it was your leader for a second, but I don't think it is. I think it's one of our back markers there, just catching a bit of the dirt on the outside there and finding themselves spinning round and off of the circuit, luckily out of the way of this huge pack that now comes through your camera shot. Very easily done. The track is dry, but the grass is not. It was a very cold night last night, and everything's kind of melted on the grass now and covered in water. So if you get a slick tyre on that, yes, you will find yourself pirouetting pretty rapidly. And if you do go off the circuit, keep both hands on the wheel. That's what we've learned so far today. That is a definite yes on that one. Worst case, you can take one hand off if necessary. No. No, you're not allowed to do that. We know that we can't multitask. Yeah. Definitely cannot. There we go then. 2 minutes to go. And again now, the field finding their spot. Uzakov still leading the way comfortably. That's a nice shot there as they go in. You can just see that all of them just tipping it in there, tipping it into the corner. You see the cocker rear wheel up, and there they turn into a three-wheeled kart around some of these corners. Just transferring that weight over, trying to get the most amount of traction, aren't they, through the corner. Ewan Charman, fastest lap of the race. He has support on the live stream also. Nigel Charman joining us saying, come on, Ewan, as he dives down to the inside. He can hear you, and he heard the PA there, and he dives down back up into P2 on the hunt of Gustav Uzakovs. He has got the time to do it, but he's going to have to get a wiggle on if he wants to get the race win in this heat. Ollie Stevens, I think, slipped through as well there. Dropped Harrison Whitcomb down into fourth place, and there you go. Yeah. You can see that. Just a little bit of a gap, as you say, up to Gustavs in the lead. Just over 1 minute to go now, so they've got a little bit of time to try and chase down that leader, but they will need to work together if they want to do that. As we now cross the line to start a new one in this race, as it's confirmed on your timing tower. Ewan Charman and Ollie Stevens now through on Harrison Whitcomb. Yes, indeed. This is a fabulous little race they're having
Another
here.
change.
And again.
Oh, once again.
Well, no, you see, that
sort of
time
darting
was
across.
Yeah, that was Ewan Charman. So maybe that's a team thing that they've been said. Yeah, just under braking, just give that, just kind of like unsettle or something like that. Just kind of put the fear of God into the apex.
Ewan Charman, I think.
Yeah, he tried to go for a move there at Ashby, and I think he just outbraked himself there.
Okay.
Now he's fallen back a little bit. He's got William Murphy now for company. So has Harrison Whitcomb, actually. He's moved back also. So they have dropped down quite a few places as Whitcomb looks to go down the inside of William Murphy there and just can't quite get that one done. Across the line they go. 14 seconds remain. Last lap board will be out this time to the race leader. So we are on the penultimate lap at the moment. And Uzakov's, as far as I'm concerned, he's chilled. He lost the lead a little bit earlier on, gained it back, and now just chilling, cracking on with it. No drama.
Exactly, yeah. Was right up there in the earlier heat that we saw today. And right up there again this time, looking to be good to take the win. Again, I don't want to commentator's curse him, so I'm not going to say anything on that front. But it is Ewan Charman who does have the fastest lap, still very much involved in this battle. But needs to try and find a way through if he wants to gain any more positions in this one. Doesn't have long to do so, as on to the final lap we do now go. It's another fastest lap for Ewan Charman on that lap, 45.310. But just a little bit too far back to think about a move on Ollie Stevens just yet. He's going to need probably a bit of assistance really here to try and close that gap here on the last lap. I'm not sure it's going to happen. This battle continues over the background. Look at that.
I think that was
front-to-rear contact there, wasn't there?
I think, yeah, Deacon Russell and Finn Leslie are not going to be on their Christmas card list anymore. I think after that one into the Ashby hairpin, I couldn't really see the full details of what actually happened there, but somebody saw his head chink backwards just a little bit. Final lap board then is out, and the checker flag will come out now for Gustav Uzakovs, who crosses the line to take a race win. The number 4 seed doing a fabulous job out there. Ollie Stevens crosses the line to take P2 from Ewan Charman. William Murphy crosses in P4 from Harrison Whitcomb, Finn Leslie, James Shotton, Tommy Harfield, Matas Miazanskas, Tom Ingram Hill, who's just crossing the line to round out the top 10. And I think the disembodied voice in my head is now making me a cup of tea, which is absolutely fantastic. I'm a happy chap. I'm bouncing in my chair.
I'm always happy to see you happy, mate.
Oh, yeah.
Brings a smile to my face. Sadly, I think it wasn't an ideal final lap there for Deacon Russell. I didn't quite notice what position he was in before that last lap. I think it was around 5th or 6th place. Ended up dropping to 12th on that last lap, did Deacon Russell. 51.93, that final lap time for him. Of course, all the rest of the drivers in the 45s. So losing 6 seconds on that one and dropping from what was basically the battle near the front down to P12. But that's just what happens when you have one little difficulty. The field is so close together, you end up losing a load of positions.
Yes, it is a tricky one, and like I say, a very busy grid out in that one.
I think all the grids today are very busy, aren't they? Really?
Well, yeah, they're pretty,
huge.
Pretty
amount of people
much.
we've got here today.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
It is a good sight. The paddock.
You can see that amazing viewing platform there, right behind the camera shot. That's the place to be, although probably quite chilly up there. Although it's nicely in the sun, so.
You can only be up there if you're a Coles driver or a Coles mechanic.
VIPs only.
There is, yeah. Or unless you're,
or Anthony Jordan, of course.
Yeah, I was going to say a sentence and then my filter kicked in and thought, no, I'm not going to say that. Actually.
Probably for the best.
Yeah, probably for the best. Another junior Rotax heat is upon us. Race 28, heat 5 for them, but this time it's Group C versus D. Coming up next, stay tuned. Junior Max Heat 5 about to take to the circuit. Here's how they'll line up then. William Ray and Freddie Lloyd will go from Road 1 from Joshua Graham and Reg Hayward. Freddie Ingram and Cameron Nelson, they round out the top 6. Jessica White and Luca Magni, Alexander Savinkov and Mitchell Mulvey round out the top 10. Aaron Banzel and Timo Youngling will round out the top 6 rows.
Row number 7, Alfie Richards and Callum Gosh. Then it's Alfie Thompson, Jugas Pravalonas, followed by Charlie Neve and George Allen. Then rounding out the top 20 is Albert Whilton and Daniel Kilpatrick. Behind them, Jensen O'Neill Going and William Webb. Then it's Luca Brooks and Archie Lyons.
Callum Foster and Will Archer, they go from row 13 with Levi Sangira and Macy Creed rounding out the top 28 on row 14. Liam Phillips and Zach Helsop round out the top 30. Final 2 rows, Harry Bohr, Rio Ramadan and Daniel Hartley round out the 17 rows. 33 drivers in total for this one. Where are they on circuit when we cut to them? They're still on the dummy grid. Hey, we got a bit of breathing time.
Is that the first time today, I think?
I think that's the first time that we've not finished doing the grid and then they're in the final corner. It's like, oh, blimey. But let's have a look at the comments section then. Who's been getting their comments in? What have you been saying? Let's have a gander. We've got some good luck to Mitchell Mulvey. We've got good luck Freds as well from Rebecca Lloyd. You and the man with the plan. That was from the race we just saw. Get your comments in. Now is the perfect time because the PA is on. So unfortunately, oh no, it's a bit late now. They're heading out on circuit. That was a shame. So if you were early enough with your comments, the drivers will have heard them. Come on, Callan 69. Out there. So
I just need to shame the 3% of people who have voted in the poll on the YouTube live chat of who's looking forward to the finals, and 3% have said no, I can't watch.
Now
well, you've badly planned your day.
No. They could be. That's a driver who's.
Oh dear.
Do we name and shame? Nah, we'll leave him be. Maybe I'll find out. I think it looked like 194. I think it was Levi Sangera. Never mind, Levi. Get your tyres warmed up, get back into position. You'll be fine. Get this race underway. Steering checks happening thick and fast. Of course, I know they're not actually testing their steering. I said that out in Europe, and someone came up to me and said, do you know they're not actually doing that? You know what they're actually... Yes, of course I know what they're doing. They're just not allowed to do it. That's why I say that they're doing that, so they don't get in trouble. Here we go then. As
if by magic.
Impeccable timing. A fresh, warm cup of tea from James Fitcher from Alpha Life. Thank you very much. Comes
perfectly
in
time for the race to begin. Hopefully, first time of asking. Looks like we do get underway first time of asking. The drivers fly through the first couple of corners. And heading on up into Christmas Corner. They're all going to keep it facing the right way. A couple of drivers, bit of contact front to rear there as they now head into Christmas Corner. A couple of cheeky moves diving down the inside there, side by side there in the back of the pack. That was Zach Heslop getting a cheeky move done as there's a spinner down at Ashby though. That was from higher up the order. We'll try and pick out who that was when they come through our timing. Could be William Webb, has slightly slower Sector 1 there, but this battle for the lead already kicking off. Is it the battle for the lead? No, not quite. That's Freddie Ingram going down the inside there. That's for sort of 5th place, that is, that Freddie Ingram was going for there. But the 73 of Reg Hayward now taking to the lead. He's had a good start. 4th on the grid was Reg, already gaining those 3 positions on lap number 1.
Indeed. There's a driver who's a bit stuck, the 207. That's a bit suboptimal. That is Luca Magni, who was dropped down to the back of the grid, which is a shame. A lot of support on the stream for Rio Ramadan, the number 20, currently in 29th place. One of our novice drivers. He's having a fabulous battle with Will Archer and the 166. They are battling for 28th place out on circuit, a little bit further behind this one. This is the battle for the lead on your screens, as I think Freddie Lloyd now taken the lead of this race. Now, I'd like to take close attention to Freddie Lloyd's race suit, because he is in a fusion suit, and I believe the name on that fusion suit is slightly different to what it should be. It says Greenall on the back of it. So you need to find some duct tape, some good duct tape, and cover that up so you don't confuse us, don't confuse us.
Just for the commentator's sake, please.
Yeah. But he takes the lead on this one, and he's comfortable by about 0.3 of a second. But looking at on the screen just there, it didn't look like 0.3 of a second. It also looked like William Ray was getting a bit brouhaha-ish with Joshua Graham for P3 as well, as the race leaders now exit out of the final corner. And again, Freddie Lloyd using all the track available to him. As Freddie Ingram sets the fast lap, then Timo Youngling takes that top spot and holds on to it in P7. Now with the fastest lap of the race. Reg Haywood's looking quick. He's got some waft as he goes up the hill there. So that car looking pretty quick for the Coles Racing team.
He is indeed. Do you think he's going to sit behind and try and push them both forward? I think he's going to go for the move and try and push on ahead of him by himself.
Well, that depends. That depends if he feels like, you know, am I quick enough behind? Am I losing time? Are the carts behind catching? Can we work together to try and open that spot? And by sitting behind a driver like this as well, you can learn what they're doing as well out on track. You can learn where their weak spots are. You can learn where they're good out on track. And you can pinpoint those moments where, you can potentially go for that move. So I reckon for the time being, you're just going to see here Reg Haywood stay behind unless he feels he's now being held up and he wants to get past. So he doesn't allow Joshua Graham, who's there on your screen, to close in. So far, the gap's 1 second between Haywood and Graham. We'll keep an eye on that one, see if it comes down. If it does come down, you might see a move like that.
Jessica White, I think that is.
Yes, it was. Yeah, Jessica White on Freddie Ingram getting that position done. He's done the move. So Reg Haywood has retaken the lead. So, yeah, I think he was just saying, I think Graham's catching. Looking at that, very much so. Less than a second now separating the top three. So, yeah, he will have checked over the shoulder, can see that, no, this is too slow. I need to get past. And, hey. Freddie Lloyd coming straight back at him and said, oh, no, you... Yeah, you may think you're faster than me, Sunshine. No, not quite. Not quite. Try again. So, Freddie Lloyd back in the lead of this one. Joshua Graham's liking this.
He's rubbing his hands with glee, isn't he?
Yes.
Well, hopefully not. Keep the hands on the wheel, please, drivers.
Yes, yeah.
Rubbing your hands with glee.
Joshua Graham's liking this because he's just thinking, you keep scrapping with each other and I'll just keep taking the 10th here and a 10th there and I'll be on your rear bumper in no time.
Nearly is already. Is Joshua Graham. Had the fastest lap of the race. And goes even faster on that last lap. 45.26 for Joshua Graham. That's monstrously faster, particularly than those two drivers who are ahead. They're getting caught up with each other. And that could allow for Joshua Graham to pounce. Still 3 minutes left to go in this one. All bit dusty
there.
That
was a mistake there from Joshua Graham. He was wide under braking and lost a lot of momentum there and a lot of time. And look, he's just completely dropped back. That's rare. That's a rare mistake there from Joshua Graham.
Someone on the previous lap might have gone wide there at that corner, just dropped that bit of dust onto the circuit, because we did notice Freddie Lloyd and Reg Haywood getting a little bit more sliding than maybe they would do that corner. But Joshua Graham was definitely the one who took that corner the worst. Just got it a bit slidey. He's lost a position because of it. So Freddie Ingram up to P3 now. So Joshua Graham was looking like he was going to get involved in the top two battle. Now that one mistake drops him out of it, and now he's in that battle behind. 4 of them battling over third place now. Freddie Ingram leads Joshua Graham, William Ray and Timo Youngling.
I'm going to have to give an update to the Rio Ramadan fan club on the YouTube live stream. They're very vocal in the live comment section. Currently P30 at the moment for him. He is in a close battle with George Allen, who is a fraction of a second just ahead of him. They are battling for P29 at the moment. An update there for the Rio Ramadan
We always love to
club.
See supporters in the chat.
I say get your comments in.
Always like to see it.
As best as we can, of course.
So what's happened to Joshua Graham? He's just lost a lot of positions going across the lap.
I think, you know what, you have a spill like that and you can get discombobulated and, you can lose
I'm not sure if he's even come across the line yet. However, our timing, it seems like it's stopped. So I'll wait until that just updates. He's not come across the line.
I don't see him. Yeah, I think he may have pulled into the pit lane. Maybe then an issue with the cart that caused him to go wide there. So maybe feeling something's not too... well, now we're looking here. This is the battle for 5th place we just saw. Now this is battle for the lead again, as Reg Haywood is now still there in 2nd place. Freddie Lloyd holding on to the lead. 1 minute to go in this race.
That battle for 5th, they could swap. Yep, there you go. Confirmed on the timing. William Ray back through on Jessica White.
Yeah. So, and again, Reggie not going for those moves.
Yeah, we saw these two battling earlier, didn't we? Switching positions. Reg Haywood deciding to stay behind once again. Has that gap now back to Freddie Ingram. just under 2 seconds it was between those two as we crossed the line. Not long left to go in this one. Reg Hayward definitely close enough to go for a move soon. It's just about picking that perfect place to get it done, and so that you're able to block your competitor and keep the lead through the rest of the lap. Less than 30 seconds now left on the clock. Here is that battle over 5th. Still William Ray ahead of Jessica White for now as we cross the start-finish line, I should say, to go on to another lap.
Yes, indeed. Ooh, a bit of kick of oversteer there into the entrance of that corner. That is the suboptimal way around there. Timo Youngling really pushing that cut to its absolute limits.
Trying his hardest, isn't he?
Yeah, opened up a bit of a gap there between the two of them. Fastest lap of the race on that last one. Freddie Lloyd as well, and you can see that gap is opening up between the two of them there. Freddie Ingram, Timo Youngling battling, then William Ray and Jessica White, who are having a fantastic little scrap as well.
Jessica White was back down the inside there, wasn't she?
Yeah. Got that move done.
That gap just opened slightly, hasn't it, between these two? Is Reg Hayward just a little bit too far now to challenge Freddie Lloyd over this last lap? Freddie Lloyd still holding the fastest lap, goes even faster. 45.2 on that last lap as they cross the line, just over 0.3 of a second between these two. So is Reg Hayward going to be able to go for a move? He's not got long to find out.
Lisa Ingram out there as well, supporting Freddie Ingram, who's currently in P3, doing a sterling job at the moment. But eyes on this battle for the race lead, as you know, Hayward's close enough. Are we going to see a Reggie move here into the boot section on the final lap? No. Maybe. Exit side by side. Yes, he was going to go for the move. Wow. Well, he had great pace through there, side by side across the line. And Hayward's going to take it 0.05 of a second across the line from Freddie Lloyd. Freddie Ingram then crosses P3 from Timo Youngling, Jessica White, William Ray, Callum Ghosh, Aaron Banzel and Mitchell Mulvey. And Alfie Thompson rounds out the top 10 out on circuit. I did think he was going to go for a move. I just didn't think. I thought it was going to be in the entrance of it. I didn't expect it on the exit.
I didn't believe you. I thought he was too far back. I was like, nope, this race is done. That's it. But
in
just
DJ
timed
we
that
trust.
up and under to perfection.
In DJ we trust.
No, but what a finish. 0.05 of a second when they crossed the line there. You did see as the up and under completed, then Reg Hayward obviously had a bit of a tighter line through the last corner. Freddie Lloyd then got a better exit, but Reg Hayward was able to sort of move over and push him slightly wide and just hold on to that position as they went across the line. But what a race win for Reg Hayward there.
We're missing nose cone watch at the moment. It's currently happening. This is a travesty. An absolute travesty. I'm sure they're all fine. There we go. Fabulous race then. Junior Rotax 8.5. There they are. As far as I'm concerned, they're all good. Yeah,
all of them are having great racing anyway. No contact. Definitely weren't any penalties. Not a chance. But we're already a huge way through today's racing.
Oh yeah, I think we've got 3 races to go before something, because I've only got 3 more grids left. That would suggest something. Next race is coming up. Stay with us. It's race 29. It's Junior X30. It's their Heat 2. As I take another warm sip of beautiful,
lovely
English tea. If you haven't got one, get one. Mackay Taylor, Macaulay Bishop on the front row for this one. Rocco Shenton, Kenzo Craigie, now a driver who's moved up from the Honda Cadet category. Did very well, same with Rocco Shenton as well. Now in juniors, see what they can do. Katie Ashman and Dovadas Dieglu will go from row number 3. Archie Heron and Sebastian Dew, Hayden Gregg and Ollie Keenan, they round out row 5 of the top 10. Isaac Phelps and Macaulay Guy round out row number 6.
Row 7 is Josh Jones and Will Forber, and it's Morgan Hill and Lewis Islin. They're followed by Harrison Leach and Oliver Harris. Then row 10, rounded out the top 20, Eddie Dimbleby and Dayton Coulthard. Then it's Fred Green and Emmanuel Hay, followed by Harry Walsh and Jack Mowat.
Spencer Allen and Riley Bishop will round out row 13. Thomas Emling and Charlie Mez round out row 14, with Sam Branston rounding out the grid on row 15. 29 drivers in this one. Hopefully Sam is out there for this one. No time set in qualifying. Hopefully he's out there. There they are on grid. I think our cameraman's fallen over slightly. And perfectly positioning yourself to that mechanic. Hats off to him. That mechanic's not noticed that there is a camera right next to him, looking at the dummy grid. Hats off to... You'd like to think the mechanics would be a little bit more aware, wouldn't you?
You'd like to think so.
Well, that's probably actually why they're mechanics and not the drivers.
The shade from you today, man.
I know, I'm on fire. Again,
when they hear what you're
if you do need to send any hate mail, again, my name is John Ratcliff. You can find me at his address.
Okay, at least I'm glad you kept that off the stream.
I don't know your address. Why would I know your address? Anyway, king off topic. Junior X30, here they come. They make their way out onto the track one. This is going to be an interesting one. There are some names in this. Macaulay Bishop, Kenzo Craigie, Rocco Shenton. I am curious to see where these guys come in. Rapid, absolutely rapid in the cadet region. Now up into juniors, so they've made that jump now into the junior category. I'm very excited to see how they do. And like you say, this is the IAME side of things, so only 15 rows in this one. Again, the IAME grid's not as big as what you would see the other ones. A lot of these drivers as well have moved up from Mini X30, of course. Like you're saying, if you haven't seen that video that's on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, explaining the 2023 regulations, do go check it out at some point today to get an idea of what is actually happening. A lot of these drivers also were in the Mini X30 category, but that is now gone. That doesn't exist anymore. So they've had to jump up into the juniors.
Yeah, Rocco Shenton was your 2022 Whilton Kart Club Honda Cadet champion.
Yeah.
So interested to see how he now does here in Junior X30. As we go to hopefully the green lights. Here we go then. Through Oblivion and into Fine Lady. Massive group of karts here. Massive, massive grid. But all keeping it on the black stuff for now anyway. Headed up into Christmas Corner. Couple of changes there at the front. And it's all Constantinoing up into Christmas Corner in the mid-pack. You're wincing there, but actually no contact, I don't think. Impressive.
Well, yeah, there was some rubbing is racing. Yeah, rubbing is racing, but they all just squeezed through amazingly there, which was absolutely fantastic. But yeah, you are right. I did wince a little bit there as they hit the apex. Macaulay Bishop there, you can see, and then number 4 just going through now into second place. Everyone just slotting into position there. And again, these drivers, some of them new into this category. Rocco Shenton, though, despite the fact that he is new into this category, is currently leading this category. And the race, Macaulay Bishop there in second place. Has got the close company of Mackay Taylor and Kenzo Craigie still there in P4. Now, Mackay Taylor started this race. Where did Mackay Taylor? He started this race on pole, so he has dropped a couple of positions. But nonetheless, he is working on that one. He is still in that sort of area as down the inside goes Macaulay Bishop. And that would be experience in the class really showing and coming through there. A driver who's more experienced in these more powerful engined karts, of course. Rocco Shenton, no doubting his karting ability. He's an impeccably quick driver, but there is always a difficulty when you change class, a different driving style, you know, how much speed you can take in the corner, braking zones change, you know, everything changes. So there is a learning curve still to get through, but like I say, so far, doing a fantastic job. And the same with Kenzo Craigie. You know, Kenzo, I remember when he first started in Honda Cadet, you can see him, he would struggle a little bit. He would be sort of mid to backpack. Then he really opened up last year in Honda Cadet, started winning races, started being at the front. And now he's moved classes. He's got to learn it all again as up that inside curb and almost hooking the front nose cone there. Mackay Taylor trying to get past Rocco Shenton, failing to do so as they go through, allowing Macaulay Bishop now to open up and pull away from the drivers behind as down the inside now looks Mackay Taylor, gets it done, and Rocco Shenton will have to concede that spot. drops back down into P3 as the faster Mackay Taylor coming through. There's a driver kind of all on his own. Who's that? That, I think...
It's Archie Heron, isn't it?
It is Archie Heron, yeah.
Oh, we've got a driver at turn 1 getting up and out of the kart there. Not been an ideal race for them. Is that Riley Bishop, possibly?
I think it is, yeah. He's
so.
not crossed the line again. His telemetry is stopped on my screen, so yeah.
Sad to see Riley out of this one. Hopefully we'll see him back later in today's proceedings. As you see there is the kart stricken by the side of the circuit. Yellow flags through the first section of corners. Like you were saying, there's always a little bit of transfer period when you're moving between classes. As you say, different driving styles, different braking points, and it's all just getting up to speed with it. But the quickest way to do that is to jump into these races and just get going. But like you say, talent shines through, and certainly is doing at the moment for Rocco Shenton and Kenzo Craigie, 3rd and 4th respectively at the moment in this one. And I just want to give a big shout out to Kenzo Craigie as well. Recently signed Mercedes Junior driver now. So he'll be rocking that Mercedes logo on his race suit, I would have thought, this weekend. So great to see big teams signing up these drivers, these younger drivers, and assisting them all the way up through the motorsport ladder.
There's a little look further back on the grid. The Bishop, now the fastest lap of the race. It's a nice little gaggle coming across the line.
Led by Josh Jones, isn't it? That big pack that we just saw fly through the shot. We've got a 3 and then a 4 just behind.
Yeah. So Josh Jones, 9th place downwards. He's got Harrison Leach, Sebastian Dew, Katie Ashman, Manuel Hay, Macaulay Guy, Jack Mowat, and Eddie Dimbleby. I've got to say, Eddie, that is a fabulous last name. I'm jealous. I am jealous. I would.
It is cool.
That's a wicked last name.
A mechanical flag for Jack Mowat, the number 23. I think that's our first one of the day, I want to say.
Yeah, the number 23. Now, where is the 23 out on circuit? He is... my PC will just sort itself out. He is 15th place is Jack Mowat. What has gone awry with his kart then to
usually if it was an exhaust, we would be able to hear it.
Yeah, it's I spy might little lie. I think it's the rear bumper. There it is. Yeah, rear bumper has detached on one side. That's never a nice feeling, you know. Especially the rear bumper. I think it was last year actually. Saw a driver across one race weekend. It's lad and dad. So dad on the spanners, and the rear bumper came off 3 times over the race weekend.
Not ideal.
And yeah, I think dad very much had his hands between, or his head between his legs on that one. Just like, don't look at me. Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah,
it's such a frustrating one as well, because often the drivers don't know, and you see that mechanical flag, you're like, well, what? And then you look back, oh, for goodness sake.
Yeah.
He's getting another one, so hasn't come into the pitch yet, has Jack Mowat. I think he's shown that.
He's got 3 laps.
It's 3 laps.
And then he'll get a black flag.
And then, then it's a black flag.
But, yeah, that is a shame for him.
One more opportunity at that before he has to come in, or the black flag will be imminent.
Gaps, though. Bishop leading the way. Still the fastest driver on circuit. 1.3 seconds is the gap between himself and this battle here on your screens. Mackay Taylor and Rocco Shenton, who are line astern and looking pretty racy out there. Kenzo Craig has just dropped off the back of these two, the number 44.
In a bit of no man's land now, isn't he?
Yeah, it's never a nice place to be. Some drivers like it, you know, having the clean there. I always prefer being behind someone because you can just latch onto the back. You got the slipstream, you got the tow, everything like that, and then you can get past pretty easily if you've got a decent tow and some decent exit out of a corner. So I always prefer that one. I never like leading.
No.
Oh, I hate it.
It's too scary.
Yeah, it's petrifying. Don't like it. Which is fine, because I've never had that pleasure. 1 minute to go. This race nearly ending, and Junior X there.
Yeah, you leading was purely hypothetical there.
A little further down.
I just find that if I look back, I would be in front. I'd want to check back to see where they were, and I'd end up chucking it off at the next corner.
Let's have an update of the novices, shall we? They're having a good little scrap. Harry Walsh is leading the novices at the moment, currently in P19. He's got Will Forber and Ollie Keenan just behind in 21st place. Then Thomas Emling in the 95, currently in 22nd place, and Charlie Myers, who's rounding out the novices, in 24th place. They are having a good little scrap at the moment as well. Pretty close out on track. Harrison Leach and Emmanuel Hain, 13th and 14th out on track. They're having a good scrap. Also, eyes are fixated at the moment on this battle. Mackay Taylor and Rocco Shenton. Mackay Taylor, an experienced mini and junior driver, versus Rocco Shenton, first year in the category.
New versus the old, in very much quotation marks.
Well, yeah, none of these drivers are old. They're
No.
juniors.
New versus experience, maybe the better.
I got called old the other day. I was highly upset. I'm still in my 20s. Livid. Final lap board's out, and Macaulay Bishop, I think, has got this one pretty much signed, sealed, and done. 2.2 seconds. Again, experience
Exactly.
really showing here for Macaulay Bishop. Very talented driver. Races over in Europe a lot as well. Very busy calendar for the young driver.
Yeah, he's managed that gap really nicely in this race, hasn't he, after he made that move pretty early on Rocco Shenton. Rocco Shenton had a great start up into P1, but quickly overtaken by Macaulay Bishop, and then Micah Taylor has really hung on to the back of Micah Taylor, but both of them have been cleared by this man. Macaulay Bishop, pretty wide round that last corner, it doesn't matter, comes across the line to take the win, has the fastest lap of the race as well. The only driver to drop down into the 44s during that one, a 44.93 for Macaulay Bishop. A brilliant race from him. It was Micah Taylor and Rocco Shenton just behind, as we say, and Kenzo Craigie in a bit of no man's land there in 4th place, and followed across the line by Archie Heron. Then it was Fred Green, Morgan Hill, Isaac Phelps, and Riley Bishop and Josh Jones who rounded out the top 10. We've still got drivers flying across the line as this race comes to a close. We'll just run you through the rest of the order. It was Katie Ashman in 11th. Behind her was Sebastian Dew and Emmanuel Hay and Eddie Dimbleby, your favourite name on the grid there, in 14th place.
Superb last name.
Then behind was Macaulay Guy and Harrison Leach. Then Oliver Harris, Harry Walsh, Will Forber and Ollie Keenan. Then it was Thomas Embling, Spencer Allen, Charlie Myers, Lewis Islin, and then Sam Branston ran out of 25 drivers who made it to the checkered flag, I think there. Actually, Sam Branston might have stopped on the second last lap of the race there, possibly. Then, sadly, Jack Mowat, Jaden Gregg, Dayton Coulthard and Dovdas Deglau. 4 of those drivers not making it to the checkered flag, sadly. Nose cone watch, though. Has anyone been told off just yet?
No, not as far as I've seen. All is well. All is calm.
All respectful in X30 Juniors.
Nose cone watch. Ladies and gents, we're nearing the lunch break. We're only a couple of races in. We'll have the Paddock show.
Of course, where you'll see our beautiful faces.
That's unfortunate. For your viewing delectation, coming up in a few moments' time. Yeah, I think it's the perfect time to get the kettle on.
You're not demanding at all in this commentary booth, are you?
Oh no, I'm not talking about me. My tea is good.
Okay.
It's warm.
I thought you were talking about you again. I was like, I need number 3, please.
I'm talking to the ladies and gentlemen at home. Perfect time. Get the kettle on.
It is a good time.
We'll cue the next race. It is Senior X30. It's their Heat 2. It is Race 30, and it's coming up next. Apparently, I'm a diva now.
I was going to say that exact same word as well, so...
Oh, yeah. No, I was telling the ladies and gentlemen at home to grab themselves a cup of tea, get themselves going. I wasn't asking for a cup of tea. Aidan Lynn and Kian Gamio, they're going from the front row in this one. Jensen Buckingham and Daniel Hackett, they go from row 3. Can he hack it out there? We'll find out in just a moment. Harry Gibson and Harry Torpy round out row number 3. Row number 4, Kean Gohill and Alex Johnson. They round out the top 8 with David Marshall and Harry Maynard on row 5. Remy Gilbert and Christian Brooks, they round out the top 12 on row 6.
Row number 7, Vishal Patel. We've seen him in the BUKC. Interested to see what he can do back at WMKC. Alongside him, Enzo Liu, and it's Leon Frost and Benjamin Southgate. They're followed by Jack Cox and Tiger Dixon. Rounding out the top 20, and your 20 drivers on this grid are Alfie Baxter-Davies and Ben Perry. Ben Perry not setting a lap time in qualifying though, so hopefully we will see Ben on the grid for this one.
I'm sure you will. You know, maybe some of them are just like, hey, you know what? I don't need to set a time. There's only 20 of them. I'll start at the back, save the tyres, you know.
Last to first challenge.
Yeah. Seen it many a times.
Yeah.
Brandon Car Kart Masters 2022.
What a race that was.
Mm.
That was very, very impressive. Who's in the live chat then? Hello, everyone. Keep your comments coming in.
Yep, Monty Braithwaite is joining us. All right, Monty. Go on, Frosty. Curtis Lewis here. Come on, Kian Gohill. Curtis Lou forgetting that a driver existed. That's an interesting one, Curtis. Yes, I do know that one, Curtis. Yes, it is Kyan. Yes, that was the... Okay, so, this was something that happened. So there was a couple of drivers with that kind of same name, and... Yes, I forget. It is Kyan Gohill, not Kian Gohill. Okay. But I was calling another driver who is called Kyan because I got confused between the two. Yep. And it was called Kyan. So yes, it is Kyan Gohill.
Sorry, Kyan.
Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry. We're on it. We're on it, Curtis.
We'll do our best. It's round 1.
Yeah,
hopefully we'll have got that by round 11.
And I'm only my second cup of tea in.
Speaking of which, the Diva would like a third cup of tea.
Billy joins us and says it's his first kart race I'm watching. Well, Billy, sit back, relax, grab a cup of tea and enjoy. This will be a fun... You've
chosen a good stream.
You've picked a good one to start watching. This is Senior X30. Again, some of the quickest karts that we have here this weekend. And there are some names in this. This should be a action-packed race.
Another Kian that is actually a Kion, I think, on row number 1 here. Kian Leon Gamiao. Now, that was another one that was a tough pronunciation through the year. I remember I was told off a number of times in the chat over that one, over Gamiao. If it Gamiao, we were pronouncing it different through different heats, and I can't remember which one was correct. So if anyone knows in the chat, feel free to let me know, and I can make sure I get it right throughout this year's racing. So apologies there to Kian. We're trying our best. We're trying our best.
Greetings from Canada.
From Canada, wow.
Yeah. International event, this.
Must be pretty early in the morning there in Canada.
We've got Canadian drivers here this weekend racing with us, so there you go.
Big event is the Whilton Mill Kart Club.
Here we go.
Let's do this.
Into the final corner. Senior X30. It's heat 2 of the weekend for them. It's race 30 of the weekend. Green flag goes out, and away they go in towards turn 1. Good start then from the entirety of the grid. Everyone negotiating their way around the very treacherous Oblivion corner. Very doubly named there as well. Still side by side into the braking zone of Christmas corner. Right after that is the commonly known corner name of Boxing Day. Thank you, Andrew Mather, for that one. Double Dash Motorsport Media. Down into Ashby. And everyone with a good start. A relatively calm race so far as everyone...
Just as you say that.
Just as I say that, it looked like someone getting sandwiched there just in the mid-pack, but everyone finding a piece of track to them. So no dramas there whatsoever. Lunges left, right and centre as everyone finding that piece of track.
Just getting forced off there.
Yeah, Kian Gamiao there just finding a bit of track. Torpy there as well under pressure. So it's Hackett from Gamiao, Gibson, Torpy, Buckingham, Johnson, Brooks, Lynn, Maynard, Gohill, Mazel. Then it's Gilbert, Cox, Baxter, Davis, Patel, Southgate, Lou, Frost, Dixon and Perry. The 20 out there at the moment. All 20 carts started, all 20 carts still running. And down into Ashby Corner they go. Frost not with the best start. He's dropped down way down the order in this one. Has Leon Frost, a driver who is a regular in TKM racing and did very well in the British Kart Championships in TKM, now moving over to the X30 category this year. Not sure if he's doing both, as down the inside looks to go Buckingham there on Torpy, but failed to make it work, and out wide goes Brooks.
Tried to be opportunistic, didn't he, there, but didn't quite work out.
Yeah, Brooks not able to capitalise on that move there. Action at the front here. Hackett and Gamia's down the inside goes. And Gamiao gets that one done with that fastest lap of the race on that last lap as well. Using that momentum, and Waft can get up into the race lead on this one. Harry Torpy still there in P3 as back down the inside goes Hackett. Can he hack it? Yes, he can. That's terrible. I apologise for that one.
That was horrific. Oh my goodness. Right, well, Leon Gamiao to the front. Still battling over third there. That was Harry Gibson trying to force his way through on Harry Torpey. Didn't quite work out. Now, it hasn't been a great couple of laps. It's, to be honest, been a heat to forget for Aidan Lynn, our pole sitter in this one. Got forced out wide at the boot on lap number 1, dropped down to 9th, and then I didn't notice what happened on lap number 2, but it wasn't great. Dropped him down to last place. Now P20 is Aidan Lynn, so hopefully I'll have a bit more luck in the heats to come later on today. Bit of chopping and changing at the front, though. Is that Torpey and Gibson through on Hackett, if I'm right? I do think it is. Yes, it is. So Hackett down to 4th. Can he hack it? No, he can't.
Don't be mean to him. Of course he
I'm
can.
being mean to you, not him. No more of those, please.
5 minutes to go plus 1 lap. Eyes on this battle for the lead as, Harry Torpey now on the recovery drive here. After he did get up to this position, then lost it. Now he's back up into it again. Started this race in 6th place on row 3, so he's had a pretty good start to his race. Same with Gary here. Started on the front row, so he has only gained 1 place so far, but a place nonetheless. Now leads the way. And like I say, it actually looks like Torpey's dropped off the back of there slightly. It's like Daniel Hackett's slightly starting to close in, or is it Gibson? No, it's Harry Gibson who started to close in there now as well. So chopping and changing, and as everyone filing for position as Buckingham dives back down the inside there and gets past Daniel Hackett. So Hackett now struggling, is getting swamped by the pack as down the inside goes Brooks in the 82. I think that was the move he tried to do earlier on in the race, and it didn't pay off and ran wide on the exit. That time managed to stop it on the apex and with the fastest lap of the race after that as well. So can he maintain that momentum? Can Christian Brooks? And hold on to that one. Yes, he does. He dives down the inside, gets another position. So Daniel Hackett now falling down the order here, struggling in these latter stages of this race. And change there as well as Gibson has got past Torpey. So Torpey now down into P3. This is starting to get a little bit interesting now. 3.5 minutes to go, and you can see there Hackett communicating with Buckingham to say go. But Christian Brooks had another plan, or it was Vishal Patel who had another plan and has managed to move up as well. So Daniel Hackett now down into P8. Big shock there for Hackett. Brooks still the fastest driver on circuit. There on your screen, the number 70 of Torpey. Back down the inside, gets past Gibson. And Torpey says to Gibson, right, let's stop it. Let's think about it. Let's catch up to Kian. Yeah,
exactly word for word, definitely. But yeah, Kian Brooks, you saw, making good moves through the pack. It was earlier on, he tried it around the outside at the boot, I think it was. But we've seen that a couple of times now today. Just losing grip on the outside there, and drivers often getting forced out onto the grass as well. Then next time around, tried it on the inside, and that worked perfectly. Your top 3, just a little bit of gaps forming between the 3 of them now. We thought that Gibson was all over the back of Torpey, but that's just eked out ever so slightly between those drivers now.
The great El Royale 187 says, what is the top speed these karts can reach? Someone has incorrectly put 200 miles per hour in the response to that.
I think that's right.
No, these karts can probably reach, if depending on the circuit, if they're geared correctly, probably around 80, 75, 80, 85, somewhere along those lines. If you look at it, KZ2, they can top out over 100 mile an hour.
They are ridiculous.
But they're 6-speed gearbox karts, and they're not racing here this weekend, so
no.
Yellow flags out in the final corner. That's a stationary there, meaning they're approaching something. The next one should be a waved. There it is. And there should be a stationary kart somewhere around here. I didn't see one. But I suspect there was one.
Here's a move, though.
Yeah, that is Vishal Patel getting a move done on Buckingham.
Decent move. Up now into 5th place is Vishal. He's looking fantastic with a X30 Senior under him. As I mentioned during the grid, seen him out for WMKC this year, racing for Loughborough. It is. He's on the Loughborough A kart, which is technically the Loughborough B kart, but I'm not going to get into that explanation anyway. Vishal's been looking great, but obviously when you're trying to change between a kart such as this, a Senior X30, and a Club 100 kart, they're completely different beasts, aren't they, to get your head around?
Yes, one weighs about 7,000 tons.
Yes.
One weighs a feather.
Yes. No, exactly. Definitely quite the different beast to deal with. That's an interesting move. Down the inside goes Brooks. Through he is now up into P3 on Harry Gibson. But it was a nicely timed move there. No rubbing side pods or anything, just perfectly timed that under brakes, and 3 goes into P3.
Yeah, that's what we like to see. Harry Torpey now leading the way as well. King Gamio just there behind in second, looking to retake that position. Is still quick enough for that one. Brooks just holding on to P3 as well. Looking quick out there is Brooks. Yellow flag still there. I'm not sure what the cause is of that. I can see a mechanic wheeling down a trolley.
Maybe there's a cart just out of shot.
No, I think it's just out of shot, yeah, behind the barrier, maybe. But, yeah, through that section. Timer approaching 0 now, so last lap board will be out this time. So Torpey leads, and Christian Brooks down the inside, gets past Gamio, and gets that position done. Gibson's caught up, Patel's caught up, Buckingham's caught up, and Gohill has caught up as well. So it's all starting to heat up on these last couple of laps. But Harry Torpey looking comfortable now in the race lead. Final lap board goes out, and he's cleared by 0.4 of a second.
We've got Kian Leon Gamiao dropping down our timing screen, but I'm pretty sure we can see him, can't we? Yeah, the 78, he's definitely still there. So he's dropped down on your timing on the left-hand side, but that is incorrect. He is definitely still here battling over P3.
Yeah, he suspects he's had a transponder
Must have
failure.
done, yeah, in the last couple of laps. But a shame for Kian, the fact of he's been leading every lap except for the one where it really matters, onto the final lap. Now battling over P3, just hoping he can hold on to that position. Looks to have done that now as the drivers behind are scrapping away. There's a bit of front to rear end contact there. But a battle for the leaders as we head to the checkered flag. It is going to be Harry Torpey who takes the win here in heat number 2 for Senior X30. Christian Brooks chasing him all the way to the line. Only 0.08 of a second between the two of them as they cross that start-finish line. But it did go the way of Harry Torpey in the end. Harry Gibson rounded out the podium. And I think it was... No, so I think it was actually Kian Leon Gamiao who rounded out your podium there, and everyone else drops down a position. But obviously that will all be finalised after the race by the fantastic people in timing, who will get that all sorted. But once again, if you want to see all those official results, then make sure you head over to results.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC. You can see all of the results that have already happened and all of the grids that are to come. The finals, obviously not quite on there just yet because not all the heats have been completed yet, but over the lunch break you'll be able to find those grids for the finals on that same link as well. If you want to keep up to date with the live timing, if you've got an extra monitor, of course don't turn us off, but if you've got an extra monitor, head over to live.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC. Now, the live timing has just been updated, so Kian Leon Gamiao did indeed finish in P3. I'll just run you through the top 10. It was Harry Gibson in 4th, Jensen Buckingham in 5th, then Vishal Patel, Kian Gohill, Jack Cox, Alfie Baxter-Davies and Daniel Hackett rounding out the top 10.
There you go. Nose cone watch begins. And all is well so far in that one. Yeah, pretty good race on that one. Let us know what you think. Get your comments in. Let us know who you are supporting over this weekend. Of course, there is a Driver of the Weekend award going out. Thanks to Lucas Blanford Racing. The driver at this one winning hospitality tickets.
Indeed, yeah. 2 tickets to TCR UK.
Yes,
with hospitality with Lucas Blanford Racing. What a prize.
Yeah, indeed. And at the end of the season, the prize, Drive Vinno.
That's a big one.
Fiesta Junior.
That's a big one.
Yeah, it's a big one. So
really cool. Great to have Lucas Blanford Racing on board for this season of WMKC. Yes, of course, we know how fast he is from seeing him out on circuit himself.
Wayne R10 out there saying hello. Anthony, there you go. Hello to you. That was Race 30 Senior X30 Heat 2. Coming up next, Race 31 Senior Rotax Heat 3 Group B versus C.
That was so dramatic.
Yeah, you got to be dramatic. You hype the people
Just
up.
how you picked up the piece of paper was dramatic.
Oh, I know. Everything's dramatic in here. Here's the grid then for you Lucas Ellingham fans who've been waiting. Here he is, starting on the front row in this one with Spencer Burham alongside Jamie Pirelli and Louis Weaver. They go from row 2. Ethan Martin and Marcus Littlewood round out row number 3, giving us the top 6 out on track. Row 4, Leo Brown and Jack Cooper, with Jamie Rogers and Samuel Cook rounding out the top 10. George Holbrook and Brentley Sims rounding out the top 12.
Row 7 sees Jack Collins and Jay Lewis. Row 8, Alex Duncan and Stefan Kachpashik. Then it's Zaki Hussain and Oliver Kerr. They're on row number 9. Row 10, Benjamin Ballou and Sam Light. Then it's Lucas Pernod, Scott Smith, Chris Banderi and James Thompson.
James Tester and Ben Page. They go from row 13 from Ross Tyler and Bertie Wellesley. Rounding out the top 28, Jack Spencer and Dalton Norris rounding out the top 30. The final row of the grid is row 16, and that has William Ellswood and Ramiron Ubi on the final row. Both of them no times set in qualifying. Again, hopefully they are out there for this one. Elliot Powell joins us in the live stream and says, good luck to everyone at Hunter Motorsport. There we go. So there the drivers lined up ready to get going for this one. A beautiful look there at the Whilton Mill Clubhouse Bistro and Bar, and I've got to say, fabulous, fabulous food that gets served up there. I'll be very much looking forward to a little bit of that.
Oh yes,
during the lunch break.
Anyone who's watching from home as well, I want to give a massive shout out to Whilton Mill, because I've become a regular at their drive and dine events now. You can come down here, usually on a Thursday evening, I'm pretty sure it is. You get 30 minutes around the circuit, around the national circuit, so with the Zulu section. Slightly different to what we're seeing the drivers out on circuit today. You get 30 minutes out on circuit and then a burger, chips and a drink afterwards, all for 50 quid.
Nice.
It's a really, really good deal, as karting, even just arrive and drive karting is getting more expensive. That's a really, really good deal for 30 minutes out on circuit and a bit of dinner as well. Yeah,
and you bring your car along as well and put that in a little show-off area.
Yeah, of course. That's for the Carnatter evenings. That's what you're thinking of.
Right.
Yep, so this is just a thing organised by Whilton themselves, the drive and dine.
I see.
But yeah, I think that's basically what that Carnatter event is, just with the car meet sort of slapped on as well. So both good things to get involved with if you're listening at home or if you're here at the circuit. If you're wanting to get involved with a bit of karting, but you're not quite up to jump in some of these heats that you're seeing on screen now, get involved in the corporate karts. They're just as fun as, I mean, you did very recently.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I went out for 2 20-minute sessions. Of course, I was out with all the Alpha Life staff. Of course, I dominated.
Oh, obviously.
I was faster than them all.
Oh, of course.
Hands down. I mean, yeah. All the gear and some idea. Even though I didn't have all the gear, I would look like a bandit.
Oh, good.
But
classic bandit.
Yeah.
Often what we see in the BUKC, which brings me on to another thing I wanted to mention. I know we were just talking about Vishal Patel in that last race in the Exeter Seniors. Another person that we see racing for Loughborough in the BUKC this year, Mr. Lucas Ellingham, was so quick coming through the field at both Buckmore and PF. In the Cobb 100 karts. He's just as rapid on a senior X30 as we saw in the last couple of years. We basically called it the Lucas Ellingham show, the X30 seniors. He was so dominant. This year, moving over to the senior Rotax, and I mean, he's on pole for this one, so he looks like he's taking to it pretty well.
You're going to start confusing people. This is Whilton Mill Kart Club, not
Sorry.
Here we go. I believe the last race before the lunch break. It's race 31. It's Senior Rotax Heat 3, B and C making their way out of the boot section. Lined up. Oh, bit of a stop and go there as everyone concertinaed up. Ellingham then on the left-hand side. Spencer Burham on the right into the tram lines. Green flags out, and here we go in towards turn 1. The cameraman wasn't ready, but he is now. Here we go, and all the way through, and it's a good start from the grid, and everyone gets through in towards Christmas corner. A couple of chopping and changing, couple of drivers in, and there is a spin and round, and one of the drivers there off, a bit of dirt getting kicked up as they go into the braking zone, and 2 cuts off stage right. They will rejoin, and again I suspect we'll have a bit of a red face when they come back on the track.
Seen that a couple of times today, haven't we? Exit stage right down there at Ashby. But drivers all managing to rejoin and continue as we come to the end of lap number 1. Lucas Ellingham doing sort of what we'd expect, really. Already making a nice little gap out at the front. Jamie Perrelli, though, is the one following him through as he's jumped ahead of Spencer Brown to take P2 so far. And Jamie Perrelli is very quick. Definitely one to watch there at the front. Is he going to be able to chase down Lucas Ellingham, though? Let's wait and see. Here is a battle going into Christmas Corner. The 67 of Louis Weaver leading this one. So this is 4th, 5th and 6th. Louis Weaver versus Marcus Littlewood and Jack Cooper down the inside there. I think that might have been Marcus Littlewood making his way through. They continue to scrap here. Down now into Osiers, side by side. And some more moves going on as we head now down into the boot section of the circuit. All just stretching out a little bit after those moves throughout that part of the lap. Now the 20 at the front of this train. That is Marcus Littlewood. So it was actually Louis Weaver who lost out on that one, dropping down from 4th to 7th on that lap.
Yes, indeed. Confirmation of the fastest lap there going out to Jamie Perrelli.
Perrelli, sorry. Okay, well, I apologise, Jamie, because I pronounced your name wrong for the entirety of 2022.
Like the tyre. He's catching up, I have to say, to the back of Lucas Ellingham. Ellingham, yes, he was the fastest in qualifying. Yes, he did put it on pole, and yes, he is currently leading the way. But Jamie Perrelli is consistently catching Lucas Ellingham, so we'll have to keep a very close eye on that one. There they are on your screen. Ellingham's not getting away with this one just yet. He's a very quick driver. Both of them are, and there again, another fastest lap of the race for Jamie Perrelli, 44.950. Is he going to use that momentum to just slingshot past, or is he going to sit behind, maybe push along, increase the battle buffer, and then go for the overtake in the later stages of the race, or is he going to get past straight away and do that? We don't know.
It's a difficult one because he is about a 10th of a second or so, at least last lap he was faster than Lucas Ellingham, but then they're both a good 4-5 tenths of a second quicker than the drivers that are further back. Spencer Brown, Marcus Littlewood, Jack Cooper, all those drivers behind. So you could say, okay, he is a little bit faster, but Baby just continues to push. However, actually, ignore everything I've just said. Lucas Ellingham has now gone even faster. 44.83. It was a 44.93 for Jamie. Yeah, not going to pronounce it. I was going to say Perrelli again, mate. That's what I was getting stuck on.
You know the tyre manufacturer?
Yeah. Got it. Okay, I'll remember that from now on. Spencer Brown leading these three. Spencer Brown followed by Marcus Littlewood and Jack Cooper. Spencer feeling the need to go defensive there through Osiers. And hand up from Marcus Littlewood behind. Doesn't like the fact that he's going defensive. And losing time over the two leaders, and that's pushing Marcus Littlewood into the clutches of Jack Cooper.
I'd say, has Spencer Brown got an issue there? Because he's really backed up the pack there as he's gone through the boot. I'm not sure if that was intentional or not, but he's really got a train starting.
His fastest lap is half a second slower than everyone else around him, really.
I reckon he's nursing an issue there. I reckon he's got an issue, and Jamie Rogers, the WM plate, is through round the outside. WM plate can only be used here at Whilton Mill. It is the Whilton Mill plate. I've got to say, Spencer Brown's doing a fabulous job with keeping everyone behind. If he has got an issue, as Marcus Littlewood just trying to find any sort of spot to get through. This could end in tears here.
Yes.
Jamie Rogers, though, I would say, is in the prime location here, because for anything that Marcus Littlewood does, Jamie Rogers can react, and there it is, down the inside.
Littlewood's going to be even more frustrated now, stuck behind for a while, and then gets chucked back into the clutches of the pack. Yeah,
Cooper there as well, just behind Rogers. Spencer Brown, despite potentially nursing an issue, he is still holding on to the...
Look at that camera shot.
Yeah, this was very good, very good.
Fantastic.
And not being able to find a way past. Now down into the inside, and I've got to say, Spencer Brown here, defensive masterclass.
Got the widest kart on the grid.
He has, well, not for much longer though, as Rogers has found a gap, gets through, and now goes through Cooper, and now it's all kicked off in the background as well as everyone closed in on each other.
Oh, yeah, you can see from that camera shot that Brown definitely has a problem there, surely. Just on acceleration there, you saw how much they pulled away.
He's still there though, that's the thing. I don't know. It's
a close one. Oh, look at that. Nearly 3 wide around the final corner there.
This is fabulous.
Oh, now one driver did pull off, who went wide there. A driver just pulled over at the pit exit there. So they would have come across the start line, I think, but won't continue round to Sector 1, so we'll see who that is.
Yeah, that group behind, being led by George Holbrook, Samuel Cook's in there as well, Leo Brown, Louis Westover, Alex Duncan, Marcus Littlewood, Jay...
Oh, someone just went off stage right again.
I think, yeah, at Inkerman's there.
Quite a lot of dust being kicked up there.
A favourite one to do.
The drivers are loving it today.
Yeah. As there you can see on your screen, the 66.
But you can see how much Spencer Brum held up everyone, as Jamie Rogers is now 8 seconds off of the leaders. There's a bit of contact there through the boot. A couple of drivers getting together. We had one spinner who I think was then collected by someone, just getting forced to the grass. As there you can see that driver who pulled off 1 lap ago. But it's all kicked off in the last couple of laps. Who's dropping down the order? Samuel Cook and Louis Weaver dropping down the order. Now Samuel Cook comes across the line. Louis Weaver still hasn't. So I think he must have been the driver facing the wrong way through the boot there.
Yeah, I suspect they were very close. There's a nice move down the inside there for Jack Collins on William Ellswood. Moves up into P11. Back here, though, at the front. This is the battle for the lead. Ellingham versus Pirelli, and a minute to go. Pirelli's going to have to think, when am I going to go for the move? He'll have watched Ellingham all the way throughout this race to see where his strong and weak points are. I've got to say, both these drivers, incredibly quick. And down the inside there goes Pirelli. Does it at Christmas corner, thinks, yeah, I'll do it now. Some may think, was that a little bit too early to get that move done? Because now he's going to have to defend for probably the next 2 or 3 laps out in circuit. And defending is already going to have to do. They have got a decent battle buffer, though. They've got 9 seconds of clean air behind them as Ellingham retakes the lead through Ogiers, and Pirelli now going to have to close that gap up once again. Look at the time difference that he lost out of Ogiers that lap.
Indeed, yeah. It was almost if Pirelli knew that we just switched the cameras over to him, and then he immediately went for the move up at Christmas. It was perfect for us, but yeah, Lucas Ellingham able to squeeze his way back through at Ogiers, and like you say, Pirelli dropping a bit of time there through the end of that final lap, just building a nice little gap out once again over the start-finish line, 0.4 of a second between these two, but a huge 8 seconds then back to Jack Cooper. As here is said battle, as Spencer Brum has lost another space, hasn't he? So the WM player is in there, but he's not on the timing, is he? Yeah, so Jamie Rogers with a transponder issue here, so very much involved in that battle. Don't worry, if you're a supporter of Jamie Rogers, he is right there. Spencer Brown getting a little frustrated with him as these three battle over 3rd place, as there is the move from Jamie Rogers. Through follows Spencer Brown. So there's Jack Cooper getting shuffled back down to 5th place now.
Yeah, Jamie, a very experienced senior driver.
So we're not sure what was going on with Spencer early on then, because he's very much battling now, isn't he? So
yeah,
we don't know what was happening there.
Maybe the car just had a moment or so.
He's come back onto pace as well on fastest laps. So
yeah, it may have just had a moment.
Yep.
Out on track. Eyes back on the race lead. It is the final lap. If we're going to see a move from Pirelli, it's going to be into the final corner. Is he close enough, though? I don't think he is. He's just going to have to, I think, concede this one and stay in P2. But nonetheless, a brilliant race between these two. And across the line they go. Ellingham will take the win from Pirelli. Who's going to come across to take 3rd place? We're about to find out. It's all closed up again. It looks like it's going to be Jamie Rogers. And no, it's Jack Cooper who takes it from Leo Brown, Spencer Burham, George Holbrook, Marcus Littlewood. I think it was Jamie Rogers.
Yes.
His WM plate not appearing on the timing screen there. So it was Jamie Rogers who finishes P3 from Jack Cooper, Leo Brown, Spencer Burham, George Holbrook at the end of that one from Marcus Littlewood, Alex Duncan, William Ellswood, Jack Collins, Lucas Pannard. Then it is Benjamin Ballou, Brentley Sims, Ethan Martin, Scott Smith, Chris Bandiri, and James Tomset, Ross Tyler, Ben Page, Bertie Wellesley, Stefan Kazmarzik, Samuel Cook, Dalton Norris, Jay Lawrence, and Zaki Hussain, Jack Spencer, Oliver Kerr, Jamie Rogers, not finishing in 28th place. I suspect he finished a little higher up. From Louis Weaver, James Tester, and Sam Light, not actually starting the race. Karts come in, make sure them nose coses be good. And again, we saw comments earlier on saying, why are they checking the nose cones? It's basically to see if they have had any contact out on circuit. If it is dropped, a 5-second time penalty will go that driver's way. So basically, clean races, keep your nose clean, and you'll be fine. There is a nose cone penalty going out there. I think that's to the 63. That is Alex Duncan, who finished that race in P9. So that will be a shame. We'll drop down the order a little bit more. I believe, if I'm very much not mistaken, that's the last race heat before the lunch break.
It is.
I don't have any more heats on in front of me.
That would make sense, yeah.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you have enjoyed the first half of the day. There is more coming up a little bit later after the lunch break, but between now and then, we implore you to stick around and stay tuned.
Yeah, don't go anywhere.
For round one's Paddock Show. Enjoy.
Morning everyone and welcome to the Whilton Mill International Kart Circuit for round number 1 at the 2023 Whilton Mill Kart Club. My name is John Ratcliff. Joining me in the com spot today is Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed. Welcome back. It's a brand new year, brand new season, brand new regulations, brand new everything really in terms of this one. We were talking more about, well, I'd say eagle-eyed viewers. They may have remembered that I got very excited maybe of one Paddock show that, you know, we had new tarmac.
That's fair enough. That's very exciting.
It was very exciting. It was very exciting on the floor. But now, Mr. Cameraman, if you could, turn around. Look. It's new. It's fresh. It's smooth. It's lovely.
I thought you were going to get down and kiss it.
No, I'm not going to do that. You're on the wrong side. Go that side.
Okay.
There we go. But yes, anyway, enough about the floor. Enough about us. Paddock show. There's Josh East, cameraman.
Enough about us. This is all about us, isn't it?
No, it's not.
No?
It's about the drivers here.
Okay.
Right, so right now it is the morning of Sunday. But this, when you're watching it, is on the lunch break.
Yes.
So movie magic, pretend it's actually the lunch break right now. Yeah, we're going to go talk around. We're going to have a chat with some drivers, have a walk around, because there's over 300 drivers here this weekend.
It's ridiculous. Ridiculous amount of drivers. I don't remember last year ever having this many drivers involved in a Whilton Mill Kart Club event. Yeah. I don't think, anyway, but it's huge.
Mega. Let's go for a walk. We'll get the cameraman to walk backwards slightly. But yeah, as we walk on this hollow turf
Just feels incredible, honestly.
It's not turf. It feels kind of spongy as well,
That's
doesn't
what
it?
I was thinking.
It's very new.
That's what I was thinking.
I was here, literally, on Thursday. No, yes, Thursday. I was here on Thursday. Can't get my days right. And you weren't allowed to walk on it. It was
still that
They were
fresh.
painting the paddock lines and everything.
Wow.
Hopefully you can still hear us.
All the engines are getting warmed up, aren't they? Happens every time we try and do a paddock show.
It does indeed. Now, of course, this is Sunday. There were some race heats yesterday here at Whilton Mill. You can go check out all the results of that one on the Alpha Timing website. Just head over there or head over to the Whilton Mill website. You can check all those out. But yeah, like I say, today is going to be an action-packed day. We've got so much to get through, and I'm very much looking forward to it.
Super excited, and some of the classes, like you were saying, there's so many entrants. We can barely even see now. There's so much smoke. My goodness. We're just going to go around this side of the barrier here.
Cameraman, you're going to
go into the patio. Just watch yourself, cameraman. But yeah, like you say, so many entrants. Classes like the Junior Max, we're going to see an A, a B, and a C final.
Yes, indeed. I don't know how we're going to keep up with that one.
I don't know how we're going to breathe at the moment.
Well, we can't breathe. We're being choked
go that
out by
way?
two. Oh my goodness me! Look at this. Look at this. It's first thing on a Sunday. I can't even hear myself speak. Right, we've got to get out of here. We've got to get noisy. Unbearable. Oh my goodness. Unbearable. We've got to get out of there. Mind you back.
Wow.
There we go.
Oh, we've emerged out the other side.
I can hear myself. I can hear myself think now.
I think you were talking then. I couldn't hear anything you were saying. So
no, apologies for that one. So
we're just going to
navigate the cameraman
through the cars. Watch out! Sorry, guys.
Right.
All the drivers making their way out. Obviously, they've got some practice sessions this morning.
Yes, yeah. Practice is currently about to go out, but like you say, so many different classes. Right, okay, let's talk about the regulation changes.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to leave that up to you to explain this.
Of course. Motorsport, there you go. All right, morning. So, Motorsport UK, for 2023, regulation changes have happened. I think the mini category in X30 is gone.
Yes.
It's been swapped out with the intermediate class. The age has gone down a year as well, so you can move up a class on the year of your 10th birthday now. Chassis have changed. We've got new engines coming in. You know, there's so much happening this year. It's kind of a minefield. There's a handy little video that is on
Voiced
the
by the wonderful
voice myself, yeah. But you can watch that. It does explain everything. It's actually quite handy. Someone else wrote the script. Don't worry, I didn't read it.
That makes a lot more sense.
That makes a lot more sense. I just read the words. But looking through the paddock, it's just looking lovely here this morning. Morning to everyone. Shall we go chat to some drivers?
I think we should. I think we need some to get grilled.
We do.
Wilton Mill, I've gotten all too used to now. We see a driver and they just run away.
Yeah.
Try to avoid us, but we'll see if we can pounce on some this morning.
Yeah.
Get a good chat.
I mean, I don't even know where to start. The choices are endless here.
Look at the view that they've got up there. Cameraman, point yourself up there. That's the place you want to be for watching Wilton Mill Kart Club action.
Yeah, that's Coles Racing.
Okay,
team.
it would be quite cold up there for Coles Racing as well.
Yes.
But I'll take it.
Yeah,
Great viewing platform. Although we're going to be in a nice warm commentary booth, so I might actually take our option.
Yes, it'll be a much better option. Right, well, there's the Birrell.
Some beautiful tents here today.
Yeah, so you've got the Jade Racing team, you've got the Coles Racing team, you've got CRG 10 up there as well. There's a few drivers that I want to chat to, and I think, to be honest...
And you can't see any of them.
And I can't see any of them. Well,
it's always the way.
It is always the way. Oh, actually, you know what? Let's
we're
pop
back.
it.
We're going back.
I'm going to pop in here because at the corner of my wee eye, I saw a chap here, Miss Leon Frost. Leon, I saw your head poke out the window. Firstly, how are you this morning?
Good, yeah, I'm alright. Looking forward to today.
Yeah. Are you having a bit of mismatch drama here? You're in Birrell here, but you got Tim Wilson livery on there as well.
No, not really. I think we're just here for ordering space, really. We get along with them, so...
That's fair. You're on a Birrell chassis anyway, so it makes perfect sense. Over 300 entries this weekend. Only one's going to win the class. Do you reckon that could be you?
I mean, we were quick in practice. We had a bit of a difficulty in qualifying. The first seat didn't really go to plan. We struggled quite a lot, but by the end we had the pace. So if we just get switched on at the start, I think we could have a chance. So
yeah.
Goes.
Yeah, exactly stuff. Well, we'll leave you to it. Enjoy. Get yourself primed and ready. Keep an eye out for Leon Frost, who's in the X30 category. It's a very busy one.
We've got Mr. Taylor back here.
Yeah, go, chat.
Good morning, mate. How are you doing?
Good.
Now, what was your name and what class are you racing in?
I'm Alfie Taylor and I'm racing in a IAME Water Swift, Kart 24.
Exciting. Now, the Water Swift's got a lot more people in it for this year. Obviously, a newer class for Wilton Mill Kart Club. How are you finding it so far?
It's intimidating out there since it's my first season, but the karts, it's really strong, good, and really quick.
Wow, your first season, exciting. What are you hoping for this year with the racing?
I'm hoping to be in the midfield.
Okay, that's a good. It's a big ask. There's lots of people here at Wilton Mill Kart Club, but I think you can do it.
Yeah.
Nice one. Well, good luck today, and we'll be looking out for you.
I also want to say something. I want to say thanks to my Nana and Grandad for making this all happen, and Brillat, Jade Racing for my engines, and Jasper from Mason. That's my dad's boss. He's helping my dad fund this as well.
That's fantastic. Well, good to see you here, mate, and good luck today.
You too.
Cheers. Thanks. Oh, fantastic. Good to see so many kids. Amazing how good they are on camera. I would have never been that good at that age, but great to chat with them now. Watch your back, cameraman, as we leave said tent.
It's fine. I opened the doors.
Oh, you're so
I'll
kind.
do one better.
What a
there you go.
gentleman.
Someone's going to close the doors for us.
Oh, wow, what a gentleman. Thank you, sir.
A lovely little chat there. Yeah, it's good to see some fresh faces back, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, to see the season finally kick off. I mean, you know, this is a club weekend. It's probably one of the busiest club weekends that we see over the country and during the year as well. You know, I was lucky to be at Sheddington last weekend for their club round. Again, another very busy paddock, and a lot of these faces here. So some of these drivers, they have had practice already. Some of them racing over in Europe as well, back here in the UK. But yeah, look at that again. The paddock stretches down there as well. Look at that. Look at all the new tarmac that they've done. It's fabulous. It's absolutely
it's
fantastic.
fabulous, but also I'm quite gutted because I remember when I used to come here for WMKC, everyone would drive in as fast as they can and then do some handbrake turns.
Yeah, you can't.
But they
do
probably
that
didn't really
anymore.
want us to do that, did they? So that's why they've got the new tarmacking down.
Yes.
Because of us ruffians.
Well, I'm glad that you've said that. Now we know Whilton Mill, who you need
Sorry,
to send
Whilton.
a fine to for damaging your lovely Paddock car park area. You got the Zip Kart team here. Fabulous to see them back, and new warning as well. It's looking lovely. KR Sport. Now I want to pop in here. Chat to the team. We've got Strawberry Racing because there's a lot of drivers in this one that we want to kind of chat to because it's all very busy. Morning. How are we? Primed and ready.
Now there doesn't seem too many karts in there. Oh, where did he go?
No, there's not too many karts in here, is there? At the moment, he's going to grab the drivers.
Round the drivers up. Look at these.
Perfect.
Whoa! Stunning.
They are, yeah.
Freshly
so
clean. Okay, don't look on this side. There might be a little bit of contact made on that side. Don't go over there.
new livery for KR Sport. New livery for KR Sport. Morning. Right. So, firstly, who do we have here?
Ryan.
Ryan.
Yeah.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Is there a last name?
Gandor.
There we go. There you go. That narrows it down. But how are you this morning?
Good, you?
Yeah, I'm not too bad. Whilton Mill Kart Club. Is it something you've done before, or is it a first one?
It's the first one for me, to be honest.
First one here at Whilton Mill. Perfect. A perfect driver to speak to then. Are you looking forward to it?
Yes.
How was yesterday?
Pretty much good in quality, but hit one spun out.
Oh dear. Well, it's a new day today, isn't it? So there's a lot more. It's a very busy paddock here this weekend, isn't it? Over 300 drivers. How many are in your class? Do you know?
About 36.
Okay, so it's a pretty busy grid that you've got out there. Anyone you're racing against?
Probably my biggest competitor is probably my teammates.
Yeah. They always are, aren't they?
Yeah.
Are you learning anything off them?
Not really, they're like 20 times my speed.
Well, there we go. No, what you say is that, no, I'm not learning anything. I'm faster than them.
I'm faster than them.
There you go. That's what you say. That's what you say. Perfect. Well, we'll let you crack on and get yourself ready for today. But, yeah, we'll see you out there.
Thank you, you too.
Perfect. But you won't see me out there. I won't be racing. There you go.
I so nearly got taken out by that car.
What were you doing
It
standing
was
in the
my
way?
fault. It was my fault.
What
Right,
you doing?
we're talking to Jamie Rogers.
Yeah, well, yeah, we have
Jamie,
to.
you're not running away, mate. Jamie, one of our WM plate winners from last year. I mean, firstly, you must be pretty chuffed about that, but obviously you want to carry on that into this year.
I mean, yeah, this year we're going for the championship. Last year we had a bit of a shaky year with the different championships and stuff that we did. But, yeah, I think we're going to try and win it this year, so that'll be good.
Nice. Am I right in thinking that you've changed classes for this year, and are you in the same one?
No, I did Rotax last year. Started the British Champs inside UKC. I had a bit of misfortune, so unfortunately I had to drop out of it. But yeah, no, this is my second year at Rotax. So
Nice. Okay. What's the plan? Is it to retain the title, I would assume?
I mean, I'll give it a go, won't I? But I mean, the boys are all doing a fantastic job behind the scenes. I mean, I can't thank my mechanic, Conor McCarthy, and the team enough. Obviously, my dad and that for obviously everything they'll do. And yeah, I mean, I'll give it a go.
Nice one.
Yeah, what you can do.
We'll be watching out for you, mate. Best of luck.
Thank you very
Cheers.
much.
There you go. We're going to see a few WM plates out there today. Some of the drivers that obviously have won their specific categories last year. But it looks like Anthony's going to talk to someone new.
Well, I've got Oliver Miaski here. Oliver, well, firstly, you're not in your race suit. You're in Sebastian Minz's race suit, but you've done the right thing per the regulations. You've taped it up. You've covered the name, which is good, so we can't confuse you. Firstly, how are you this morning? You all good?
Yeah, all good. I'm getting ready for first practice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ready for another action-packed season?
Yeah.
What else are you doing this year? You've got Whilton Mill Kart Club. Are we going anywhere else?
PFI, British, and maybe some Europe.
Yeah, so busy calendar that you've got this year. Where are you racing after this weekend?
It's Whilton Open.
Okay, so yeah, so back here again. So this will be a nice little practice weekend for you to come back for that one. You happy with the car and everything? You happy with the setup and it's all looking well?
Yeah, car's good, fast, ready for this final and
Well.
heats.
Exactly. Well, enjoy it. Best of luck, mate. We'll let you crack on. We might have to wander elsewhere.
venturing out?
We run out of time. Thank you very much to Chaos Spot. We'll hold that
There you
open
are,
for you,
cameraman.
Mr. Cameraman. There you go. Perfect. Morning. How are we?
Yeah, he's had his first lead, so
He's
way back now.
Oh, right,
Just
okay.
getting weighed in.
No, not a problem.
missed him.
We'll see if we can catch up with him at some
we
point.
missed him.
Right, let's pop down. Go on.
Now, I think we might be almost out of time, mate, to be honest. I've checked the time.
Wait, so
Nearly
it's only 10
What time did we
past.
start? I thought we started at 1:45.
No, we started about 5 to. We've only been going about.
Well, ignore me then.
We've only been going about
Sorry.
15 minutes.
That's why I'm in the comms box, not in the timekeeping.
Exactly.
Yes.
I couldn't do timekeeping. I really
I'm
couldn't.
terrible with numbers.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not great with words, so numbers is somehow worse.
Yeah, no, I'm terrible with numbers. Got the Praga awning
Yes.
here. I do love coming to the Praga awning because we always see
Beautiful cars.
driver. There's a driver here lined up. Hello, who do we have here?
Callum Graham.
Callum Graham. Callum, firstly, how are you this morning?
Good.
Excellent. What did you have for breakfast?
Bacon butty.
Oh, banging. Nice choice on that one, lad. Whilton Mill, do you like the circuit?
Yeah.
You quick around here?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you want to say. Yeah, you're quick around here. You're the quickest driver out here. How do you feel it's going to go today? You looking forward to it?
Yeah.
Yeah? Anything other than that?
No.
No? Yeah?
No.
Perfect. Thank you very much, mate. Have a good day. Man of many words. Man of many words. John, back to you. Classic sound of a paddock. Jenny on
Classic
the go.
rumble of a generator.
There's a rumble of a Jenny. You walk over one side, there's another Jenny. You know, it's the sound of a paddock in the morning.
Greta Thunberg just unsubscribed, mate.
Greta Thunberg doesn't know what karting is. You know, this is it's such a great feeling to be back in a paddock, isn't it?
I love it.
It's like, you know, the winter break. I don't know why, but this year it just felt like such a long break. I was getting bored at home. I said we need to get back in a paddock. We need to do some stuff and everything like that. Here's the Thule Motorsport team as well. Another fabulous team, actually. I want to pop in
Make
here.
our way over there. You were saying, it felt really long this year. It's always so sad for us commentators. We have a forced few months off. We're not able to do anything.
We do. I'm going to open this up. I'm going to walk in. We're going to have a chat with some people here. Morning. Yes. Coming over. Hello. Morning. How are we?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm not too bad. Thank you. Right. Firstly, who do we have here?
Chris Banderi.
Okay, Chris. Right. So, Whilton Mill Kart Club. It's a brand new season. It's round one. 300 drivers here. Where are you going to place in your class?
Well, we hope to place high, of course, but we can't be too confident, of course. We have to be a bit realistic. But honestly, I see myself up very high. Yesterday, our pace was really good. Sadly, our first heat ended up in the grass on the final lap, but you know, we move on from that. We still have a heat today, and if we make it to the A final, that's great. Even if we make it to the B final, we'll do our best to get to the A finals, and we'll just have a good weekend overall. Yeah,
that's what you want to hear. Excellent, perfect. The car looking brilliant there, nice and shiny. Is it all running well for you?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, team doing a good job. Who's on your spanners this weekend?
Today we have Harrison. He's right there. He's the one with the water bottle. Yeah.
Is he good?
He's doing a very good job. Yeah.
There you go. No, it's good that you've said that. It'll make sure that the tyres are actually connected to the kart chassis themselves. So, yeah, I think that's a good one you've said on that one. But you're finding it good with the Thule team?
Yes. Definitely.
Excellent. Would you recommend them?
Yes, of course.
There we go.
Yeah.
There you go, Thule. There's some sponsorship there for you. Thank you very much, Chris. Enjoy your day. Best of luck out there. John, this is lovely. Got the S plate over there. Leon Hasey's the Scottish champion on that one, which is why he's got the S plate. The Scottish driver as well.
You're a knowledgeable man.
No, you got the Welsh plate as well, but it's not a W, I think.
They've locked us in.
They locked us in. Locked us in. There we go. Perfect. Oh, crikey. It's a big paddock, this.
Quite a few drivers we've seen that were new to Whilton Mill Kart Club this year, but obviously Chris Banderi not being one of them. He's very quick.
He's a talented driver.
Really quick.
He's done a lot around here as well. You know, it's one of those things. We've got new drivers who have moved up from categories, drivers who have come back to the sport, some drivers, you know, all of that. You know, you've got so much happening here. It's a very diverse paddock in terms of there's so many classes, different chassis, different teams, everything like that. Pretty brilliant. Right, well, we've got a chat here. You're on the phone. Well, Mr. Dan Ginchard, who's a double junior champion, junior rotor. And hello, mate. How are we?
I'm tired. How are you?
I'm tired. Yeah, I'm good. What are you doing here?
I'm racing.
You're racing?
I am.
Are you?
Yeah, just about.
Just about?
Yeah.
Where are you going to place?
Well, I qualified P4. And then I think with penalties yesterday, P12, because we didn't get started off the grid, so I had to fire people out of the way in the boot to get back to position. So I got a penalty, but that's how it goes.
Well, best of luck. What time's your next race?
Probably at like 12 o'clock or something.
You got a bit of time to wait then?
Well, I got 3 laps in a minute, so that'll be fun.
Yeah.
Go and pop at P1 in the 3-lap practice, maybe.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Oh, brilliant, brilliant. Well, you're off the phone now, so you might as well come over and say hello. Mr. Dan Ginchard, it's good to see you back in a karting paddock finally.
Yeah, it's good to be back, just supporting some friends and seeing how it's all going for the winter. There's not really much going on for me at the moment, but yeah, it's good to be back.
Brilliant stuff. Of course, double junior, junior X30 and junior Rotax British champion, of course, in the British Kart Championships. And, you know, so I suspect you've got a word or two that you can give drivers about how to win.
Just experience, really. Just keep driving and keep trying to improve every time. That's the main thing. That's what I was working towards all the time. And in 2021, we put it all together. But it takes a lot of time, you know. It doesn't happen straight away. So keep persevering, keep trying and improving, and it will come eventually.
Yeah. Who are you keeping an eye on this weekend?
Dan.
Really?
Unfortunately, yeah.
Just the one?
Yeah.
There's no hope for him, though.
Oh, I know, yeah. Don't really know why I'm here, to be honest.
He seemed quite disappointed with that one. Well, Dan, cheers, guys. Thank you very much. Have a good rest of your day. We'll let them crack on. Good to see him back in the paddock.
Great to see him, great to see him. Now, you know, I could tell he was a driver and not a mechanic.
Yeah.
Unstained white shoes.
Yeah. Makes
Definitely a driver.
Sense. Another loud Jenny. God,
we're getting used to them now.
You can't get away.
They don't want to hear us anyway.
You can't get away.
They don't want to hear us anyway.
Can you? It's a bit too much. How long we got left? I reckon we've probably got around 5 minutes or so left. We haven't got a lot of time left in this one.
Glad you're timekeeping now, not me. Let's move on.
Come on, some of the
more drivers here as well.
Yeah.
Obviously some big tents, but also some drivers going it sort of on their own.
Yeah, you still got your lad and dad across this, so yeah, you might get the massive awnings, the massive team trucks and everything like that, but yeah, you still get lad and dad, back of a transit, easy up awning, pop it out, there you go, kart comes out, second-hand bumpers on it and all that, still going racing. Of course, all within regulations, because this is an MSUK held event, so regulations do come into effect on this one, so yeah, you can't just rock up with anything and just go out, you know, you have to be within the tolerances and all of that. And well, we've decided to come back round to the really noisy
Why did we
part.
decide that?
Why did we do this?
I don't know. That was really stupid.
Lots of drivers down here. Do you want to go dive in?
Should we venture into the paddock? Is that a good idea? Into the collecting area?
We're going to have to do so. There's some of the Jack's team. There's Mr. Declan Russell going past us there. Crop promotion.
Promotions.
We could pop in. It would be good to pop in. It would be good. There we go. Already someone is pointing at us over here. Hello, good morning. Hello, how are we?
I'm all right, you?
Who do we have here?
Katie Ashburn.
Right, and how's your weekend been so far?
It's been all right, not the best, but we qualified 5th.
Yeah. That's all right, isn't it? You're a bit squeezed in like sardines in this awning, aren't you? There's how many karts in here? Count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 karts in a very small little awning. But how are you finding it at Whilton?
Yeah, it's been all right. It's an enjoyable track. It's just a bit bumpy, but it's all right.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It is a bumpy circuit, isn't it? Yeah, your head could bobble up and down a little bit out there. Predictions for today. How do you think you're going to get on?
A lot better after the adjustments, but we can only see and hope.
What adjustments have you had to do?
Just we've lifted the seat up for extra help on the kart because it was decked out just for extra help because I'm quite small.
Right. Okay.
But anyway.
Nothing much else on that one. How many drivers have you got in your class this weekend?
34 full grid.
Full grid, yeah. So busy one out there, and like you say, you P5. Did you say you did? Yeah. So solid performance out there. Kart's looking lovely as well. You got the nice little livery here. Look at this, the VR Velocity Racing engines on there as well. Looking brilliant. Who's on your spanners this weekend?
My stepdad and the mechanic for Veloce Race engines.
Yeah. Is he good?
Yeah, he's quite good.
Yeah, good. Say that because then he'll make sure that the wheels are attached to the chassis. I've already said that to another driver. I've said it to you as well. Perfect. Well, enjoy your weekend. We'll wish you the best out there.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff.
I've said that twice in the same paddock show.
I've said it twice in the same paddock show. Sue me. What are you going to do?
Well, we're talking to Charlie. You get out of the way.
I'll get out of the way. It's fine.
We want Charlie. Charlie, good morning.
Morning.
How you doing? You alright?
I'm alright, yeah.
Yeah. Now, what's your full name and what class are you racing in?
Charlie Myers, and I'm racing in Exeter. Yeah.
Nice. And how's it going so far this weekend?
We've had a...
Mixed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've
starting 23rd as a novice, which is, I think it's okay. Yeah.
That's a good effort. I think that's definitely a good effort. Now, you're saying you're a novice. Is this your first time at Whilton Mill Kart Club?
No, I've been here, but this is my first race.
Oh, okay, interesting. Now, has someone given you sort of tips and tricks on going into that first race? What do you think you're going to try and do?
I mean, I don't want to lose too many positions.
Okay. So just try and keep it clean on the start then.
Yeah.
That run up to Christmas corner's obviously can be a bit tricky.
It's going to be, yeah.
Should be interesting.
Yeah, depending on how many karts wide it is, it's going to be a tricky corner.
It often is quite a few karts wide.
Yeah.
So try and not get involved in that, basically.
Yeah.
Okay, nice. What are you thinking ahead of the full season? What's the kind of plans? What's the goals that you have?
I want to get into the 45-second lap times. Okay. So then I have a good chance of the championship next year. But yeah, that's mainly it, really.
Cool. You're working yourself up nicely, and then next year go for that championship.
Yes.
Lovely. We'll be watching you out on track, mate, and good luck. Cheers. Thanks. Well, there you go then. Fantastic to speak to all these drivers. We're moving our way out the tent, are we?
Yeah,
Let's go.
I loitered because we are pretty much out of time now.
Okay.
I think we are going to have to call it there.
We didn't want to go near the loud carts anyway.
No, exactly
we don't like
that. They're all being too noisy. They're all being too noisy.
Cool.
Yeah, well, it's the end of the paddock walk.
Yes.
I've got to say, we're a bit out of practice, so I'm sorry if it's been a bit terrible.
Well, it took me a couple of goes to even get us started, didn't it?
Well,
so luckily, I don't think you saw that. Thank goodness.
I think we started it out well. We're going to get run over by a car, so what we'll do is we'll end it there. We'll come back to the racing and, enjoy the rest of the stream.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club. It's round 1, and the lunch break is over. Finals time is upon us. I'm Anthony Jordan, John Ratcliff, joining me in the commentary box. It's the first round of the 2023 season. New teams, new drivers, new regulations, new tarmac in the paddock. John, we've had the first bout of racing on Sunday. What are we expecting in the finals?
Yes, hello everyone. Welcome back once again. I mean, the morning, it was different between different classes, wasn't it really? Some slightly more subdued, some going crazy for the whole 8 minutes of heats. Of course, moving on to the finals this afternoon. Now, all of our normal finals and A finals, 12 minutes in length. All the B and C finals for some of the classes where I've got a lot more races are still 8 minutes in length, similarly to our heats this morning. But yeah, I think it could get very interesting, as we say with a few of them, such as Junior Max. A lot of drivers, good drivers, split between a lot of the heats, now are all going to find themselves coming together in this A final. And who's going to get out on top? I'm not sure.
We're not sure at all. We've got lots of racing left to go. 11 finals in total out on circuit in just a moment. Welcome back, everyone who is joining us on the live stream. Keep your comments coming in. I'm looking. Thomas Fleming joins us. Hello. My name's not Andrew, but good enough. We've got Brandon Kine-Nanglevort out there. Zach McDonald, who's joining us. James Bell Racing. Karting Boy. Danamore Racing. Welcome, everyone. Wayne R10 as well, who's out there. Please do get your comments coming in. But yes, indeed, we've got lots of racing up ahead of us, and I think, is it going to get more exciting from this point onwards? Yes, definitely. I think potentially so. There's a look at Christmas Corner at the top of the hill, and there you see the scattered clouds, beautiful sunshine. There was a risk of rain earlier on. That has now disappeared, subdued, gone.
Indeed.
No dramas there whatsoever.
You can see some tyre tracks on the grass there that maybe the drivers don't want to replicate through this afternoon.
No, yeah, we've had a couple of us. We've only had one really interesting one. We had a roll earlier on. Hopefully that driver is okay. We didn't actually find out who that was, but hopefully that driver is okay. Kickstarting the finals, what is the running order that we've got out there for today? Why don't you read us through it? We're kickstarting with the IAME and the Honda cadets for their final. That is their final, and then they're
That's
done.
Our only split grid, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, that's the only one that we've got. Then Junior Max for their C final is coming up after that one. Rotax Micro, that is the cadets. Their final is coming up after that one. They're the third final that we will see. Then the IAME Water Swift, the Inter category, they will be kickstarting their final at about 2:20. They're the fourth one. Then Rotax Mini Inter, their final, they will be done at 22:03. Then it's Junior Max for their B final, Senior Max for their B final, Junior X30 for their final, Senior X30 for their final. Then we finish the day with Junior Max and Senior Max for their A final. So there are lots of finals that we've got here today.
Indeed.
I think there's a lot of atmosphere happening. There's a look down there at the dummy grid area and the first of the grids about to get underway, the first finals. Now this is the one where, like I say, this is where the changes have happened mostly in the cadet and intermediate categories. This is where it's changed. So in this group, we've got essentially 4 classes. We've got the Honda GX200s, we've got the Honda GX160s, we have the IAME Water Swift cadet, and we have the IAME cadet, i.e. the Gazelle engine in this race. There is only one Gazelle engine in this one because that engine is being phased out. It will no longer exist soon, and judging by how many have entered into this one, probably not too much there as well out in this one. But yeah, big changes in this category. Of course, this is the FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship, and of course they have been a sponsor for the championship for quite some time now, and have done a fabulous job. We do very much appreciate their support, and they have brought a lot to the championship, so big thanks to FastR, and as well to Lucas Blanford Racing, who have joined us this year alongside FastR in helping sponsor the weekends with the Driver of the Weekend Award. They're providing a set of hospitality tickets to, I believe, TCI UK and the BRSEC Paddock for the upcoming season for any drivers who we, ourselves, the commentators, deem to be the best over the weekend.
We need to start thinking about that, don't we?
Well, I've already got a couple of names in mind. I'm not going to blurt them out on the stream right now, but I've got a couple of names in mind already. But yeah, each round they would win hospitality tickets for that one, and then the winner at the end of the season would win a drive in a Fiesta Junior car. So definitely a solid prize. Yeah, exactly that. So stay tuned for that one. First final, though, it's coming up. It's race 32. It's Honda and IAME Cadet. Here we go then, a look at the starting grid. Now this one's a bit shaken up because they're all separated into classes on this one, so we'll go through it as much as you can. On pole for the IAME Water Swift, you've got Austin Gibson and Zach Champney, Harry Khalil and Alfie Davidson on the second row. Lewis Hall and Theo Bradshaw, they go from row 3. Jensen Walker, Ed Spain, Fenton Stoneman and Ashley Haas. We're actually going into the Honda 200s now for their grid. They go from the row 10. Otis Cleary and Enzo Butterazzi on that one as well on row 9. A little further back as well. Archie Cannon and Ethan Cossins, George Climo and Nathaniel Hodges from row 8. Ronnie Carter and Jensen Maplethorpe round at the top 18 on row 9. Then we go down into Honda Cadet 160 and Lorenzo Martin, Jacob Narin, Kane Langley, Harvey Turner, Daniel Ferguson and Tommy Climo. They round out the top 12 rows, and the final row 13, Alessandro Saris and Jack Wykes rounding out the field. I think, that's where I'm getting confused. They skip a row, but it skips the number as well. So there's me thinking that's row 6, 7, 8 onwards. So there's confusion in the commentary box. But there was the grid, ladies and gentlemen. That is how they'll line up for it. Just set 4 separate classes out there. Just to confuse us. Yep. You know, just to confuse us. But like you say, that's regulation changes. They confuse everyone. Mm-hmm. There's a handy video on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. You can go check that out as well. Which tells you everything you need to know about the regulation changes for Motorsport UK in 2023. And there's another thing. Ladies and gentlemen, would you like the chance to win a limited edition pair of Alpha Life flip-flops? Well,
now that's what you call a prize.
That is a prize. Well, I hear you say you can do just that. If you head over to Instagram and to the Alpha Life Productions Instagram page, currently Alpha Live is on 5,803 followers. If you are the 5,850th follower, that person, could win a set of limited edition Alpha Live flip-flops. Premium. I've got a pair. I wear them at home.
You'd be the coolest person on the beach.
You would. You would. If you do want that, head over to the Instagram of Alpha Life. If you don't already follow, go follow. And if you are the 5,850th follower, you could win yourself a pair of them flip-flops. Be the coolest cat in the paddock. Recommend it.
Just watch your toes if you're wearing them around the paddock.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend them.
Certainly not in this weather. It's a bit chilly.
Yeah. Wear them around the house, though. They are cool. What about limited edition Alpha Life sandals? No, we don't have sandals.
No, sadly not. We're not quite cool enough for that.
I could bring the flip-flops out, Brandon, but unfortunately, I haven't manicured my feet in a while, so that might be a disaster.
Save us all that. Thank you.
Apologies if you're having your lunch. The Ramadan fan club is back. Good luck to all the drivers taking part in this race. As well, keep comments coming in.
Steel toe flip-flops. That's what we need.
Do we need that?
I think so.
No.
Sort of defeats the point of the flip-flop.
Maybe.
But,
maybe.
We'll let it slide.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll be fine. She'll be fine.
See, Joseph agrees. Brandon, that is a great idea. Anthony doesn't agree with you.
I'm just trying to think how they would work. Because if anything, it would be a slipper.
Yeah, it'd be a closed-toe flip-flop, wouldn't it? Which effectively would be
with
a slipper.
Yeah,
fair.
So, unless, the strap that goes round, you make that metal. And then that...
So your toes are still exposed.
Your toes are exposed, but they're somewhat
behind
protected.
Metal.
Behind, yeah.
Not sure that'd be the comfiest.
We'll make it work. You heard it here first, ladies and gents.
Well, there you go. If you want, there can't be any more reason to go and follow the Alpha Live Productions Instagram than that.
Exactly.
So,
we should see that number starting to increase.
You check it already? Is anyone going to be that keen?
Hey, someone's done it.
Someone has.
5,804.
Love to see
it.
it. Love
one
to see
closer to winning them premium flip-flops. And they are premium.
Oh, extremely.
They are.
The most premium. Someone's just said in the chat as well, Archie Elliott says, does anyone know when the senior Rotax final is? I'm guessing it's last. You would be correct.
The senior Rotax final is the last race of the day. That should be kick-starting at 4:26 UK time. So stay tuned for that one.
That's a good idea from Alexander Reed. Alpha Live karting gloves.
Unfair to all the faithful supporters who are already following you. Now, Terry, this is where you could come into a little hack that I've made found. You could unfollow Alpha Live, let everyone follow, then refollow a little bit later.
You just said that now, and now they're just going to start losing followers.
Yeah, Alpha Live now, 0 followers. Here we go. But yes, indeed. Ooh management. Ooh dear. Or O management, oh dear. Oh dear to O management is back. Good luck to all the OH drivers today.
I reckon Anthony should sign them before they're given away. That would devalue them.
No, that would add
at
least £1,000.
£1,000. We've just had he can't write though in our ears.
Yeah, no, I can write. Yes. No, I can write.
You're saying that a lot.
I can spell my own name.
I'm proud of you, mate.
Begins with a B. Anyway.
Right.
The next race underway. Say this is going to be a good one. Like I say, it's a bit of a confusion at the moment.
Well, it's interesting as well because although there's a lot of different classes, they are actually seemingly battling all in and amongst each other.
Well, yeah, they are in and amongst each other, which again just shows the they are all the same pace. Yes, okay, you could be in one of these. Yes, you're in one of these. I mean, the updated engine, the Honda GX200, is not. It's not more powerful. It's the same engine. Yes, it has an upgrade of 1 horsepower, but it's not noticeable. It's not. It's not noticeable when you're racing out there. So they still are the same. They still are the same sort of pace. So it's a confusing one. But like I say, there's a lot of confusion, I think, in the karting community at the moment. There's a lot of people who are disagreeing with the regulation changes. There's a lot of people disagreeing with things that, like say, we've paid for a full thing like this and now we've got to change it out. And it's understandable, but unfortunately, regulations, they change and they have to change at some point.
Yeah.
And they change now. And it's one of those things. And like I say, a lot of people saying that there's too many classes now. And again, I'd agree with that. There is at the moment. Like I say, we've got 4 different classes in this one race. But remember, 2 of the classes in this are being phased out. One of them in the IAME, the Mini X30, is gone already. That doesn't exist anymore. So, there are a lot of classes that are disappearing. And being replaced with these new ones. And it does make the jump, I think, from cadets into inters into juniors more gradual because of course the chassis changes as well. No longer running on the 900mm, they're now swapping them out to the 950s. So it puts them in line with more global karting regulations, and there is a lot of fundamental changes out there that I think overall will improve the sport. I think at the moment it just feels like a bit, whoa, what's going on?
There's quite a bit to take in at the moment, but it all sort of makes sense.
It's quite a radical change, but I do feel like it is going to improve the sport quite drastically the further into the season we go, and then into next season I reckon it will be absolutely spot on and
smooth sailing.
Exactly what you need. Amazing drone shots. Can we race on this track by ourselves, or is it a track for big races? No, you can race on it. Whilton Mill Kart Club and outdoor activities. They do have rental karts here. You can come down for sessions in the rental karts. They also have test days as well.
We mentioned their drive and dine deal earlier.
Yeah.
Some great deals here at Whilton Mill.
You can do archery here. You could do clay pitch and shooting. You could do quad biking. There's some crazy bugs as well, which I think are only for the young ones.
We're a little bit too big for those.
Yeah. But I still want to have a go. So Whilton Mill, sort me out with that, please. Thank you very much. I would very much like to...
It could be an interesting feature on the Alpha Live channel. We have a little race in the Crazy Bugs.
That's going to end badly.
It would.
Yeah. But you can. Rylan Racing. Hello.
Hi, Rylan. Hello.
Now, Alex Reed joins us on there. I don't like the change because most of the cadet drivers are moving up to the much faster juniors and some are less experienced. Again, yeah, it makes a good point. You know, we've seen drivers who were in cadet racing last year who are now racing in juniors. So
yeah,
that does seem like a big jump. But when you say less experienced, I mean, yeah, experienced in the form of faster karts, yes, 100%. But in terms of racecraft, no, I would say they were incredibly experienced. And, you know, I think the race that we saw earlier on with the juniors proved that. Junior X30, we saw Kenzo Craigie and we saw Rocco Shenton, two drivers who were in cadets last year and were, you know, first, second, third, fourth. They were in the top 5 in that race. So I think, yes, there is an element of that, but again, you have to get into the class somehow, don't you? And yeah, it falls into that one. And again, this is just the changing period. So yeah, there are drivers who have skipped it, but again, as it smooths itself out, I reckon it will be more, yes, I can go there now, and it does smooth it out.
Yeah.
So I reckon over time it should sort itself out, but yeah. I think at the moment it's just the drastic change and everyone's like, oh, what do I do?
Yeah,
so
it might have just sped up that transition a little bit faster than maybe the driver would have wanted in an ideal world, but equally you get that the time in the seat and you'll get up to speed very, very quickly.
Yeah. What is so popular about the Christmas corner?
Well, it's brilliant, isn't it? Right.
Christmas corner. Okay, so put it this way. Picture yourself. There it is, Christmas corner on your screen.
The beauty.
So, you're in the cart, start of a race. There you are. You go through Oblivion, Fine Lady Oblivion, Crooked Oblivion, all of that. And that's the exit of Christmas. And, yeah, you're flat out through there, completely pinned. And then you're flat up all the way up this hill. And then it's the first major braking zone. It's uphill, so you can brake super late.
Yeah.
Much later than what you would think.
That's one of the nicest things about it, I think. You really feel like you can attack it.
Exactly. Then it comes back downhill on the exit. Then you go through Boxing Day, which is then off camber. So you've got uphill, downhill, positive and negative, all within that sort of section. And when you're 3 wide going up there, it's absolutely fantabulous.
It is mega.
Are the Inters Micro Maxes? Now, the Inters for this one
is mini.
So it's Minimax is the Inters. Micromax is the new Rotax Cadet class that has been brought in. So now in Rotax you can go from Cadet in Micromax to Intermediate in Minimax to Junior Rotax to Senior Rotax. You can do the whole scale now. You couldn't do that before because there was no Cadet Rotax engine.
Right.
So now you can do that. And the same for IAME. They did have the IAME Cadet. Now that's gone. It's now a restricted Water Swift engine. The same for the Intermediate class. It's just a slightly less restricted Water Swift. And then you go into Junior X30, Senior X30, which is, again, the standard engine that you would see in that. So, again, it's just basically meant that you can do the full shebang in the same sort of category all the way throughout it. So, yeah.
I think one interesting thing it's brought for us anyway as the commentators or other people just watching from the sidelines, a lot of people, we sort of saw them get into groups of where they get in a class and they'd stay in that for quite a while. And it was always thinking, oh, I wonder how this person at the top of this class would do when they raced against this person at the top of this class. Now, that's actually happened in a lot of cases. A lot of drivers have moved over. Like, we've seen a lot of drivers move over a Honda Cadet now into the Rotax Minis and some other classes as well. So I think that's provided some interesting racing for us so far of seeing, okay, how does this person stack up against this person? Now they're in equal machinery on track together.
This is IAME and Honda Cadets for their final 4 categories in this one. Austin Gibson on the left-hand side, Alfie Davidson on the right for the start of this one, into the somewhat tram lines, and it's a false start. They're not going to get us going. So good call on that one.
I think somewhat being the operative word. He said that.
Yes.
We'll get another chance as we go around again. As we had a spinner at the final corner.
We did.
Who was that then? The number 50 taking a little spin. That was Jack Wykes. Now he's dropped up into, if you're looking at the live.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC, he's dropped up into first there, only because I think he missed when the grid was reset, so now it looks like he's already done a lap. He has not. He'll be rejoining the back of the train as we go try to get this start underway once again.
Yeah, there is a lot of questions coming in about the changes. I will say I'll try and answer all of them, but I do need to commentate on this one.
It's going to take a while.
There is a video on Alpha Live explaining all the regulation changes. I do recommend it. It's only a short video, less than 5 minutes. It explains all the changes that are happening this year in the cadet and intermediate categories for 2023. Do check that one out. Here we go then. Let's try again for this one. Hopefully keep it steady, keep it slow. You don't need to accelerate yet. Wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. I see it's another messy start. No one's in the tram lines, but they're going to get it going this time around. So yeah, green flag goes out and we are off. Good start from Gibson, who gets away well as they break away. So Austin Gibson leads the way, but he's under pressure though. Alfie Davidson looking to the inside, not managing to do so, and off on the left-hand side. That looked like it was a Kart of a number
it was definitely a Kart
that I don't know. So
I think it might have been the 43 of Theo Bradshaw.
He could be right.
I think it was, yeah, he's not come through. The time being now does, yeah, 21.5 second first sector there for Theo. He was your pole sitter on the Honda Cadets. Sadly, probably won't be anymore when we get to the end of lap number 1. It was a good start from Austin Gibson, as you say, and as soon as he noticed heading up into Christmas Corner that he was under threat from basically the entire rest of the field in a train trying to go down his inside, he immediately moved over to cover and did that very nicely. So he still leads at the end of lap number 1.
Yeah, indeed. Cross the line they go then. It's Austin Gibson who leads the way from Otis Cleary. Nathaniel Hodges from Alfie Davidson. Enzo Butterazzi up into P5 from Ronnie Carter. Jacob Narin and Ed Spain, the top 8. Daniel Ferguson and Ashley Haas rounding out the top 10. Change for the lead. As down the inside goes Otis Cleary, leading the way. The driver was in Bambino last year, now up into the cadet category, leading his first race here at the weekend, or it's the first final here this weekend for round 1 of the FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club. And down into the infield section they go, and just keeping an eye on Nathaniel Hodges there. He did get a nose cone earlier on in the races. You saw the Charles Leclerc chassis driver getting that penalty, so hopefully keeps his nose clean in this one. He has got the close company of Enzo Butterazzi, and sweeping to the inside and timing that move perfectly, gets past Austin Gibson. Gibson immediately fighting back down the inside through Crook, round Oblivion, and past Fine Lady they go. Now up the hill towards Christmas Corner. Everyone diving to the inside line, but who's going to come out in front? It will be Austin Gibson who takes that one, and chopping and changing all the way through the field. This is good. This is good racing. Now the drivers who are mostly leading this one, the top 7 out there are all the IAME Water Swift. They will be the new IAME Cadet class that you see out there. Also the IAME Intermediate class that you will see, but the Intermediate will be slightly less restricted than this one.
Indeed, we'll see them out for their final later on this afternoon. However, the cadets, we continue watching as they continue to battle. Now, it's going to be more interesting, I think, over this course of the final. There's a bit of contact, sidepod to sidepod there, just about missing the barrier on the outside there. It's that Otis Cleary, I think it was, who got shuffled out wide. Alfie Davidson, Enzo Butterazzi all getting involved in that bit of a scrap. But this is where tactics, I think, more come into play when we get into a 12-minute long final. You've really got to think about it. You can't just be sending moves and then deciding, I'm just going to defend, because it's going to be too long. You're going to have someone get back past, and then the whole rest of the field is going to go through as well. We've got one driver making his way off the circuit via leg power. That's never how you want to leave the circuit. But clearly, the Kart giving up the ghost there early on in this final.
Not overly sure who that is who's walking off. They looked a bit too tall.
That's what I was thinking. Oh no.
And off the track.
Ronnie Carter from 6th place, that is.
Yeah, not sure if there was contact between the two of them. I was just looking at my timing screen just as that happened. Not sure if that was just a mistake or assisted.
I agree with you, though. That driver who was leaving the circuit did look a bit tall.
Yes.
So I'm not sure why they would be on the circuit for any other reason. So it seems a little bit odd, but anyway.
Can't see anyone who's stopped out the track. Anyway, Austin Gibson, fastest lap of the race now with the clear air, has opened up a second advantage from Nathaniel Hodges just behind. Enzo Butterazzi now up into P3. The Enzo fan club also getting involved on the live chat. Keep comments coming in. Let us know who you are supporting. But this race far from done. This is their only final, isn't it? This is their final. Yeah. It is, yeah. So no C or Bs or anything like that. Straight to their final for the IAME and Honda cadet classes.
No, it's only the Junior Max and Senior Max where we have multiple finals. Junior Max has a C, a B and an A. Senior Max with a B and an A.
Yeah, there we go. So, battles all the way throughout. A little bit wide there, out of the final corner there. That was Theo Bradshaw. Just using all the track available. Here is a nice close-up shot there. This is Ashley Haas and Ed Spain.
Late move to the inside.
Yeah, well timed, but not being able to hold it. Ed Spain, the novice driver, looking after that one. These two drivers both in the new Honda Cadet engined class. So they're on the GX200 cc engines. So with that 1 horsepower advantage over the 160, but again, barely noticeable out on track. And again, they're doing a sterling job at the moment, as the 160cc Honda GX engine will be phased out. And, of course, these will probably be running on the 950 chassis. You've got to be so careful there. Theo Bradshaw using all the track available and just coming back on side by side. Gets the move done, though. Gets back past Ed Spain.
Looked like Ed was trying to switch back, though, before they even got to the apex at Christmas. So
yeah,
we'll keep an eye on that.
Chopping and changing just a little further up the order as everyone finds their piece of tarmac. Here is a look at second place now, which is Enzo Buttarazzi, who is now looking to close that gap in on Austin Gibson. Now, the gap on track currently is 1.6 seconds.
That's a big gap to close in.
6 minutes to go, though. Plenty of time to get it done. We'll have to keep an eye on the lap times. Currently, Enzo is lapping faster. But that last lap did lose time trying to get past, and that time as well also losing a bit of time. Austin Gibson on that last lap set his personal best, 52.93.
They're not going to work together though, are they? All thinks about it down the inside, but then it's going to get overtaken themselves. Otis Cleary trying to get through on Nathaniel Hodges, can't quite do it though. I was just about to say, Enzo Buttarazzi has been really quick through the heat earlier on today, again setting fastest laps in this one, but needs for Nathaniel and Otis to work with him if he wants any opportunity at catching Austin Gibson, really.
Yeah.
Just as I say that, down the inside goes Nathaniel Hodges, takes away second place.
Yes, indeed. Now, yeah, like you say, yeah, they've got to work together in this sort of category, and you can already see the hand gestures coming in, going, guys, let's stop doing this, because look, Austin Gibson is just driving away. The gap's increased now. It's 2.5 seconds when they last crossed the line. What's it going to be this time around? I suspect it's going to be even more. Yeah, 2.8. So they did definitely lose some more tenths there as, again, Gibson now setting fastest laps of the race. So you can see that they're starting to scrap, and now he's just pulled the pin and started to increase that lead. And I think these guys here have realised that they're probably not going to catch now, and it's going to be, this is the battle now for second place.
I think Enzo Buttarazzi was still hoping that they might work together and push forward, but no, 93 of Nathaniel Hodges realising, yeah, maybe we're not going to catch the leader here. I'm just going to start defending this second place. And just does manage to do so through the left-hander there as we head down into Osiers now. Still Otis Cleary all over the bumper of Enzo Buttarazzi as well, and it's not that much further back until we get to Alfie Davidson and Jacob Nairn having a good battle over 5th place. Only a couple of seconds back to those two battling, so realistically if Enzo, Otis and Nathaniel battle a little bit harder through these last couple of minutes, it's not going to take that much effort for Alfie and Jacob to catch back up, as they do close in by I think nearly another second on that last lap around the circuit.
Plenty of spectators at the side of the track here as it's still heating up there for second place. This is further back. This is Alfie Davidson and Jacob Nairn. They're battling for 5th place at the moment. Eyes on the trio just in front. Nathaniel Hodges, Enzo Buttarazzi and Otis Cleary all fighting for position.
Yes, they are.
Otis Cleary now back into second place, but still side by side further down. And they've got to be careful now, because this is going to become a 5-way battle very, very quickly, because if you look, Alfie Davidson and Jacob Nairn are not battling at all, and they are just closing in. Every single corner they're taking chunks out of that gap between them, as Austin Gibson constantly setting fastest lap after fastest lap. Now, You can see Otis Cleary here has got the clean air now. He's opened up a bit of a gap. He's got no one trying to send it down the inside. He can take the normal racing line going into Christmas Corner. Is he going to do that? Yes, he is. A little bit tighter than he probably should have done, but he took the normal racing line, so he's got much more speed through the corner there compared to the two that were defending and battling and trying to hold position. So maybe Otis could close that gap.
Yeah, Nathaniel Hodges tried to get to the apex there and overtake Enzo Butterazzi. Wasn't able to. Enzo closes the door at the apex there. It was a little bit heart in the mouth moment. Thought that they might come together, but both giving each other good enough racing room. And now look at this. Alfie Davidson and Jacob Nairn right on the back of these two. Who's going to try and dive in and get involved first? They haven't quite closed the gap just yet, as it's still Enzo leading Nathaniel as we head onto another lap of the race. Just over 2 minutes left to go on the clock. And Nathaniel clearly feeling like he's being held up here. Switching out from the racing line as they go through Oblivion and Fine Lady. Might go for it down the inside. Does go for it down the inside here at Christmas Corner. Has a much better overlap that time. And it squeezes off. Oh, nearly collects that car who'd stopped there, the number 50. That's Jack Vikes who's had a problem there, but that was really close. Just got squeezed off of the track there. I think it was Enzo Butterazzi who got squeezed off. And yeah, he's not happy about it at all.
Gesticulating wildly there and under braking, and round there goes Jacob Nairn, and that was purely under braking, and you can see the frustration in himself there. That is just one of those things, just squeezing the brake pedal just that little bit too hard. Remember, all the braking on these smaller karts is done on the rear axle, meaning if you do squeeze it a little bit too hard, you just lock the rear axle and it can spin you around very easily, just like that. Not a mistake that we would usually see from Jacob Nairn. A shame to see, and like I say, he's going to have to recover from that one. 1 minute to go, plus 1 lap. Austin Gibson's lead now increasing to 5 seconds from Otis Cleary, who has not managed to close that gap, but crucially has opened up a 1.5 second gap to himself and the driver in 3rd place, Nathaniel Hodges. He's still got the close company of Alfie Davidson and Enzo Butterazzi just behind. Theo Bradshaw still there in P6. He's the highest Honda GX 200 driver. He's got Ed Spain close for company behind Ashley Haas as well. Zach Champney currently in 9th place. He is the leading GX 160 driver currently out there in the number 61. And the only Gazelle engine I can't actually see on my timing screen, so potentially not even out on track, which is a shame. That would have been Harry Khalil, so who's not gone out on track.
We were just looking at, I'm pretty sure, a brotherly battle. It was George Klimo versus Tommy Klimo back then. Harvey Turner was getting involved with it as well. That was for 21st place that we were just looking at. Look back nearer the front of the field as these two drivers battle up into Christmas Corner. The 81 versus the 72, is that? It's the 72 of Ed Spain, so it must have been the 61 of Zach Champney. I thought Zach had got that overtake done there.
Yeah.
I think he has. He has indeed.
Yeah, round the outside through Wilkins and down the inside at Osiers. Gets 2 for 1 there. Oh, is that a driver slowing down there? Is that
I think it was our back marker.
Is that a back marker?
I think so, yeah.
Not a problem. I'll try and name them. It's never nice to just call them a back marker. They're still a driver. Potentially Harvey Turner.
I think it was Alessandro Salas.
Okay,
I do believe.
There is 2nd place, Otis Cleary.
He hasn't been able to close that gap, has he?
No, it's 5.5 seconds now.
Slowly extending.
Yeah, so it's all down to Austin Gibson in the number 52. He won earlier, did Austin, after a brilliant race. And it looks like he's going to take the final in this one quite convincingly, as the last lap board is out and the checker flag will come out for the 52 this time around. Where is he though on track? We don't know, as there the 83 of George Klimo, Tommy Klimo and Harvey Turner. There he is, Austin Gibson across the line, gets the checker flag from Otis Cleary. Then Nathaniel Hodges from Alfie Davidson crosses the line. Enzo Butterazzi at the end of that one finishes P5. From Theo Bradshaw, Ashley Haas next to cross the line, battling with Zach Champney. No, Ashley Haas all on her own there, crossing the line. From Zach Champney, Ed Spain, Lewis Hall, Jacob Nairn taking 1 position there from Daniel Ferguson to finish in P11 and P12. Benton Stoneman from Jensen Walker, Ronnie Carter, Ethan Cossings, Jensen Maplethorpe from Lorenzo Martin, Archie Cannon and Kane Langley, the trio that was scrapping earlier on. This is the battle for 21st place of George Climo, Tommy Climo and Harvey Turner. They crossed the line in the same position that they crossed the line on the last lap from Jack White and Alessandro Salas. Nose cone watch begins. Let's check Austin Gibson. He's all good. He is through. No dramas there. Otis Cleary getting high fives there from some of the other drivers in the paddock. His nose cone is checked. And he is all good, so no dramas there for second place, Nathaniel Hodges. Which isn't Nathaniel Hodges there. There's Nathaniel Hodges. He gets his checked, and he is all good, and he goes through third place. So top three are all fine and dandy. They make their way back into the circuit. So a good start to the season. Of course, a brand new season. There is no championship points, really, right now. They've just clocked their first one, so as you see them there, that's kind of your championship order really for IAME and Honda at the end of that one. Top Honda GX200, Theo Bradshaw in his class, and Zach Champney, the top in GX160, as they all come into the pit lane. That was race 32 of the weekend. Some faster karts coming up next. Race 33, Junior Max. It is the C final. Like we say, Junior Max C final about to get underway, like we say. So, the top four from this one will go through into the B final, giving us 36 or 34 in that one, and then so forth, and then the top four from that one. Here's how they line up then. Will Archer and Michael Dalton, they go from row 1. Benjamin Baker and Luca Brooks go from row 2. Arthur Thacker and Zach Helsop, they round out the top 3 rows. Jacob Berwick and Kai Veach, they go from row 4. From Liam Phillips and Levi Sangera, going from the top 10 on row 5. Michael Popakal and Jensen O'Neill going round out the top 12 on row number 6. Row number 7, Rio Ramadan, the Rio Ramadan fan club. If you're on there, the live stream, get your comments in from Ben Horner and Edril Nigwa. Kathik Kumirta on row 8 from Shane Shandiria and Paolo Nunes Andrea on that row. Hamish Forrest, Daniel Hartley, Finley Hayes and Harry Higgs round out the 22 drivers starting this race. Like I was saying,
you were close. It was 34.
34, okay, cool. So yeah, the top 4 in this one go through. So that's the bubble. So first, second, third and fourth go through. And remember, if any one of those top 4 gets a nose cone penalty, they could drop out. So it's always good to be 5th, maybe even 6th place in this race. The top 4, they go through. They will then start at the back of the grid for the B final. And then they do the B final. Then the top 4 go through from the B final to give us 34 karts for the A final later on. So these drivers do have a chance of getting into the A final.
Yes.
They've just got to win this one, or be in the top 4, then be in the top 4 in the next one. Here we go. In towards turn 1. Good start then from everyone. Everyone's squeezing to the inside. 3 wide as they go to the apex there through Oblivion. Now up the hill they go in towards Christmas Corner under heavy braking. One cut sweeping to the outside and goes so far, nearly comes off the track. Fantastic start, though, from Dalton in the number 42. Streaks away in the lead. No dramas whatsoever. He's looking fine and dandy in his first place position, but the eyes will be on second, third and fourth of where they will finish in this race. That's the one that we need to see. The bubble is 4th place, so that's the battle that we're going to see. And that's the battle that you can currently see just behind you. Change for second place is down the inside. Goes the 14 of Arthur Thacker. Brilliant start for Arthur Thacker. He started this race on 5th place on the 3rd row, so he's had a fantastic start, now up into P2.
Exactly, yep. Great start from Arthur Thacker. Remember chatting to him a few times last year. Relatively new, at least he was last year, to high-level go-kart racing such as this, and doing a good job once again. Usually see him fighting up the order, so it wouldn't be a surprise to see him in the B final. And currently, he is inside of that bubble, as we say. However, they're going to continue fighting over it over this 8-minute final. Now, of course, For the usual finals, or the finals where there's only one for that particular class, they're of course all 12 minutes. However, the B and the C finals for Junior Max and Senior Max, 8 minutes in length, and the A finals later on will also be 12 minutes as usual.
Now, for everyone on the live stream, you're not going to want to worry about this next bit, but this is a Paddock announcement. So, Paddock announcement, 2 cars need moving. One of them is a very lovely blue Ferrari. We certainly don't want that getting in the way. Registration, you probably don't need it because you know it's your car. P1YWL, your car needs to be moved, as well as a red Ford, Kilo Victor 64 Mike Victor Delta. Could you please both move your vehicles from where they currently are in the paddock? Thank you. Back to the racing.
Indeed. We've just seen Luca Brooks go down the inside of Will Archer up at Christmas Corner. So that's changed for 3rd place. Will still within that top 4 bubble. However, of course, right on the fringes of it. So not wanting to mess around, probably is going to want to get back ahead relatively sharpish as the group behind continuing to close in here. It's Jacob Borowick who's right on the bubble, and 3 drivers within a second right behind him.
Yes, indeed. 5.5 minutes to go, plus 1 lap. Arthur Thacker, fastest lap of the race, is closing in as it's getting a little bit touch and go here as Benjamin Baker and Jacob Borowick fighting fiercely against each other, and everyone just diving for that inside position. The number 41 of Zach Helsop getting involved as well, trying to switch around the outside, running on the Evolve karting team. The awning is right down actually next to where our commentary box is, which is in the old mill. And was that a wheel coming off there that I saw, or was it just someone's nose cone getting folded in? I think it was someone's nose cone getting folded in. Don't panic, everyone. Don't panic.
Don't panic.
Yeah, everything still looks attached, so yeah, that's fine. Again, Arthur Thacker, fastest lap of the race once again, closing that gap, 1.5 seconds. He took 6 thousandths of a second out of the lead there from Michael Dalton, so...
I'm a little confused because Luca Brooks and Will Archer had that bit of a kerfuffle. It allowed for Jacob, Borowick, Zach Heslop and that to start to close in on them, but now Jacob has started moving over to defend this 5th place in that 333 car. So he's defending from Zach Heslop here, and which is just allowing for that gap to continue to open up to Will Archer in 4th, but that's really the position that they all need to be in. It doesn't matter whether you're 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, except for possibly the points that you get at the end of it if you do end up finishing in the C final, but of course you want to get to the B final. So you can see Zach Heslop all over the rear end of the 333 here, trying to find a way through, but you can see that gap up to 4th and 3rd place just continuing to extend.
Indeed. Again, Arthur Thacker once more, fastest lap of the race.
He's looking proper quick.
Yeah, but he's lapping. They're lapping at the same pace at the moment for that position, so they're not really gaining or losing any time that they would. This is all kicking off here, isn't it? I mean, what is going on? Everyone's had their Weetabix now. It's only the C final. That was a huge amount of oversteer there for the 333 of Jacob Borowick. He's now going to be under pressure from Zach Helsop, who gets through. And again, remember, the top 4 go through. Michael Dalton, at the moment, is fine. Arthur Thacker is fine. Luca Brooks, currently, in the 75, is fine! And that was a wheel that came off. So the wheel did come off, and it was a head-on collision into the safety barrier there at the final corner. That certainly would have woken the driver up a little bit. Hopefully he is okay. We'll confirm who that was. I think that was Edril Nugwa there in the 35. That has gone off because it's the only driver who's now gone to the back of the grid.
Yeah, they're getting a bit feisty in this group, aren't they?
They are. Well, remember, there's top 4 that go through.
But they're quite a margin off of the top 4 now. They're 3.5 seconds off of Will Archer now because of how much they've been battling. So, yeah, it was Zach Heslop was getting frustrated. He was stuck behind Jacob Borowick for a while. Of course, we saw Jacob make that small mistake. Zach was able to squeeze through, and then everyone behind got excited that they could also squeeze through, and, yeah, we saw what happened.
But it's not over yet, because these 2 here on your screen, 3rd and 4th, okay, there, Luca Brooks is just communicating with Will Archer and just saying,
yeah, come on, look behind you.
Let's go. But Will Archer might be thinking, well, actually, I want to start the next race 1 position higher than what I would currently do. So he might think, I'm just going to go for the move. And if he does that and they start battling, Zach Helsop, Jacob Borowick, they could close in. They could. We don't know. But we'll have to see. The race progresses. Because there's less than 2 minutes to go. There's not much time left.
Yeah.
do you go for it? I mean, the same question could be asked for actually Arthur Thacker and Michael Dalton. There's now 3 tenths between them. You know, if they start scrapping, you know,
I think that's a lot more likely than a move from Will Archer and Luca Brooks. I think it's a lot more likely for Arthur Thacker to be like, well, I want the race win here.
Yeah.
But
I mean, remember, like we were saying, 5 seconds is the penalty if you've got a drop nose cone. And at the moment, these drivers are about 5 seconds behind, but if they keep scrapping like this, they'll be more than 5 seconds, which means the top 4, if they do get a nose cone, they will be absolutely fine and will still go through as their position. But they are still scrapping away here. Absolutely fantastic to see as everyone just scrapping for that tiny bit of space out on circuit. But Benjamin Baker getting involved in that one, diving down the inside of Jacob Burrick there. And Zach Helsop just thinking at the front of this one, I'm just going to keep driving away from this one. I don't want to get involved.
He's going for it. That's a late one down the inside of the boot. He's going to be side by side on the exit, though. But no, Jacob gets him back round the outside.
Yeah, no drama there. Now back down the inside for Baker. Gets it done very squirrely over the apex there. And now that's allowing Liam Phillips to get alongside. Jensen O'Neill Goings getting involved as well. And down the inside and contact between the two of them. And it was Jacob Burrick who's come off worse there, who goes round. I'm not sure who the driver was. I think it was Liam Phillips who got his nose cone caught. And you saw how that was pulled away there. That might have caused a drop down, but it may be okay because it wasn't. Well, that's definitely dropped, whoever's that is. It looks like it's detached and round goes.
More contact.
More contact. And 2 of the carts go round. The 775 of Kai Veach and Liam Phillips go round. And disaster in that group there. And that's just going to allow the rest of the field to just break away from this one. Absolute pandemonium in this C final.
It's proper kicked off, hasn't it?
It has indeed. All the meanwhile, the top 4 have just driven away at the moment. And that's the most important part, really. You know, the top 4 go through to the B final. You know, and there they all are as they go around. Michael Dalton still leading the way. I don't think he's leading the way. I think Arthur Thacker's taken the lead. He has. Arthur Thacker has taken the lead. The timer has struck 0, so the last lap board is out now. So now it's on the final lap, and Arthur Thacker has just had the pace all the way throughout this race. He goes up out of oblivion up towards Christmas Corner, and Michael Dalton here is not going to attack it. He's not going to fight it. He's still through into the B final. He doesn't need to fight it. He can just stay there and just maintain that position. He will start in 32nd place for the B final, pending post-race scrutineering, of course. Anything could happen. But yeah, so far that is where he would start for this race. And I don't think he's going to go for a lunge here. He might go for it. He is going to go for it. Of course he is. I mean, why wouldn't he? But he's got to be careful because they slow each other down now. Contact between the two of them. But Dalton gets it. It was a bold move. He didn't need to make the move, but he did anyway. And they are both through to the final. There you've got 3rd and 4th place Luca Brooks and Will Archer, who finish in 3rd and 4th place. Now the question is, if there are any nose cone penalties, will they get that 5-second time penalty? If they do, put it this way. If Luca Brooks or Will Archer have a nose cone, that's all that could affect it. Yeah, that's the only thing that could affect them. And Zach Helsop could go through, but if Zach's got a nose cone, then the top 4 are safe. So we will find out when they come in. I was impressed with Arthur Thacker there, really showing some good pace. And Michael Dalton ain't no slouch, that's for certain. So good little battle in there, but Michael Dalton just pipping Arthur at the final couple of corners there. But a great little end to the race. It was all kicking off in the mid-pack. Sadly, those drivers in the mid-pack we won't see out again today. That C final is their final race of the day. Now we're on nose cone watch. Everyone looking okay for the moment. And yes, look to be all good. There's Luca Brooks, and there is Will Archer. All through, so that's confirmed. Michael Dalton, Arthur Thacker, Luca Brooks and Will Archer are who we will be seeing out later today for the Junior Max B final. Of course, alongside the 30 other drivers that will also be out there for the B final. Yes, of course. There are 60 drivers in Junior Rotax left to actually do a final. Yeah. So, Brandon Klein, to answer your question, Senior X30 final is due to go out at 3:48. So stay tuned for that one. That doesn't mean disappear, stop the stream, and then go somewhere else. It means stay around. Pretty good C final. Dramatic at the end. They certainly gave us a show on that one.
Certainly did. I was wincing a number of times in that final.
Yeah. an unnecessary show, but a fantastic show nonetheless.
It was brilliant.
But that was Junior Max C final. We head back to cadets now for race 34. It's time for Micromax for their final. So this is a busy old grid. The brand new class joining us this year. It is Micromax in the cadet category. Oliver Spencer and Harry Taylor starting on that front row. Samuel Lowdy and Oliver Warner will go from row 2. Jack Baker and Colby Patterson round out the top 6 on row number 3. Harvey Bacon and Riley Morrow go from row 4 with Maximilian Abraham and Josh Cormax on row 5 rounding out the top 10. JJ Lowe and Jack Freeman round out row number 6.
Row 7 sees Elliot Travis and Kia Bernard. Then it's Frederick Wood and Grayson Wortley and Alfie Mew and Luca Holmes-Ballock. Top 20, Luke Millward and Alfie Mayer round that out. Then it's Dian Singh Pahal, Sebastian Behrman, Josh Cook and Emerson McAndrew-Uren on 24. Surprised to be seeing him that far down. Same really with Ilya Velico on 25th. Then it's Ian Paul 26th, Austin Oman, Harry Neeson, Arthur Farrow and Maximilian Braskoff round out the top 30. And only 3 more drivers left on the grid. Quite a bumper one for this one. Maria Roberto, then Rhys David Richardson, and then Ralph Rakatis on the 33rd position on this grid for the Rotax Micro Final.
Yes, indeed. So, I've just had an update on my phone. Driver who went into the wall in that last race, he is okay, which is good. That was Adriel Nugua, who has been given a thumbs up. Thank you for the update on that one. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are watching on the Alpha Live YouTube channel and you are not subscribed...
What are you doing with your life?
What are you doing? Hit that subscribe button, hit the notification bell so you get notified every time we post a video or go live. We are live in 3 locations this weekend, I believe. We are live at Silverstone, we are live here at Whilton Mill, and we are live somewhere else. Buckmore Park,
of course,
we
Club
are
100,
live for Club 100. So the team is scattered across the UK
and
at the moment.
It's not just kart racing that you watch as well. Silverstone, we've got the CSCC kicking off for 2023.
If you're a classic car fan, don't tune in. Stay here.
And then you can watch it later.
Then watch it later.
Perfect.
You're welcome.
And also, if you're watching this as well, we also do lots of bike racing as well on the Alpha Live production. Loads of MX motocross. And,
yeah. Right, final time. Race 34, Micromax. It is the cadet final. This is the new class that's been introduced into the Rotax family for this year. So these are the cadet ages from 8 to 12 years of age, I believe, in this category. You can move up into the intermediate class from the age of, or from your 10th birthday, though, so you can have a couple more years in cadet and then move up into that one a little bit later onwards. But as the drivers get themselves sorted out and squared away, race 34 of Rotax Max is about to start. If you missed the Paddock show today, it will be being uploaded onto the Alpha Live YouTube channel tonight at a time specified. I'm not going to tell you the time, because what you should do is you should subscribe, hit the notification bell, and then you get notified when it comes out. There you go. You're welcome. Into the tram lines. Are we going first time of asking? Yes, we are. Green flag goes out, the timer ticks down, and 12 minutes of racing gets underway for the Micromax Cadet Final. In through turn 1 they go, and up towards Christmas Corner. Again, everyone's sweeping to the inside, defending that inside line, squirreling under braking. Karts diving to avoid contact between their fellow drivers in front of them, and everyone round the first few corners safely. Through increments we go, down into the braking zone of Ashby, the tightest corner on the circuit. And again, everyone negotiates their way round nice and clean. Looked like a fantastic start there from the 42, Oliver Spencer, who gets a great breakaway and manages to pull away from the entirety of the field already with some clean air right behind as the rest of the field all squabbling for position. There you see the 72 of Oliver Warner started this race on the second row of the grid in 4th place. You can just see there fighting for position in P2, and that gap that pole sitter Oliver Spencer had has come down somewhat as they've exited the final corner back over the start-finish straight.
Indeed, yeah. As you saw them running up to Christmas there, always makes me a little bit nervous. We see lots of movement, and no deer taken out there. It's the number 63. That's Harry Taylor. I think it was Riley Morrow who tried it down the inside, was just a little bit too late, made a bit of contact, front to rear contact, and round went Harry Taylor. But it's going to be a tough one for him to get back up through the pack in this one. But a bit of unfortunate contact there early on in this race. At least, I guess you would say, it's early on. He has over 10 minutes to try and battle back through the pack, but quite a few karts to try and get back past.
It's a fantastic train that you're seeing here, but eyes on the top two. This isn't a C final, it's not a B final, this is the final for Micro Max, and at the moment the battle for the lead is heating up. Spencer and Warner line astern here across the line. Warner looking a little bit faster out there, did set the fastest lap on that last lap, was some 2/10 faster on that last lap alone, so maybe a mistake from Spencer somewhere on the circuit. Now under immense pressure from the Argenti driver behind, who dives down the inside and gains that position, moves up into the race lead. Spencer now back down into P2, and if they work together at this point now, they will be safe from Riley Morrow. You can see there the novice driver doing an absolutely fantastic job, latching onto the back of these two and doing a great start. Riley, where did Riley start? On the 4th row in 8th place, now up into P3. A fantastic start for the young driver, who's going to try and latch onto the drivers in front. But Warner, once again, fastest lap of the race, but then Emerson McAndrew Urin takes it. 52.480, the fastest lap of this race. Emerson down in 12th place at the moment.
He has had a good race, though.
He has.
Started down in, started 18th at Emerson. So using that pace well.
He is indeed. They're having a fantastic scrap.
I was a bit surprised to see him so far down, to be honest. Usually you remember seeing him further up the order, so
yeah,
clearly proving his pace in this final, moving up the order as there goes down the inside as Luca Holmes-Paddock moving through. Two people with double-barreled names, two people who are very, very quick.
Yes, indeed. I think the more names you have in your name, the faster you are.
Is that how it works? Is that why I'm so slow? Because I've only got one?
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Down the inside there, change. We just saw Luca Holmes-Paddock making a move. See, point proven there on Kean Bernard, who drops a position down into P7. Josh Cormack still there in P8 from Emerson McAndrew Urin. Samuel Lowdy is still there in P10.
I think they've just made up another place there. I think Josh Cormack has just lost 2, possibly even 3 positions there at Christmas Corner. Dropping down into the middle of this pack now.
Yeah, indeed. In towards Ashby Hairpin once again.
Now, Oliver Spencer and Oliver Warner now working together, it seems, as that gap to Riley Morrow. Last time I looked was 0.8. Now it's 1.7 as they cross the line.
Yeah, and back down the inside there.
I think that's Josh Cormack continuing to fall backwards, sadly.
Yeah.
Out of the top 10 now.
McAndrew Urin now up another position. Yeah, definitely. The two Olivers, Spencer and Warner, definitely they would work together at this point now. They don't need to battle. They're first and second. They can just hook onto the back of each other, push each other away, and not allow the drivers behind to close it. Unfortunately, Riley Morrow is in one of these awkward positions right now. Now he's getting chased down by Harvey Bacon and Colby Patterson. But hopefully, if those three behind can latch onto each other and work together and stay in that one group, 3 karts will always work better than 2. You can get more slipstream, you can work together. As long as all 3 are on the same pace, they can close that gap. If they tried, there's still plenty of time. 7 minutes to go. Plenty of time left in this race to gain time. And we'll just have to see how the times are affected. Well, they're starting to battle at the front, because side by side there, I saw a potential move down the inside for the race lead. There was no change. Spencer still leading from Warner, but it looked like he was going to go for the move. And now again, going for the move, chopping and changing. And this is not what you want to do this early on in the race, because now you're just going to allow the drivers behind to start closing in. Keeping on the gap, 2.3 seconds. Now they're going to start scrapping in the background. I think that's just Harvey Bacon thinking, I feel like I've got a little bit more pace than you, Riley. Latch behind me, and I'll pull you along. That's how it kind of works out there. All drivers kind of take turn. It's like the Tour de France, but faster and more exciting.
The Tour de Whilton.
the Tour de Karting Whilton, yeah, we'll call it that. But brilliant stuff. And like I say, these are sort of the youngest drivers that we've got here this weekend. They're not the youngest category that races in the UK karting. That would, of course, fall to the Bambinos, which a lot of these drivers have moved up into this one.
I think they've just changed, yeah.
Jumping and changing again. Gap 2.7, so despite that, they are still gaining time. So not losing too much.
Where we saw Bacon and Patterson going through on Murrow on that last lap.
Yeah.
Just taking them a little bit longer than it did between Warner and Spencer. But we've seen Warner and Spencer changing throughout this one. Who is going to be leading the train once they get to the flag? Harvey Bacon looks to have pulled out a little gap over Colby Patterson and Riley Murrow. It was 3/4 of a second when they crossed the line. You can see it there with your own two eyes. He's built out a slight gap. The 25 of Colby Patterson just trying to reel him back in, and Riley Murrow trying to stick to them as well.
Yes, indeed. Quite a challenge out there. Then there's a big group behind that's being led by Luca Holmes Ballock, Emerson McAndrew Urin still there in 7th place from Kim Bernard, Sam Lowdy, Harry Taylor, Jack Freeman, Maximilian Abrahart. There you go, you can see them there on your screen.
I think Keir Bernard's just got through on Emerson McAndrew Urin there. They just changed on our timing tower, as this is that group, is it not? Or is this slightly further back?
This is slightly further back. That's Elliot Travis, you can see, diving down the inside there, gaining a position on Jack Baker for P14. This is a little further up. That is the group there, going down into Ashby. They are still chopping and changing, so they are not going to latch on to the group in front. They are fixated on having a brilliant battle, and you know that can happen in these younger cadet categories. You know, they're thinking that I just need to try and gain places, I need to gain places, and that comes with, you know, experience and racecraft and everything like that. It will come to a time where you realise that like, I need to stop trying to overtake and I need to push along. It feels unnatural in racing because you always feel like you just need to get past, but sometimes it is better to work with your fellow driver as down the inside there looks.
They're not listening to you, mate.
Yeah, they're not. Samuel Lowdy there on Harry Taylor.
21 making a move now, trying to. A spin for the 78.
Yeah, around
that's high up. That's Holmes Ballock.
Yeah, it is Luca Holmes Ballock. Not sure what happened there, but that was at Christmas Corner, and he tumbles down the order now. Does Luca Holmes Ballock? That is a disaster.
He's having a great race. 18th to 6th, up 12 positions. And now probably going to lose all of those in the space of one lap.
Yeah, gap for these drivers still increasing.
Yeah, they've been working together nicely, haven't they? Just sort of trading fastest laps between the two of them.
Yeah, despite that, they still have been battling for position as well because they've constantly been chopping and changing. But so far, they've got some company there. One of the back markers, I believe that's Maximilian Braskov, getting involved. There, just behind, Riley Murrow, again doing a fantastic job. He's got Colby Patterson.
Back pass, doesn't he?
Yeah. Colby Patterson right behind.
And that's allowed for Harvey Bacon to scamper off.
Yeah. Both these drivers, Bambino drivers last year. Riley Murrow, the British Kart champion in Bambinos last year. I'll have to double check that one. Pretty sure he was.
It's definitely a name I recognise.
Fabulous driver. And like I say, this year, stepping it up into the cadet category, showing what they've got. You can still see the mechanics at the side of the track with the hand gestures coming in, and you always think there's no way that they're paying attention to that. Oh, you'd be surprised. The amount of things you can say to your driver using hand gestures is incredible. So
I'm sure. 63 tried it down the inside there. Harry Taylor thought about a move on Kian Bernard into Christmas Corner. Might get overtaken because of it. Nope. 45, Samuel Lowdy decides to stick behind. How much longer though? Looks to be pulling out on the exit. Not quite got the overspeed. Might be able to get on the inside at the next corner though. I think it's better of it. Stays behind for now to Samuel. Yeah, I've in some of the younger classes, I think it might have been a Bambino previously, where I've seen them watching the hand gestures so much that they've nearly then crashed.
Yes, yeah, and again, that just falls to experience as Warner again, fastest lap of the race. 2/10 now is the gap between first and second, so it is opening up now. Warner thinking, I'm gonna try and drive away from you now. I don't like how close you are to me with only 1 minute left of this race. There's, again, chopping and changing all the way through this field as positions being changed left, right and centre. I believe that was Harry Taylor making moves on Kean Bernard there, a little further back in the order. Austin Oman in this one, currently 26th place, second in the novice category. I can see him down there. I think he's just got past Arjun Paul for 25th place as well, so I think he's managed to get that move done. Side by side, a little look back there into the boot section. There was a brief look at your race leaders, who are still line astern, 3 wide between these drivers, and look at that, 2 for 1, says Kean Bernard. I say, I'll take those, thank you very much, chaps. Moves up into P5 at the expense of Emerson McAndrew and Colby Patterson.
That was perfectly read from Kean Bernard, wasn't it? Really, really nice move. Very much enjoyed that. And he's gifted 5th place because of it.
Yes, indeed. Spencer.
Yeah, that gap at the front has closed back down, hasn't it?
Yep, Spencer now with the fastest lap of the race has closed that gap down. 5 seconds left on the timing board. Final lap this time is up and over onto that rear bumper there. Goes the number 28 of Kean Bernard and dives down the inside this time. There you go. That's what you should have done there. And not right up the back, but gets it sorted out. Not phased whatsoever. No. Not phased at all. Where's our race leaders, though? Because final lap is out now, and they have switched for the race lead. Yep, Spencer now leads the way. And what is going to happen here? Warner looking to the inside. No, switches to the outside. Gets defensive as they then go through. Now through Inkermans they go. Opportunity here into the braking zone. Both go defensive. Both sweep to the outside. Does Warner. Tries to get the switch back here on the exit. Has got alongside, and there's contact between the two of them. And amazingly, they both stay in a straight line. But Spencer comes off better between the two of them. Not sure what actually caused that to happen. But the two of them alongside each other. And Spencer will take this one now. Clean air for the number 42 of Spencer. He'll exit the final corner and he will see the checkered flag, and there it is for Oliver Spencer across the line from Oliver Warner. Harvey Bacon will come and finish in 3rd place. There he goes across the line, all on his own, no drama. Cool Sunday evening drive from Kean Bernard at the end of that one from Emerson McAndrew. Riley Morrow finishes in P6 from Sam Lowdy. Harry Taylor, Colby Patterson, and Alfie Mew rounding out the top 10 out on circuit. The rest of the grid will make their way across the line. Maximilian Abrahart, Jack Freeman, JJ Lowe, Elliot Travis, Josh Cormack, Jack Baker, Luke Holmes-Ballack at the end of that one after that spin at Christmas finishes in P17 from Luke Millward, Josh Cook, Alfie Mayer, Frederick Wood, Dicing Falau finishing in 22nd place, Austin Oman finishing in 23rd, Arthur Farrow finishing in 24th place from Ola Velico, finishing in 25th from Maria Roberto, Arjun Paul, Grayson Worthley, Maximilian Praskoff, Harry Neeson, Reese David Richardson, Ralph Rackets, and Sebastian Behrman rounding out the grid. The 28 gesticulating there. Kean Bernard thinking, where do I go? You go in there. I think the top 5 go through into the Weybridge area.
I think you're
just
right.
in case of any unformalities or anything like that.
I was a bit nerve-wracking the end of that one, wasn't it? I thought both of our Olivers were going to go home in tears then.
Yeah, I thought it was nearly...
Oh, my goodness. But both of them, as you say, somehow keeping it facing in the right direction. Oliver Spencer managing to come out on top in the end.
As said by the great El Real, almost a catastrophe. It quite literally was heart-and-mouth moment there for the top 2, but they get it done and get to the end of this one as the rest of the grid makes their way in.
And they've been leading the race so well, such a mature drive from both of them, just chopping and changing. One go in front, okay, I'll go in front for a lap or so. Okay, you go in front for a lap or so. But nearly ending a catastrophe, as that is definitely not how it should be on the number 15.
That's not where the...
Alfie Mayer, that is, in 20th.
Yeah, not where the manufacturer intended it to be positioned.
Same, another one behind, look.
Yeah, but 24, that's Arthur Farrow. Brilliant wheel pushing technique there. Double leg technique.
Very impressive.
Well, brilliant end to that race. More finals coming up. Stay with us. Intermediate class is coming up next. It's race 35. It's IAME Water Swift, and it's their final.
Yes, indeed. Here is the grid for the intermediate IAME Water Swifts.
Was that a dig?
No, not at all. Ethan Weldon lines up along pole position. Alongside him is Harley Musk, behind them Max Yule and Jensen Jones. They're followed by Archie Owen and Sukmani Kira. Row number 4, Jensen Ackerman and Millen Tomlinson. Then it's Ian Nayar, Alfie Taylor, Aaron Richardson and Henry Garofal.
Look a little further back in this one. Ian Townsend Grant, Alfie Fulton, Max Mason and Callum Graham will round out the 16 kart grid. The smallest grid that we do have here this weekend. Of course, this is one of the new categories that has come in, the IAME Water Swift intermediate category. So this is the group up from the cadets with the slightly less restricted IAME Water Swift, but exactly the same engine as what the IAME Water Swift cadet would use. But just less restricted. So get your support in, ladies and gentlemen. The drivers will be out on circuit in just a moment. Let us know who you are supporting. Racing going go Sukmani Kira in this one, starting P6 on the 3rd row of the grid. There you can see the drivers primed and ready to go. Louise Richardson, go Aaron. I suspect Aaron Richardson in this one, starting P11 on the 6th row of the grid. Probably be able to see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, you can just see the back of his helmet there, the yellow, red and blue topped. That is
just
Aaron
behind Charlie Wolfett.
Yeah, yeah. Charlie Wolfett, get out the way. You're blocking our camera view.
Don't think he can hear you, mate. He's in the zone.
Oh no, he can hear me.
Is he just laughing at you and ignoring you?
Probably.
Maybe that's what it is.
Yeah.
I'd do the same, to be fair.
Yeah. There you can see the next group getting ready. There's Ellis Bell in the orange helmet, black and red race suit. Priming himself ready. Here we go then. Karts making their way out on circuit. Oh, one of them didn't fire up. That looked like Aaron Nayar that didn't fire up. The number 55 hopefully has managed to get it fired up.
Seen him left the pits.
Hopefully
he will do shortly. Nope, only 15 out of 16 have left the pit so far.
Uh-oh, has his kart gone kaput before the finals even started? That's one way of warming your tyres up.
Oh no, he's got stuck.
Oh, that is a disaster. Oh, get it going. Yeah, that is. I've got to say, you do not need to warm those rear tyres up anymore. I think they're good now, Alfie Fulton. Yes, you're going to need to sort that one out.
That one needs like a Sigma edit over it. That was so cool.
Yeah. There is a kart that's just whizzed past our screen.
Okay. Have we got all six? Yeah, we've got all 16 now.
Yeah, but is that the 55 of Aaron Nair?
It
is, isn't it? So he's out of grid position. He will unfortunately have to start at the back. That was the recovering Alfie Fulton.
Oh no,
there's another one that's come to a stop as well.
That looks like it might be the 44, Sukmani Kira possibly.
Well, we'll find out.
I think it is. Yeah, it is.
So several drivers out of position, meaning that the other drivers will have to make sure that they leave those grid spaces clear in this one. It is a false start. They're not going this time, possibly due to the fact that the grid will need sorting out slightly because there were 3 karts there out of position.
Yeah, and we've got a stricken Sukmani Kira.
It is Sukmani Kira.
It definitely is, yeah.
Yeah, the 44 that has come to a halt.
Sorry to all the people supporting her in the chat. Doesn't look like she's going to make it to the start here.
There is Sukmani, yeah.
Never nice, is it? You've all that time waiting over lunch and that, waiting for your final, and then you don't even make it to the green flag. That's just what happens in racing sometimes. I'm sure we'll see her out for round number 2 next month. What are you pondering over?
I was just trying to have a look at a cut number. Am I allowed to do that?
No.
No? Fine. You see there, though, Harley Musk, green helmet on the left-hand side of the front of that grid. You see Ethan Weldon in the 98 on the right-hand side of that grid. This is going to be an interesting one. Keep it slow, keep it steady, keep it in line. Bring it in to the tram lines. Wait for the yellow line before you start accelerating. Lights will go out, and here we go then in towards turn 1. Good start then from everyone as they go through. A couple of the Fusion drivers getting a bit topsy-turvy. One driver at the back of the grid going backwards. It was the 55 on screen. That was Aaron Nayar getting a little bit untidy. More drivers going a bit chop and changing. Harry Garfield there also getting a bit sideways under braking into Ashby Hairpin. Again, the chance to get a move down the inside here. Everyone looks at it, only a couple making the move work as everyone chopping and changing full position. So far though, so good. Everyone looking comfortable. Ethan Weldon there in second place, has been overtaken by Max Yule, who started this race on the second row in P3, now leading the way as they go through the final corner, back across the line. How will they line up? It's Yule from Weldon, Owen Ackerman, then Richardson, Musk, Jones, Mason, Townsend, Grant, Taylor, Tomlinson, Fulton, Nayar, Goffel, and Graham. 15 out there at the moment. Unfortunately, Sukmanakira having to retire. Kart not going at the start of that race. But so far, so good. Breakaway for the top 3.
Indeed it is. Yeah, good breakaway. It wasn't the best exit out of the final corner for Max Yule. I thought he might be open to being overtaken by Ethan Weldon up at Christmas Corner, but it didn't happen. In the background, though, Aaron Richardson did go through on Jensen Ackerman. That was a change for 4th place there up at Christmas Corner. And he looks now to be closing in on this lead battle of the 3. As you said, they were just starting to break away, but not for much longer.
They have closed in, haven't they? So, Jensen
really
Ackerman
is closing in is Aaron Richardson.
Yeah.
Fastest lap, there you go. Aaron Richardson's looking quick here. Now he's dropped down below the 50-second mark, 49.81. Already going for the move before they even get to Christmas Corner. Up to 3rd place for Aaron Richardson.
No,
not quite.
Not quite, yeah.
Good defensive move from Archie Owen.
Yeah, he just pulled out there at the last second just to avoid any undue contact. And smart driving by these 2 drivers. They've got to be careful, though, because if they keep defending like that, they are going to lose touch with the 2 drivers in front. They do not want to do that, and Richardson has seen that and dives down the inside of Osiers, gets it done, but now is under pressure by Archie Owen once again as he dives back down the inside into the boot and maintains that position. And well, actually, that's a little bit further up, but it also happened in the background as well. There's a chop and change as Weldon retakes the lead, gets past Max Yule, and Richardson does hold on to
still
third place.
for
No, and he lost it again. Harley Musk now getting involved. The 2 Fusion teammates will hopefully work together here and just try and squeeze Archie Owen out of the way, but Owen's just like, no, just try again. Try again.
Owen was pointing forward, saying, come on, let's work together. Max Yule and Ethan Weldon are going to get away here. And he's doing his best to defend. Oh, a bit of sub-pod contact there. So headed to the left hand. They're going to get squeezed out onto the grass. Possibly is the 66. Bit of contact. Round goes to number 10. A couple of drivers taken to the grass. It's all kicked off here.
And I suspect that was probably going to happen at some point. I mean, the defensive driving came in thick and fast there, and it was brilliant up until that moment there. But I think that was 3 drivers all going for the same piece of track at the same time, which was never going to work between them. And that is unfortunate between those drivers. Unfortunately, Aaron Richardson, one of those drivers involved in that one. He drops well down the order now, crosses the line in P11 after fighting for 3rd.
I think that's worked out really nicely for Jensen Jones. He's side through past all of them, I think, to get up into P3.
Yeah, he had Mr. Jones. Where did he start in this one?
He started on 4th.
Yeah.
However, I think he dropped a few positions near the start, was near the back of that train, and then as it all sort of blew up there, he was able to just be like, "Cheers, guys, I'll just go through. Thanks very much."
Through. Yeah, like you say, it's always best sometimes. Sometimes, if you can predict the future, it's best to just hang back and let it all unfold.
Good advice there to everyone who can predict the future.
Yes. If you're playing an online racing game, you do that every single time because you know it's going to be pandemonium in through turn 1. Ethan Weldon, fastest lap of the race this time around. That gap very, very close, side by side here though.
It's Max Mason going through.
Yeah, it is indeed on Jensen Ackerman. Ackerman struggling on his own. That's a breakdown there by the looks of it. Not quite sure who that is. Who was that? That was the number 10. That was Archie Owen. So
high up.
Yeah. Archie, obviously the driver involved in that incident at Osiers between the rest of the field, kept it going, but unfortunately Kart has decided to not want to go anymore.
Could possibly be to do with a bit of contact maybe at that incident, or possibly just completely unlucky.
Yeah, exactly that. So let's rejig ourselves now and let's see who is where. So Ethan Weldon leads from Max Yule. They are some 3 seconds up the road from Jensen Jones, who's all on his own in the 84. Harley Musk and then Max Mason are line astern.
This is a really close battle, sorry.
Yeah, it is, yeah. Wincing away in the commentary box here. It's...
no!
And round goes the 23 of Rian Townsend Grant. Couldn't hold on to that one as high as tried. In the summertime, that probably would have worked because the grass is dry and you could have probably just kept it pinned and back onto the circuit. But unfortunately, the grass is wet. He kept it on the loud pedal and it just rotated.
It
wasn't going to grip up
better
there.
than what we saw earlier. He kept both hands on the wheel, tried to hold it, but just couldn't.
That is unfortunate there for Rian Townsend Grant, who now drops back in the order.
I think that might have slightly just been starting to subdue that battle now, so I think you have time to actually read out the order now.
Yes. I've got a sneaking suspicion as well that Jensen Jones in the 84 is catching up to our race leaders. There is your race leader, Ethan Weldon, who has got an advantage over Max Yule. Where is the 84, though? He took a 10th out of them on the last lap. What's he going to do this time around? Is he still catching? Still can't see him at the back of shot. So, race leader crosses the line. Yep, all good. Where's Jensen Jones? Crosses the line there. No, lost a 10th that lap. So, no, gaining and losing time at the moment, which is a shame. There is Jensen Jones. And, just again, you never want to be in this sort of situation in a final, do you? You know, you got 5 minutes left. You're not catching. You're not losing time. You're just in a void. You're just there, and you're just a drive. Some drivers may like that, you know. For Jensen, this is like, I'm in third, and I've got no drama behind. I've got no drama in front. I could just crack on lap after lap and get a podium. So Jensen Jones probably all thinking, this is great.
Yeah, exactly. Was a little few positions off of the podium earlier on before that incident that we saw down at Osiers. But gifted that third place, but has had to work hard and put in the lap times to hold on to it, and has been doing just that. He's just matched his personal best on that last lap of 49.6. The leader's pretty close on lap time, but Aaron Richardson, after that earlier incident, he dropped down the order, now has just passed Max Mason to get himself back up into 5th place, and he's looking very quick. That last lap was only 0.02 of a second slower than your leader, Ethan Weldon, who just set another fastest lap of the race.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, that Kart on the recovery drive. So good, doing a pretty sterling job. There is a look at the 66 Aaron Richardson, who is now behind fellow teammate Harley Musk. And Harley here, are they going to work together? Who has got the faster of the two karts? Looking at their previous times, it was Aaron Richardson who was significantly faster.
Yeah, he's really been flying back through the pack nicely. However, he now gets to the point of if he gets ahead of Harley Musk, he's then got, just under 5 seconds forward to Jensen Jones. So realistically, with just over 3 minutes to go, you're not really going to be getting any more positions. So I think he's going to do this move. Points ahead, but whether they can work together at all, I'm not so sure.
I'm thinking that Harley Musk's wagon is not at 100% potential.
That was quite an easy overtake, wasn't it?
Did you see how fast that Richardson got past there? And that's obviously the fastest part of the circuit as well. So the speed that you can carry is quite crucial, and that's where you'll really notice power difference. So maybe not all is well with Harley Musk's wagon. But Harley managing it as well as he can. Just have to see how he can do then for the rest of this race. 2.5 minutes plus 1 additional lap remaining. Blue flags going out there. I believe that's Callum Graham who will be getting out of the way of our lap drivers. But yeah, Max Yule, that gap now, has not managed to latch on to the back of Ethan Weldon. Weldon now 2.4 seconds clear.
He's absolutely dropped him, hasn't he? And an interesting one that Aaron Richardson and Ethan Weldon have an identical fastest lap of the race, but I assume that Aaron Richardson did it first, and that's why it's gone to him officially. Both done a 49.25, so both really, really quick. But of course, Aaron Richardson sadly having that incident early on in the race that dropped him down the order.
Yes, indeed. This looks like a relatively close battle out there. Who do we have here? This is possibly the battle for 9th place. Millen Tomlinson and Alfie Taylor.
It is indeed.
They are scrapping for that 9th place spot. As
I think
that was just a late blue flag going out there to Callum Graham, who does get out of the way in the Praga outfit this weekend. I think we spoke to him in the Paddock show as well. Good to chat to him. And yes, that battle somewhat heating it up for the top 10 finish. Alfie Taylor looking like wanting to go for a move. You can see the sheen there of the liveries there in the sun. The evening sun here at Whilton Mill
looks stunning.
Local time here is 5 to 3.
And this is exactly when you really want to have a tinted visor.
Yes, in a way,
as
yeah.
The sun drops down.
Or an iridium.
Okay,
visor.
yes.
An iridium. It's my favourite word. That is. Iridium. There we go. I'm going to just say that for the rest of the day now. Less than a minute to go then. There's your race leader, Ethan Weldon in the 98. And, well, what can you say? Sterling effort
looking
from
relaxed,
Ethan Weldon here. Yeah, absolutely cool, calm, collected, relaxed, no dramas out there whatsoever. A little bit of oversteer there as he was going into the boot, but nothing he can't handle. And he's only got a couple more laps to go, crosses the line with 30 seconds remaining, meaning the last lap board will be out this time to him when he next comes to the start-finish line. Let's go for a lap then. Up the hill they go in towards Christmas Corner. You want it on the left-hand side of the track. Late on the brakes, tuck it in, pick up a relatively late apex. Ran a little bit wide there on the exit, so carrying quite a lot of speed. You want to optimise your line through Boxing Day, down increments, and then down into the heavy braking zone there of Ashby. This left-hander here of Wilkins, very, very fast, but you don't want to run too wide because there's a nice big lump on the outside there. You want to avoid that. The curbs here through Osiers, quite harsh. You can run over that one on the exit if you hit it perfectly. Going into the final corner, you want to avoid the inside curb here because it's very harsh. Late apex again, missed the second apex of the boot. Definitely missed this curb on the final corner and then cross the line. Well, last lap board is out then for Ethan Weldon, and that gap is increasing. 3 seconds now to Max Ewell. Jensen Jones not being able to close in on Max Ewell either, staying in 3rd place, but Aaron Richardson there in 4th place. Fastest lap of the race, 49.2, on a mission here.
He is, yeah. Just finds himself a little bit too far back from Jensen Jones in 3rd to put together anything in this last part of the race to chase them back down. But yeah, as you say, good talking us through a lap there around the Whilton Mill International Kart Circuit. Yeah, you were saying here you want to miss that bump on the outside of the circuit. We've seen a couple of drivers almost take off over there today, haven't we?
Yeah.
Definitely want to miss that.
I've commentated on some charity kart races here in the corporate karts, and they certainly treat those like a rocket. There is the recovering Aaron Richardson, but there is your checker flag for Ethan Weldon, who crosses the line. He wins the IAME Water Swift Intermediate Final by a comfortable and impressive 3.4 seconds from Max Ewell. Jensen Jones and Aaron Richardson ran out the top 4, from Harley Musk finishing in P5. Max Mason, Aaron Nair running out the top 7, from Jensen Ackerman finishing in 8th. Alfie Taylor and Tomlinson coming through. They do swap positions, so Alfie Taylor finishing in P9 at the end of that one, from Millen Tomlinson finishing in P10. Rian Townsend Grant crossing the line in 11th place. Archie Owen has crossed the line to take the checkered already, finishing in P15. 3 karts left. Henry Garofal crossing the line there in 12th place from Alfie Fulton in the 27. And Callum Grant, who crosses the line there to finish P14 at the end of their final. They make their way into the pit lane. Nose cone watch will begin. We'll find out if everyone's been good.
Exactly. Of course, no differing finals, not A, B and C, so no bubble to worry about. But
nope.
Of course, if anyone in the top 3's getting a nose cone penalty, they will drop out of said top 3. Someone else could jump back in. And that's why Aaron Richardson's done such a good job getting himself back up to 4th there after that earlier incident. Puts himself right in contention for if that does happen. He is the one that could pick up the pieces and jump in to those podium spots.
Indeed, yes. There you go. They'll make their way back into the pit lane. And not the most exciting end to a final that we've seen for a class.
Not
but
a crazy one.
Oh, careful, careful. It's so focused on giving people high fives. You've got to remember to press the brakes.
Press the brake.
Oh, dear. Well, looks like everyone's okay. At least he apologised. But I want to see now if he's ended up with a nose cone penalty, because he did smack into the back there. If you've done that entire race and then got one.
Oh, we just got away.
There's Marnie Kira running back off the track. There you go. Not the way you wanted to end the race there, Sukmani, with a gentle jog. There we go. That was race 35. IAME Water Swift Intermediate. The next intermediate class is coming up next. It's race 36. It's Minimax. It's their final. This is a busy one. 17 rows about to take to the circuit. Here is how they will line up then for their next race. Rotax Mini Micromax. That is the Water Swift one. So that is the wrong grid. We'll ignore that one. We'll update that and we'll get the correct one up for your viewing pleasure out in the stream. Let us know in the comments section how you think everyone's doing. Let us know who you are supporting. Isaac Phelps, Dana Moore, in cool Will Green Bob. Okay, from Isaac Phelps, maybe. Here we go. Here's the grid. Jacob Ashcroft, Finley Lines. They go from the front row. What can they do from there? Charlie Wolfit and Oliver Mijewski go from row 2. Jaden Sherwood and Will Green, Bob, go from the third rows. And P5 and 6. Finley Hines and Kai Clark round out row 4 with Isaac Barker and Ellis Bell rounding out the top 10. Ella Lucia and Eva Morris round out row number 6.
Row 7 sees Nat Johnston and Oliver Meek behind them, Miles Burton and Max Wheatley. Then it's Jack Burgess and Max Williams. Then row number 10, and rounding out the top 20 is Elliot Potter and Max Colbert. Then it's Samir Paul and Angus McQueen. Then Toby Dukes and Ryan Gandour.
I'll look further back, row 13, Logan Lauder and Riley Morgan on 25th and 26th. Oliver White and Sam Flynn from Daniel Viscascas there in the 15th row with Thomas Butcher alongside. The last 2 rows, Harrison O'Neill, Teddy Cooper and Toby Dukes round out the field. Fred Green on the live chat. Good luck, King Bob.
King Bob.
I'm guessing that's Will Green. Well, I think I'm calling him that now.
King Bob.
King
Bob.
Bob.
I like that. We'll do that. Right, they're almost ready to go.
Here we go then. Ashcroft on the outside, Finley Lines on the inside. This is Minimax. It's intermediate, it's green flag, and in towards turn 1 they go. Great start then from the entire field. Not the best start from Finley Lines there. Drops back into P4, gets swamped by the pack. Didn't get a good getaway, but Ashcroft does get a good getaway. Dives down the inside, holds on to the race lead as they negotiate their way through Christmas Corner for the first time. Everyone getting round it okay. Diving to the inside there, looking like it was the number 11 of Jaden Sherwood getting a good start also as they all make their way through the infield section and all calm collected. There's Ellis Bell diving to the inside, taking a defensive line, started in 10th place on this one on row 5, looking like he has gained 1 or 2 places, but the rest of the field all slotting in, and a relatively decent start from the entire field, I would say.
Yeah, I would say so. I'm interested to see after this one as to whether there's any jump start penalties, because Finley Lines on the right hand side of the grid, he got an absolute wallop from behind, from the drivers behind him. Saw his head fly back and his hand went up in the air to say, what's happened there? They've all just rammed into the back of me. However, then, once you got to the first corner, you saw him drop down to 4th, didn't you, from P2 on the grid. So whether the left side just had a naturally better jump or whether they went just a little bit earlier than maybe they should have, we'll have to wait and see. Of course, results.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC for any legitimate finishing positions. As there's a move down the inside from the 44, a late one from Will Green there, dives down the inside. You saw him proper squirrely on the brakes, but makes the move stick. There's another move into the boot there. Bit more subdued of a move there, a bit more of a tidy move there from the number 81 of Finley Lines. Moves himself back through, I think, into 5th ahead of Finley Lines. No, up into 4th. Finley Lyons goes through. It's Jaden Sherwood who's down into 5th place.
Majewski also making the move, and there goes Finley Lyons under braking on Majewski and moves back up into P3. Finley Lyons now with the Dan Holland Racing team, formerly with Zipkart, and the guys there, Zipkart team based in Silverstone, and the Dan Holland Racing team based here at Whilton. So there we go.
Not too far to move.
Not too far to move.
Not too far. Well, he didn't have the most ideal start, but he's starting to make up for it now, isn't he? Back up into the top 3. Now what's he looking to chase down Charlie Wolfert and Jacob Ashcroft?
Yeah, not the best initial getaway for Lyons. Sets the fastest lap on that last one, 48.5.
He's on a charge now, isn't he?
Yeah, is indeed. Is closed up straight away to Charlie Wolfert. And he'll have a bit of a challenge ahead of him if he wants to catch up to Jacob Ashcroft.
He's got enough time to do it, though. Early on in this one. And he's already close. It was half a second when they crossed the line, and now you can't even really see much of a gap between the two of them.
Now, you can see everyone just slotting in. Now, of course, throughout these, the different teams will do their engine checks and everything. Now, of course, these are all sealed units, but they do give them to like engine builders and things like that. So KR have their KR engine department. Dan Holland Racing have got their time racing engines department and everything like that. And they would maintain the engines along them. And you can see the 2 different engine tuners in this one, not tuners, but you know what I mean. Yeah, you've got the KR for Wolfert there, and you've got time for Finley Lyons. So. But they're sealed units, so they can't really can't change anything with them, but they maintain them. That's who maintains their engines.
Gotcha.
So who's the better engine maintainer?
Well, currently it looks like it's Finley Lyons' engine, because he's already made a move on Charlie Wolfert. Through, made it look pretty easy, to be honest, up into P2. Now, eyes forward, staring down Jacob Ashcroft. He's got 8 minutes, as we say, to try and catch up to that lead, but Jacob Ashcroft sets the fastest lap of the race, 48.45. It was a 48.50 for Finley Lyons, and he made an overtake on that lap.
Yeah.
So I'm interested to see how this one goes. Here's a move in the background, though, down the inside of the number 11. Is that Kai Clark getting through?
Indeed.
It is indeed on Jaden Sherwood.
Yeah, just behind as well. You've got Will King Bob Green behind. Just trying to make a move as well. Not able to go for the move through that section. Just stays behind. Just assessing the situation. 7 minutes to go. Still plenty of time left in this race. Communication going in between the drivers there. As Kai Clark communicating. As Will Green dives down the inside of Kai Clark. Not Kai Clark, sorry. Of Jaden Sherwood. And Sherwood fights back. And now they lose a bit of time as Finley Lyons responds to that fastest lap. 48.390. The gap is coming down. It's 1.6 seconds. You can see it there on the top left-hand side of your screen. The battle for first place. We'll keep an eye on that one as the race is progressive. Plenty of time left in this one. Now, Will Green has got that move done on Jaden Sherwood and has moved up into P6. Is on the hunt for the rest of the field. Kai Clark still there. Oliver Majewski just in front as well. Charlie Wolfert also just in front there as well. No one really close apart from these two here at the front. The rest of the field's pretty close, we'll say. There's been some changes. Oliver Meeks got past Elia Lucier for a move up into 11th place. Jack Burgess has also got past as well. Eva Morris there in 13th place as Oliver Meek has tumbled down the order. I don't think he's tumbled down the order. I think he has got a transponder issue.
Is that it?
So I think he's still there. This is interesting. Finley Lyons has not managed to close in on Jacob Ashcroft. That gap has increased. It's 1.9 seconds, and now Finley Lyons is back under pressure from Charlie Wolfert. Now this is interesting. Is Charlie going to go for the move here? No, stays behind. Maybe they're thinking, could we work together to close that gap? Of course, the bump draft and the slipstream effect can come in here through this section. You know, if you can get a good kick up the backside on the straight, you can really close the gap It did come down a little bit there. Both of those drivers across the line, both took the same amount of time out of each other. Can confirm Oliver Meek was a transponder issue. Is back in his original spot.
Yeah, good to see. This certainly wasn't what I was expecting. I was just assuming Finney Lyons looked like he had an amazing pace, would just clear them all and then try and chase down the leader, but that's not quite how it's worked, is it? Olomouc was trying to get through. Oh no, they've already switched, haven't they? Of course. So Clark's got through. It was Olomouc trying to get back past. Didn't quite work out. So now Kai Clark to the front of this train. He's looking decently quick as well. So now it's a case of, whether Finney Lyons and Charlie Wolfett start fighting at all. Could these four catch up? If they try to work together, can they catch the leader of Jacob Ashcroft? Still a decent amount of time left to go in this race, so it could go either way. But it's just whether Lyons and Wolfett decide to battle here of what kind of decides how this race goes. Not only for themselves, but for the driver in front and the drivers behind. There's a move in the background, though. 44 of Will Green goes to the inside of Olomouc there at Ashby. He's going to be on the outside, though, for the following left-hander. He goes for it again, does he? He does indeed, so it didn't work out first time. That time does a big slap of the curb there for the number 40 of Olomouc, but keeps it in a straight line.
Yeah, now you can hit that curb, but at the right angle. That angle was not the wrong angle. Yeah, and you just saw how much the cut just lifted up, and potentially that could have knocked out the rear wheel slightly on that one, because you saw how much it hit it there, and that could have affected maybe the rear end of that kart. They do build them strong, but they're not the strongest things in the world. They are still fragile, these karts. They can break easily. So
and not only the car, the driver, that would have hurt.
Yeah,
that was quite the slap.
Expect sore side and a sore backside, I think, when you came tumbling down again. 3.5 minutes to go. Ashcroft lead increasing now over 2 seconds from Finney Lyons. Charlie Wolfett still there right behind from Kai Clark, who's on a great drive here. Kai Clark started this race P8 on row 4, now currently sitting P4. So 4 positions gained in this one so far. There is Kai Clark, checks over the shoulder, can see Will Green, Jaden Sherwood and Oliver Mieski after that incident. You can just see there, Will Green just going a little bit wide out of the final corner.
Both these two, Kai Clark and Will Green, looking very quick, aren't they?
Yes, indeed.
Interesting to see how this battle continues throughout the rest of the 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
Will Green not with his usual outfit of the Jamie Green Racing team. Currently running with Argenti this weekend. Not sure if that's a complete change or a change for this weekend. I'll have to do some investigating for that. Eyes a little further back. This is the 67, 94 and 25. Oliver Meek, Jack Burgess and Ella Lucia are battling away. These are doing a pretty good job as Ashcroft sets the fastest lap of the race. Again, cool, calm, collected for some of these drivers. Yes, they're not battling for the race lead, but they're still getting good track time out there, good practice, learning, how to maintain the pace, how to look after the tyres. You can see everyone at the side of the track there just keeping an eye on the timing.
And that little battle that we were just looking at is the battle of the novices, isn't it? Jack Burgess versus Ella Lucia, who can be the highest placed novice, currently in 12th and 13th respectively.
Yeah, at the moment. Doing a good job out there. Again, at the moment, everything's just a bit calm, collected. This is a nice little scrap a little further back there as well. That was Max Colbert, Max Wheatley and Max Williams, the 3 Maxes, Linus Stern. That's quite incredible. That is 19th, 20th and 21st. 3 Maxes. 3 Max tiers. I like that. What?
I'm just laughing. I was just thinking of Rotax Max, but then it was going to get a bit confusing.
Yeah, no. Well, this is Rotax, to be fair.
Exactly. Not Rotax Max, though. No, although they are the Maxes in Rotax currently.
They're mini Maxes. There you go. And essentially, they are mini Maxes. So there's 3 mini Maxes there with 3 mini Maxes in them. There we go. That's ideal. You can tell it's near the end of the day, can't you, folks? You can tell it's been a long day. Less than a minute to go. 30 seconds left on the timer, plus that 1 lap. Ashcroft leads 2.4 seconds now. Finney Lyons has not been able to close that gap and not been able to respond to the constant barrage of fastest laps from Jacob Ashcroft. Just absolutely nailing it out there. There is the battle for second place, though. Finley Lyons and Charlie Wolfett. Charlie Wolfett has stayed in touch. And I think Charlie Wolfett now just biding his time here, just waiting maybe for that opportunity to launch an attack here on Finley Lyons.
He's been waiting a while, hasn't he? Just biding his time. Oh, he's got a much better exit there, but has to go to the outside.
Well, like I say, he spent this time studying. So the timer has struck 0. I think Jacob Ashcroft is about to cross the line now. He does, and the final lap board comes out. So this will be the chance for Wolfett to get it done. He's already done it. He's done it across the start-finish line. So Finley Lyons here will have to try and get it back. Now goes defensive, and Finley Lyons sweeps to the outside. He's going to try and go for the up and over. Does get alongside going through Boxing Day, but can't hold it through Inkermans. Down in towards Ashby they go. Wolfett goes defensive. Lyons is going to take the optimal line and does get back through as Wolfett goes wide from late braking and taking that tighter line. That might have given it to Finley Lyons to hold on to P2 unless we see a lunge here into the boot section. I don't think we are. Are we going to get it on the exit? Oh, we do see a move here as it looked like Lyons tried to stop it on the apex there. Checker flag goes out to Ashcroft and Wolfett will take it across the line. He does by 1/10 of a second from Finley Lyons, and it just looked like Lyons there tried to just stop the car on the apex. Again, a very common defensive move to do.
He did, yeah.
To try and hold the inside line. Unfortunately, Wolfett unaware of that.
These ones still battling.
They contact and up and over there. Whoa, that was Logan Lauder there, just getting a bit high, wide and handsome over the back end of the driver in front.
No, as you say, though, it was a good move from Finley Lyons. It was a good defensive move. He wasn't happy with it afterwards, had his hand up in the air, but equally there could possibly be a nose-cone penalty for Charlie Wolfett there because it was quite the impact on the rear end of Finley Lyons. So we'll keep an eye out here as we go to nose-cone watch. Your leader, or winner, sorry, I should say, Jacob Ashcroft, being sent through, no problem at all. Here's the 81 of Finley Lyons. All good as well. The 95 of Charlie Wolfett. No,
ooh,
there you go. So I was
good.
correct. I think it must have been from that incident round the boot there because it was quite the hefty whack. So that means Charlie Wolfett will not be getting second place.
Interesting development there at the end of Minimax intermediate final. Chopping and changing, we'll get the final classifications a little bit later on when they all get checked. And a very interesting race, that one at the end. Again, cool, calm, collected for Jacob Ashcroft. Drove away, held on to it. No dramas there whatsoever. There was a busy old grid on that one. There were so many battles going on during that race, and we will apologise to anyone who we didn't see during that one. But yeah, you know, a brilliant result for everyone out there, and
they all sort of split off into groups of 2 to 5, didn't they?
Yeah,
really?
they did. It was an interesting race. It was exciting, but it was calm as well at the same time.
Yeah.
We do see that now and then in karting, where we wouldn't usually like to. We always like to see action-packed races all the way throughout, but sometimes they can just be a little bit exhausting for everyone.
They can.
So it's nice when they have their quiet moments. Believe we're halfway through the finals at the moment. There's only a handful left to go. Junior Max B final, though, race 37. That is coming up next. So, Junior Max B final, we'll get a reminder of the 4 extra drivers who came through from the C final. Later on, we'll see who they were on this one. Cameron Nelson, Cameron Edmonds, Leon Hasty and Archie Loynes, they round out the top 2 rows in this race. Joshua Graham and
Jugas Pravelonis.
Thank you very much. Starts from row 3 on the 6th place spot. Harry Hurst-Grover, Matt McFarquhar, Albert Whilton, Victor Hansen, Charlie Neve and Luca Magni round out the next 3 rows on row 6.
I don't even know if my pronunciation was correct. I just gave it a go. Devon Nolan and Thomas Behrman are on row 7. Behind them, Callum Foster and Jonas Klimas. And it's Oliver Smith and Omar Cindy. And out the top 20, William Webb and James Waring. Then it's Jack Gillingham, Macy Creed, Daniel Kilpatrick and George Allen.
Ethan Carney, Lucy Wilden go from row 13 from Harry Bloor, and Matas Miazanskas rounding out the top 14 row. Tobias Alvarez and Aidan McDonald, they round out the top 30 in this race. Then we go on to the 4 that came through from the previous race. Michael Dalton, Arthur Thacker, Luca Brooks and Will Archer starting at the back of this grid. Where will they go? Because there are some names in that one. So where will they finish? Remember, the top 4 from this one go through to the A final. Then the A final gives us our result. There you can see the drivers lined up there, ready to get going. You can see Joshua Graham just at the front of that one with the yellow and blue helmet. The driver just behind him is Harry Hurst Grover in the number 24. He's got a nice cool livery on the back of his helmet there. I quite like that. Driver just behind him, Albert Whilton, the 962. Getting primed and ready. This is a busy old grid.
Yeah, I was going to say, it feels weird having a B final and having it completely full, 34 karts.
Yeah, like I said, it was a packed grid. We had over 300 drivers entered into this weekend. And, yeah, very, very busy one.
Oh, I've just noticed Lord Farquhar's in this one on P8. Oh, lovely stuff.
Yeah.
Hope he's still wearing his Lord Farquhar lid.
I'm sure he probably is.
He must be. It's a quality lid. I'd be very sad if he wasn't.
I'm sure he is. Engines fire up. Mist clears.
I was going to say the smoke billowing as they exit the pit lane.
I mean, there's a spinner out in the pit lane there as well. I mean, it doesn't beat a TKM start.
That is true.
You know,
that is true.
The blue smoke.
Oh, good catch.
Was a good catch.
He was completely perpendicular to the next corner, wasn't he?
That's a word.
There you go.
That's a word, that is.
Thank you.
Perpendicular. It's a good word, though. I like that one.
I think he maybe just thought, I'll just take the national. Let's take the national circuit here. Oh, nope, just kidding.
Yeah. Just psych. No. It's very easily done, though. You know, you're out there, you're testing the steering, and then you over-test the steering, and then that happens.
Yeah.
Very, very easily done.
Indeed. But all keeping it in a straight line, hopefully taking us to the start. First time of asking here in the Junior Max B final. Who's going to make it through to the A final? Not sure really what that start was, but we're getting underway nonetheless. Here we go then. Through Oblivion and Fine Lady as they head up towards Christmas Corner. Bit of contact there in the background. Oh, look at that, proper slidey from your leader. But keeps it facing in a straight line as we go through Christmas Corner. That is still Cameron Nelson in the lead of the race. Whoa, change to the lead. Leon Hasty, what a move. That was super late. I thought he was going to get overtaken by Joshua Graham. Ended up overtaking Cameron Nelson himself. And there might be a change to second place as well, indeed. So that is indeed Leon Hasty to the lead. Joshua Graham now in P2. Cameron Nelson down to P3.
Yes, indeed. Chopping and changing. And a great start for the Scottish champion and the S-plate there. Leon Hasty from Scotland leads the way then from Joshua Graham, Cameron Nelson, Harry Hurst Grover from Loynes, Behrman, Hanson, McFarquhar, Nolan, Allen, Wilton, Klimas, Webb, Miazanskas, Cindy, Kilpatrick, Carney and Dalton. Michael Dalton up into P19 at the moment in this race from the back of the grid. A phenomenal start from the driver who finished first in the C final later on, and contact right there into the braking zone of Ashby. 3 drivers involved in that one. And I think that was one driver who looked to go to the inside, then the driver in front looked to go to the inside, and then it all just concertined up and it went P-tong. Joshua Graham, though, he is catching up to the back of Leon Hasty, so Hasty has not got the advantage that I think he really wanted on this one. The driver racing for the Thule Motorsport team this weekend is now going to get passed by Joshua Graham, racing for the Argenti team this weekend. And they chop and change, and Graham, now with that fastest lap of the race, uses that momentum to take the lead. Hasty will latch on to the back there, won't let him get away as Cameron Nelson in the 144 is going to try and get involved as well. Dwayne Alvarez, I think, has pulled into the pit lane now as well, which is a shame.
Yes, indeed. I think it was Omar Cindy who was involved in that earlier incident we saw at Ashby. Also, Maisie Creed having some difficulties on the lap previous as well. So both those two dropping down the order, sadly.
Yeah. So here we go then through turn 1. Back up the hill they go in towards Christmas Corner, and not looking like Leon Hastie's got the momentum here to stick with Graham. Hopefully Leon can pull something out the bag here. Squirreling under braking there for Cameron Nelson. Then the group a little further back as well. Harry Hurst-Grover, Cameron Edmonds, Thomas Behrman, Archie Loynes as well. Fighting Victor Hansen, Devon Nolan, George Allen, Albert Whilton. Still there, the top 11. There you see the 24 of Harry Hurst-Grover with the X-Kart team. There's been a lot of support on the live stream for the X-Kart team. Again, popular team out there.
There always is a decent amount of support for X-Kart here at Whilton Mill Kart Club. And look at this, leaders already catching back markers here. This could shake it up a little bit if some of them find it more difficult than others to get through on these back markers. But one thing to mention as well, because this is a B final, only 8 minutes plus 1 lap rather than the 12 minutes plus 1 lap that we've gotten used to this afternoon.
Yes.
So not as much time to pull away at the front, not as much time to make those moves. But only the top 4 going through here to the A final later on. So currently Harry Hurst-Grover, who's on the edge of that bubble, and Cameron Edmonds, the one behind, trying to break into it. Only 0.2 of a second he was behind Harry Hurst-Grover when they went across the line. So although this top 3 is an interesting battle, it's not actually going to matter. It'll only really decide who lines up 31st, 32nd and 33rd on the grid for the A final. Look at the 2 behind though, Harry Hurst-Grover and Thomas Behrman, really close now over 4th place. Thomas Behrman overtook Cameron Edmonds on that last lap of the race, now bearing down on Harry Hurst-Grover.
Indeed. So more than doing a pretty
Here he
decent
goes.
job here. Yeah, down the inside. Nicely done. Doesn't lose any time on the exit. Gets it done. Yeah, Thomas Behrman looking pretty quick out there. See, running with the KR Sport team, and KR Sport also based fairly locally. They were originally based in Milton Keynes. Now I think they're based, or they're moving to a unit in Silverstone. So they're just across the road from me. So KR Sport will be popping in for a cup of tea.
Not that you've not had enough today.
No.
Speaking of which.
Speaking of which. Disembodied voice in my head. I think it's tea o'clock. Thank you very much.
Oh, here's another move.
Yes, indeed.
Down the inside at Christmas Corner. Oh dear, it's not been a good exit though for the 24 of Harry Hurst-Grover. I think it was himself trying to move up back into 4th place, and now gets overtaken by 3 karts. Or re-overtaken by Behrman, I should say, and then I think Nolan and Edmonds both managed to sneak through.
Yeah, it's one of those things, isn't it? As soon as you just get overtaken there, and very wide, it's all falling apart here for Harry Hurst-Grover. Yeah,
not happy.
Yeah, he's tumbling down the order now, and that can happen as soon as you get overtaken by 1. You're like, oh no, you get a bit flustered, and
especially when that overtake was going from in the A final to not in the A final.
Yes, yeah, it can be a bit unnerving, and unfortunately that has meant that he's dropped down the order just that little bit more. That battle's interesting though. Thomas Behrman and Devon Nolan, because the 54 is in 5th place at the moment, and the A final is just 1 position ahead of him.
I think they might have been going side by side. They definitely are behind them. As big accident there between the 24. So Harry Hurst-Grover's race goes from bad to worse, and he's not happy about that.
No, not happy at all. And you could just see there, I think they were just trying to squeeze each other, and I think they just squeezed a little bit too much. And yeah, the tyres touched, and they ping up in the air if the tyres touch at the wrong spot. So yeah, big shame. Just clips the safety barrier that wraps the lampposts up here at Whilton. There though.
As you say, the tyres just touched, don't they? And then it flings one car up onto the nose cone of the other, and then suddenly round they both go.
Yeah, common incident in karting. There's Michael Dolan. Michael Dalton. P11.
That's a move for 4th, I think. Oh, it really smashes the curb there, does the 256, just as we saw earlier. But that is a change on the bubble. Through goes Devon Nolan into 4th. Thomas Behrman now down into 5th. To be fair, after such a takeoff, actually hasn't lost too much time from that.
Yeah,
impressively so.
I know, he's all right. Yeah, just saw the back end of that one coming back onto the circuit.
Yeah, sorry to cut across you, mate.
No. Perfectly fine. Yeah, no, just like you say, not the best way you want to exit a corner. And like I say, that can definitely shake you up. So Devon Nolan then puts himself up into the top 4 spots, like you said. And we'll have to see where he comes at the end of this one, because Thomas Behrman will recover from that one. He is a very talented driver, so is Devon Nolan as well. So 2 very talented drivers here who both want that position. And like I say, that's probably the most important position on circuit at the moment. This is still looking a little further back. This is a big group. This is Jack Gillingham, Ethan Carney, William Webb, Daniel Kilpatrick, Victor Hansen, Charlie Neve, Aidan McDonald, as well as Joshua Graham, I should say, constantly setting fastest lap after fastest lap. Has opened up and back down the inside goes Thomas Behrman on Devon Nolan. That was to be expected. The timer has struck 0, meaning that the last lap board is out this time. So I suspect that Devon Nolan will respond and retaliate to that overtake. So let's keep an eye on these two, because these is the last spot for the final. Opens up the rad just to cool the kart down just that little bit. Overheated there for Devon Nolan. And Devon now going to try and find his way through. Final lap board comes out then for these two. Graham leads from Hasty and Nelson. They're 1, 2, 3. They're fine at the moment. This, though, the battle for 4th place. It is Thomas Behrman in the 256. But Devon Nolan wants that seat into the A final to start. He will start at the back of the grid for the A final and down into the braking zone. Squeezes his way through and finds a gap that I don't think Behrman was expecting there to be, and makes the move done. And Behrman gets squeezed onto the outside there, and Devon Nolan moves up into P4. The checker flag goes out to Joshua Graham, Leon Hasty. Cameron Nelson crosses the line, and Devon Nolan will come across the line to finish P4 and taking the last transfer spot into the A final that we will see later on today from Thomas Behrman, George Allen, Cameron Edmonds, Mac McFarquhar, Matas Miazanskas and Albert Whilton. But will they stay like that? I suspect a few words will happen.
That was a bit naughty from Devon Nolan. There wasn't on the
well,
last
no,
lap.
I don't think
in car racing we call that showing a bit of wing. I think it was made the overtake and then just basically held his line, being like, no, you're not coming, you're not rejoining here, mate. Just bumped side pod, put him back on the grass and took the position.
It was an overtake, and I'm sure it will get decided by more intelligent people than us.
That is very true.
The drivers make their way into the pit lane. Let's see then how they look. I think your race leader's already gone through, Joshua Graham. This is Leon Hasty. S plate. He is all good. No dramas there. Here is Thomas Behrman. He is all good. He goes through. 48. That is George Allen going through. I think the others have all gone through also. There's Cameron Nelson. He finished 3rd. Yep, Darren Heath finished 3rd. Let him in. Stop being mean. And the rest of the field coming through. There is Devon Nolan. He finished P4 on track, and he is all good. Yeah, so.
Now, before we move on to the grid for our next heat, I feel like we should have a little chat about, do we have any thoughts on driver of the weekend as of yet? Because we're going to have to announce it before we end the stream, of course.
Yes, we can do that at the end of the stream, though.
Okay, is that what we're thinking?
Yeah, we can do that at the end of the stream. Because we've got more races to go.
We've got a lot. I'm just thinking, from what we've seen so far, are there anyone maybe we're thinking to put forward?
I've got names in my head, but I'm keeping it stum.
Okay, you keep it to yourself, okay.
I'm keeping it stum. But, you know, all in good time.
Okay, so.
All in good time, John. Stay calm.
You need to tell some of the drivers that in that one, I think.
No. Never tell a driver to stay calm. That's the worst thing you could do. He shall close up. But that was race 37. Yep, that was
B final.
B final.
We've got another B final coming up, I think.
Still with us. Yeah, get your comments in. Let us know what you were thinking of the races. Ooh, so lucky. Is that legal?
Yeah.
Says the great El Real-187.
It was
like I say, it'll get
it's on the edge, but it's not up to us, is it? It's not up
decided.
to us.
We move on next, though. Race 38, Senior Rotax. It's their B final. It's coming up next.
Yes, indeed. Last B final of the day. Last 8-minute final of the day. And it's Scott Smith who lines up on pole position for this one. Alongside him on that front row is Ross Tyler. And it's William Pemble and Chris Banderi. Then Blake Noble and Dylan Norris. Row 4 sees Sam Light alongside Luke Collins. Then it's Casper Payecki and Alex Duncan running up the top 10. And behind them, Bertie Wellesley and Dalton Norris.
Row 7, Jack Spencer and Danielis Kranskos there. Josh Evans and Oliver Kerr round out row 8. James Tester and Romarion Ubi round out row 9. Little look further back on the grid. Actually, I think that's it. Yeah, yes, it is. There is 18 drivers in this one. I forget. It's a B final, isn't it? So
indeed.
The top 4 again go through from this one. So we look for the bubble in this. Let us know who you are cheering on today, and get comments in. And hopefully they're still on the dummy grid, and if they are, they can hear us. No, they're not. They've made their way out. That's unfortunate. But like you say, yeah, top 4 in this one, and the marshals just huddled together there. Were they? Oh no, it wasn't a group of marshals. It was a Stu Stretton.
A wild Stu Stretton.
Yeah. I couldn't tell it was him because the top half of him blended in with the high vis. Sure, I'll appreciate that.
Oh, I'm sure he will.
Oh yeah, I was slightly concerned this morning when I saw both Josh East and Stu Stretton.
The battle of the photographers.
I thought there was going to be a punch-up. I really did. Between the two of them, best karting photographers. There you go. That's a poll for the Alpha Life Crew. If you want a poll, who's the better photographer? Stu Stretton, Josh East. We'll add Chris Walker onto there from Motorsport UK for the British Kart Championships. We'll add Chris Walker onto there. Who is your most favourite karting photographer? If you can think of any other karting photographers.
Foxy Red?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Here we go, though. Senior Rotax B final into the tram lines. False start.
My goodness.
Send them round again. Some of them drivers at the back, they're a little bit eager. A little bit eager to get away.
To go around again. Sounds like we had a straggler as well, just coming across the start finish there.
Yeah, Thomas Fleming saying still on the B finals. Yes, this is the last of the B finals.
Well, we haven't gone in order, have we? We haven't started with the C's and then gone to the B's and then gone to the A's. We've sort of jumped around between classes, haven't we? So we're done with a number of our classes for today.
Yes, some classes are done and dusted. We have had their finals. But yeah, so this is the last of the B finals for this one. And then we've got the Senior X30, Junior X30, Junior Rotax and Senior Rotax A finals.
Indeed.
To go after this one. So, take 2 for Senior Rotax.
Yes, indeed. Another one of the short ones, of course, being a B final. 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Less time for the drivers to go for any cheeky moves. And once again in this one, watching that top 4. Let's hope for a good battle, because the drivers are going to want to get into that A final later on today. It'll, of course, be our final race of the day, will be the Senior Max A final. But here we go for the B final then. 18 drivers on the grid for this one. And we're not going to get it underway.
Ooh, we could get to play our favourite game in a minute if they do that again.
To be fair, I'm impressed we haven't actually seen that game just yet today.
I'll knock on wood.
I say that now, I'm definitely going to commentate and curse that.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a powerful curse.
It really is.
That. You got to watch out for it. But first round of the year, you think? I think the atmosphere is pretty relaxed, isn't it? You know, it's the first round. Yeah, you want to start the season well, but yeah. Oh, controversial comment coming in. Oh dear. That's the number 48 that is now fired up and has got going again.
He's still putting over to the side though, not sure.
30 Wellesley might have an issue there. Interesting. Yeah, controversial post here. Had photos of both and found Josh is a better, no doubt. He's the best in the country with Stu in second. Lights go out, green flags on, and a little bit of contact between the mid-pack section there as they all squill their way through and up and over, and contact 4 cuts off at turn 1 and several drivers involved. And hopefully they're all okay. Marshall's quick to respond. One driver looking like he's in a slight bit of discomfort there at turn 1. Not sure how that happened again. I think just drivers getting squeezed in on each other. Marshall's quickly on the scene. We'll keep an eye on that one as that progresses. Looks like all the drivers are out of the karts and walking, which is good to see. We'll update you about who those drivers are in just a moment.
The initial driver who went over the top there was apologising before he'd even landed.
Yes.
That's amazing from the driver to have that much thought of other people's well-being that he was apologising for it before the crash even had come to a halt.
Yellow flags out. The 4 cuts involved the 64 of Luke Collins, the 27 of James Tester, the 63 of Alex Duncan, and the 73 of Daniel Carrison-Knox, who were involved in that incident. James Tester has now crossed the line, so he rejoined. So he was involved, but he got going again. Race still underway, though. 6.5 minutes left to go. The top 4 from this go through to the A final. And at the moment, Scott Smith, right there on your screen, doing a sterling job, holding on to that lead. They come back into yellow flag conditions, so no overtaking through this section. As soon as they have cleared this section, they'll see a green flag on the next marshal post, which they do there, and they get to go racing again.
This is what we want to watch, though. This battle for 4th, led by Blake Noble at the moment. Of course, this being the final position that gets into that A final, so all the drivers behind are going to want to get past Sharpish.
Yes, indeed. You can imagine the target and the size of it on the back of Blake Noble's helmet here. And every driver trying to get a position done on that one. As down the inside there, Casper Biecki on Chris Banderi.
There's more contact between the two of them on exit as well.
Yeah, that is... now you've got to calm down. Yeah, no overtaking through here. Now you can overtake again. Scott Smith, fastest lap of the race.
He's not pulling the gap, though. There's a move down the inside from the 61. That's Jack Spencer trying to get through on Casper Biecki. I think he got that one done as well.
Possibly so.
But now look at the train that's forming behind that 4th place Blake Noble. It's basically the rest of the field down to Bertie Wellesley in 12th. That was the driver who we saw pull over to the side at the start. I think he was just dropping back and then rejoined when the start actually happened, did Bertie?
If anything, that probably worked out quite well for him with what
yeah,
happened
true.
At the start
That
of
probably
that race.
did actually.
So, yeah, indeed, that is a train that is starting to form. You're right in saying that it is pretty much Blake Noble backwards. There is the field. There's 1, 2, 3 up ahead, and then down the inside there. That is
5th, that is.
Yeah. Chris Banderi gets that done on Sam Light, and down the inside there. Yeah. Casper Biecki gets that move done, but fails to complete it on the exit. As back through goes Sam Light, holding on to that one. James Tester, fastest lap of the race, currently in 13th place after recovering from a crash at turn 1 at the start of that race. And there you go, wagon still be rolling well.
Yeah, clearly unfazed by that, but he is 15 seconds off the back of Wellesley there in 12th, so it'd be a tall order to get up into the top 4 to get to the A final, but crazier things have happened in karting.
Oh, yeah.
Oliver Kerr now takes that fastest lap of the race. He's in 8th place, so he's very much involved in this train, in this battle for 4th place. So could he get involved here?
Potentially so. We'll have to keep an eye on it all the way throughout this one. You're just watching them there, all going through. Now, it's Blake Noble here. Yeah, he's P4. But he's not defending, I would say, at all anywhere around the circuit. So
now
there we go. That's probably one of the corners that he probably needed to, as Chris Banderi
He's
looked
still
to go
ahead.
down the inside. Yeah, he's held on to it for the time being, but that is a sign now that the drivers behind are wanting to get past, as Ross Tyler, now with the fastest lap of the race, the driver in second place, has latched onto the back of Scott Smith for the race lead. Again, they're still both through to the A final as a huge lunge under braking there. Yeah, that was the 99 of Kasper Piecki under braking at Christmas Corner. Gets past Chris Banderi and moves up and says to Chris, "All right, come on, let's think. Let's try and get this position because we don't want to drop off to the back here, because that is your ticket into the A final right there." And at the moment, Blake Noble is doing a fabulous job of holding on to it.
Now, of course, it's good to work together and be there just in case someone ahead maybe gets a penalty of some sort or whatnot, and you can jump up into one of those top 4 positions. However, currently as it stands, only one of these racers is going to get through into the A final. So working together to stay in the battle, yes, but also you have got to think about yourself through this one, as there's a move down the inside from Oliver Kerr, takes 7 plates away from Sam Light. So look at that. Oh, a big step of oversteer there from Blake Noble. Kasper Piecki now right behind him. Where is he going to be able to go for a move? I think Blake Noble's now realising he needs to be a little bit more defensive here.
Yeah, he's going to have to be a defensive driver, make that car as wide as possible for the next 2 minutes plus 1 lap if he wants to maintain that spot in the A final. Like I said, all these drivers behind can also smell the A final. Any one of those drivers there on your screen could go through to the A final, but which one is it going to be?
He needs to do a Spencer Brown that we saw earlier.
Yeah, quite
Make
literally.
that car
Yeah,
wide as possible.
That was a fantastic job Spencer did earlier defending. But it's also heating up at the front because Ross Tyler has got into the race lead now, fastest lap of the race as well. He's managed to pull that gap up to 3/10. Remember, there's still a long time to go in this race. Anything can happen. It's been a long day for all of these drivers, a long weekend for all of these drivers as well. They had race heats yesterday, qualifying, practice, warm-ups this morning as well. These wagons have been given a beating here at Whilton Mill.
Probably likely to be one of their first proper race weekends of the year, so they're probably going to be a little bit achy after this one today.
I suspect so as well, yeah. I was quite achy after my 20-minute kart session, let alone a full race weekend.
You are an elite athlete, aren't you?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. As my stomach growls.
This might be it.
Yeah, looking like Kasper Piecki wanted to get that move done there and did get it done quite convincingly. Blake Noble, despite his best efforts, was unable to maintain that P4 position. But he's still in a safe spot. Remember, Kasper Piecki was battling for quite some time to get that position. Went up and over. That was very lucky there. That was only a little up and over. Lost some time, but crucially, didn't go skyward.
Yeah, that was Oliver Kerr trying to get through on Chris Banderi. Ends up now getting overtaken by Sam Light. So Oliver Kerr down to 8th place now.
Yeah.
Thinks about up the inside. Nearly contact again. Has to pull out of that one. But that sort of has broken up our little group now, hasn't it?
It has indeed. Timer strikes 0. Last lap board will be out this time then to Ross Tyler, who leads the way.
And Piecki's already cleared Noble, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has.
3/4 of a second now.
Yeah, so no dramas there. It'll all be down to have any of them got a nose cone penalty. I mean, looking at it, if Ross Tyler's clear, if he gets a nose cone penalty, he will drop down to 4th place. So he's fine. He's clear by 0.004 of a second.
Yeah, Scott Smith just about is within that as well, I think.
Yeah, no, Scott Smith, he's not.
He's not. No, you're right.
If he gets 5 seconds out of the line,
yeah.
he will drop back behind Blake Noble, William Pemble, and Kasper Piecki. Also, checker flag goes out though, and Ross Tyler takes the win in the B final for senior Rotax from Scott Smith, William Pemble, and Kasper Piecki, who will go through provisionally, of course, to the Rotax senior Rotax A final later on today. Blake Noble just missing out on that one, but is in the best position to be in if any one of those drivers gets a nose cone penalty up ahead. Gisbandiri with the fastest lap of the race at the end of that one. Crosses the line in P6 from Sam Light, Oliver Kerr, Wellesley, Dalton Norris, Dylan Norris, James Tester, Jack Spencer, Luke Collins, Alex Duncan, and Daniels at the back there. So we'll have to see what will happen.
Well, Scott Smith pushed on just enough in that last lap to clear himself, so it doesn't actually matter, I don't think, now if he gets a 5-second penalty or not, as it was 5.38 off the lead was Blake Noble, whereas he was 0.36 off the lead.
I was about to say, where's the smaller, angrier man?
Angry man?
It's not the small angry man. No, it's the smaller, angrier man. is Darren.
Who loves you very much.
I'm joking.
Yeah.
Darren is a lovely chap. Oh dear, that is
big.
That is Kasper Piecki in the 99. He finished in P4, and it was the top 4 you needed to go through, and his body language says it all there. And unfortunately, his gap between himself and Blake Noble behind was 1.2 seconds. So Blake Noble there in the 54, who was okay. He didn't get a nose cone. Darren there saying to Blake Noble, "Excuse me, sir, can you move your cart? You're blocking the pit lane." Thank you.
So that's Blake Noble up into the A final, isn't it?
It is indeed. Provisionally.
Provisionally, yes, of course.
Race 39, Junior X30 final. It's coming up next. Here we go, the grand finale for Junior X30. I'll try to put some flair and flamboyance on that one. Here's how they line up then. Macaulay Bishop and Kenzo Craigie at the end of that one. Round out on the first row from Archie Heron and Fred Green on row 2. Isaac Phelps and Morgan Hill, they'll round out the top 6 from row 3. Mackay Taylor and Josh Jones, they go from row 4 with Riley Bishop and Emmanuel Hain going from row 5, rounding out the top 10. Sebastian Dew and Jaden Gregg rounding out the top 12.
Row number 7 sees your favourite last name, Eddie Dimbleby, alongside Rocco Shenton. Then it's Harrison Leach and Dovder Steglau, then Katie Ashwood and Oliver Harris. Then it's Dayton Coulthard and Jack Mower who round out the top 20. They're followed by Harry Walsh, Sam Branston, Will Forber and Lewis Islin.
Further back of the grid, Macaulay Guy and Thomas Embling. They go from row 13 from Ollie Keenan and Charlie Myers. Spencer Allen rounds out the 29 kart grid on his own on row 15. The drivers, I don't know where they are. Depending on where they are will determine whether or not I go for a quick comfort break. I'm going for a quick comfort break.
Okay, see you later. He needs another cup of tea, I think. I think you need another cup of tea, don't you?
No.
No? Oh, I'm surprised. Yeah, of course, you get those peasants to do that bit for you. He said yes for everyone listening. Here we are then. Just a little bit longer to wait as the drivers are in the pit lane. I think obviously because we had a bit of an incident at the start of that previous race, a couple of karts being wheeled back to the pit lane on their kart stands, and possibly some making contact with that barrier on the outside of Fine Lady as well. So that possibly just needing to be tended to ever so slightly. Now, of course, with Junior X30, we didn't see any B or C finals today. So this is the first time we've seen them out this afternoon. It's been quite the gap since they've last been out on circuit, so you need to get back underway relatively quickly. Of course, all drivers only having that one lap. Well, as long as they don't mess up the start and make us do it again, they'll just have that one lap to not warm the tyres, test the steering, of course, to get round to the start of this race and to get themselves back up to speed as quickly as possible. But all these drivers with lots of experience, and I'm sure they'll be able to do that just fine. Now, a couple of names on this one. I'm very interested to see how this goes. Of course, Macaulay Bishop, he's no stranger to a Junior X30 kart. He's rapid, absolutely rapid. He's going to be on pole position for this one. And alongside him, the newly signed Mercedes junior driver, Kenzo Craigie, on P2 on the grid for this one. Of course, all these finals, actually no, that's a lie. Not all these finals we see this afternoon. All of the A finals and singular finals for each category, all up for the maximum points that you can get from any race today. 60 points for a win. And of course, you going to get as many points as possible to push on to gain that championship. However, of course, we have got an 11-round season this year, so lots of opportunities for drivers to get points throughout the year and press on for that championship charge. Now, I'm sure we'll see a lot of drivers, as we did last year, where they'll turn up to some of the some of the rounds that they can do, and to other ones that they can't. Obviously, some clashes in the motorsport calendar, and of course, there being 11 rounds, that's a lot to commit to throughout the year. So it's often the case that we see some coming to some and not to others. But that's all right. We still get absolutely bumper grids, as we've seen today. And this one, another one of those, 15 rows, 29 drivers in total, all battling it out for that win and a trophy at the end of the day in the Junior X30 class. Now we've got this final. This is the 4th to last final of today's running. After this one, we'll see the X30 seniors out for their final, then followed by the Junior Max A final and the Senior Max A final. All finals left today being 12 minutes plus 1 lap.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I think you looked at me for some confirmation on that one.
Just came to the end of my sentence.
No, okay, fair enough. Fair enough. There you go. That chap in the background has got the right idea. Yeah, there we go. Jumping up and down, getting himself warmed up and ready. Yeah, indeed. I think it's been a long day, hasn't it?
It's been a good day of racing. It always is for Whilton.
But it's gone quick, I've got to say. This is a quick Sunday. I think because we have to deal with the time saving and all of that. Yeah,
we always cram a lot into the Whilton Mill Kart Club days, but it's only really when you get to the end of the day and you're like, wow, I'm actually really tired. We've done a lot today. But the racing's been as quality as ever.
Shall we see if the drivers are paying attention?
I've said a few of their names already and didn't see anyone turn around. But you can try again.
See if...
maybe they'll react to your voice a bit better.
Eddie Dimbleby, give us a wave.
You really want to know Eddie Dimbleby, don't you?
Fantastic last name. You're going to give us a wave? Give us a wave to the cameras.
Eddie Dimbleby, could Anthony Jordan have your signature, please?
No, he's not. There you go. No, he's not.
No, all with their helmets on clearly can't hear us.
That's a shame. Let's have a look what's being said in the comments section. Macaulay Bishop joins us. How's he doing that, Macaulay? You're on the front of this grid. There you go. I don't know how you've managed that one.
Oh, he's replying to what I just said, because I said he's absolutely rapid, or we know he is at the front of the field. So they've said rapid, but still can't find any sponsors. But I assume that must be someone else on his account, I would have thought.
Yes, I think it's Mum.
It must be.
I think it's Mum.
It must be.
Join us. It's incredible, Macaulay Bishop. Like, he's currently right there, and he's texting on the YouTube live stream.
Difficult to do that with karting gloves on.
But there we go. I was getting the side lined up, ready to go. If you want an understanding of how chilly it is out there, look at the clothing that a lot of the mechanics are wearing there.
Especially as now the sun's beginning to set as well.
But it's all looking fine and dandy there. Tom Fleming coming in with Sean with the fresh trim. There you go, Sean, if you're there. Thomas Fleming is watching and appreciates your fresh trim. There we go. Comments coming in thick and fast. Cooper Trades here. Good luck to Rocco. There we go. Good luck to all drivers in Junior X30 from SSSS.
That looks like what you say to a cat.
Malcolm Clark comes in with, why are dogs allowed on a motorsport event? Well, they are allowed in the paddock, but they have to remain on a leash at all times. There you go. Give Big Ian a shout out for spanner duties. There you go, from Thomas Fleming. Big Ian, there's a shout out for your spanner duties. There we go. Good luck to Ed Green. Do it for the fans from Henry Gregory. Angus Fender joins us. I'm on the grid. It is cold. Send help. Help, says Angus Fender. I think someone give Angus Fender some hand warmers. I think he's struggling out there with the cold temperatures. That's Joseph Smith. Kart Life says, come on, Dayton Coulthard. AMU Motorsport, come on, J-Man,
they're
number
waving
34.
At us. They're waving at us.
Are they waving at us now?
Blowing a kiss as well. Thank you.
There you go. They can see us all. Like I say, any mechanics down there, if you've got anyone who's watching, you know, give them
It
away.
could just be someone on the balcony as well that they're waving to. It might not be us.
No, yeah, no.
We're taking it anyway, though. I'm taking that kiss.
We'll accept that that one. Zach McDonald coming in. Support for Kenzo Craigie. Henry Gregory. Uncle Tyrone on top. Go on, Manny, says Owen Duvet. Good luck to Big Man Green from Excite. Lots of support coming in thick and fast for this one. And you can see everyone getting ready. I suspect the delay on this one is just the recovery of some karts.
That's what I was thinking. Of course, we had that big incident at the start of the last one, didn't we?
Nikoko, Rocco, best haircut in the paddock. Now, I reckon that's up for debate. Now, Rocco Shenton has got a very good hairstyle, but I suspect there are some better hairstyles out there. Still a good hairstyle. There's lots of comments coming in now. Big boy Ian. Again, more comments coming in. Go Thomas, proud cousin right now, says Jordan. Elephant. Big dog Harry Maynard on top from Ben Edwards. Why has everyone got big in front of their names now? It's quite a strange one. Taylor Orridge, Fred Green on top. There you go. Support there. There's Dan Ginchard. He's got his woolly hat, his pristine white trainers, and his coffee in his hand. Yes, we can see you. We can see you. You can't get away from us. We can see you all there in the.
We're the disembodied voices in their head.
Yes, indeed, indeed.
It's good to chat to him in the Paddock show. You had a little chat with him, didn't you? I was saying about the bright right shoes. That's how you knew it was a driver, not a mechanic.
Oh yeah.
Lovely, pristine Givenchy shoes.
You never see a mechanic's shoes that pristine,
covered in oil.
Yes. There's James Fitzhugh in the background there. You can see for Alpha Live. He's currently having a chat with Stuart Lines. He's Finley Lines there as well, just in the background. They probably can't hear us. But, Finley, give us a wave if you can hear us. Give us a wave, Finley.
Unlucky.
No, he's not going to. No, never mind. We tried. There you go. There's an understanding of how cold it is there. You can see that Isaac Phelps, number 35, has just been given his jacket there. Is that
I think it's a mechanic's jacket, isn't it?
Was that Angus who just gave up his jacket? He was complaining he was cold earlier, and now he's you can cut glass with them. You can cut glass with them underneath that T-shirt. Put your jacket back on. Right. So, bit of an update going on that. Fortunately, we've got no sound on the dummy grid.
Yeah, sadly not. We're just going to have to guess.
I've not been given an update.
I'll just be being told how long we've got left until hopefully this is done. Just getting us back sorted after an earlier incident in the last final. Great to see so many people involved in Whilton Mill Kart. So many people in the chat, so many people watching. Fantastic to have you all along with us for the ride, whoever you're supporting or whether you're just here to enjoy some fantastic racing. Make sure you drop a subscribe to the Alpha Live YouTube channel. I was going to say hit that big red button, but it's not a red button anymore. I'm gutted about that. They've just updated it. Now it's all silver. Sad. Look at all the drivers jumping around. Oh, they're all up and out of the cart. This isn't a good sign, huh?
This isn't a good sign. I'm not sure what is happening. Is there a shuffle of the grid about to happen here? I'm not too sure.
I think all the drivers jumping out to keep warm. That's the main thing at the moment.
Jump around.
Yeah.
Jump around.
Someone had some drum and bass music over the top of
this. No. Oh, dear. Ben Hurrell. Anthony, what's going on? I'm cold and clueless. Not sure. Josh Phelps. Isaac angs Angus's hat as well. Wayne R10, come on, Dibbleby.
Why not take his T-shirt at this point? Come on, Dimbleby.
The Junior X30 dance class from Josh Selway, yeah. Oh, now they're all running. Stop dancing around. Stop dancing around, get in your carts.
There goes the coat.
There's a swift telling off. Yep, jackets being flung left, right and centre here.
Once you're out on circuit, you forget about the cold, but when you're sat there in the collecting area, it does get a bit nippy. Especially that bit's right out of the sunlight as well.
Oh, Angus, you're going to love this one. Neil Fender joins us, your dad, and says, watching in front of the fire with a glass of wine. Ooh, that sounds lovely.
Neil, you know how to live your life, don't you?
Sounds lovely.
We're all jealous of you right now.
Ben Hurrell saying, can you play some music through the speakers, please? Need to dance to warm up. Well, maybe.
But you'd rather speakers than us. Cheers, Ben.
No,
we're not singing. We've just been told to sing. We are not singing. No one needs to hear that. I mean, that's sort of what Anthony tried to do earlier, a beatbox. Are you getting told off by Stu now?
No. I've just received a text message from Stu Stretton, who's currently out on track with a camera in his hand. Once you are out on circuit, you definitely do not forget about the cold. That was a lie he just
Stu,
told.
I was talking about the drivers.
Well, no, then the drivers have to deal with wind chill. Here we go. Karts are making their way out on circuit. Not sure what the delay was there, but they are now out and going to get going. Oh, and one of them's not fired up properly. The number 80 hasn't fired up. Who was that? And who was the 80?
We've got a couple of TX numbers at the top. I'm not sure if they came out of the pit. They came out of the pits in quotation marks. It's 86.
Oh, it's the 86.
So it's Rocco Shenton.
That was Rocco Shenton.
That's huge.
There, from the 7th row of the grid, and Shenton is out.
We've been seeing him battling up the field today.
Oh dear, there's another
spinner,
one.
The 22.
Yeah, that is Charlie Myers, who was starting on the 14th row, has spun it and has got it
back
beached.
on the black stuff.
Go on, lad.
Back underway.
Ooh, that'll warm you up.
Yeah,
you might need to pull it a little bit more. Fire it up. Bit of wheel spin. No, you got it beached.
You're not quite enough on the black stuff yet, mate.
You're going to have to pull it back onto the circuit. Go on, lad.
Dear.
Go on, lad.
Put you back into it.
There we go. Gets it all sorted.
Now, in my defence, once you get out on track and you're racing, you don't care about the cold. You're focusing on winning the race. Oh,
he's still got it.
Yep. Is he good?
Go on,
he's getting some help from the marshal.
Last little bit. There
Very
we go.
kind marshal.
Thank you. Yeah. One would say you would
Back
be
on the way
starting
and
at the
going.
back of the grid. Here we go into the tram lines. It is green flag. Here they go then in towards turn 1. Good start then from the majority of the field. Quite slow getaway at the back. But the rest of the field slotting into place. Diving through Christmas or up in towards Christmas corner now. Everyone's screwily under braking as everyone frantically tries to keep warming up those tyres. And that is cold tyres at their finest there. And off the track goes the 95 of Thomas Embling. At the back of the grid, he falls right to the back now.
He was getting frustrated. A few hand gestures coming out. I'm not sure he had any impact from behind. I could be wrong. Could have been misseeing it, but I thought he dropped that all by himself. But anyway, no matter what happened in that incident, he's left at the back of the pack. As we watch this battle, continuing to rage on round the final corner, trying to go side by side. It's always a scary one, but they all managed to make it through. That was the 29 of Morgan Hill trying to get through on the 35 of Isaac Phelps. The 6th place, wasn't able to do so that time of asking though.
Exactly that. So, as they all go through, this is looking a little bit nicer. Look at that. The race lead there that Macaulay Bishop has got. The number 4 clear by 2 seconds now, 1.8 seconds from Archie Heron.
George Quartermain in the chat says, Bishop's gone already. Great.
Yeah, well, again.
I mean, it's great for him.
Yeah, he'll be enjoying this one. It'll be like no challenge. He'll be fine. But there is a challenge because the drivers behind him are still very, very quick. But fastest lap of the race across the line goes to Macaulay Bishop once again, 46.4. Archie Heron, the gap now exactly 2 seconds from Fred Green, still there in P3. He's got the close company of Kenzo Craig in the 44 just behind. You can see there on your screen.
I was going to say Kenzo's not had an ideal start, 2nd to 4th.
No, not the best
there,
start,
but not ideal.
No. Sure, he can recover again. You can see who Kenzo is because he's still a small driver. You can see that he's just looking over the steering wheel as he gets An attempt there from the 48 of Mackay Taylor. Mackay Taylor just slotting back into position, not managing to fully complete that move, and too much curb there for Kenzo Craigie, and spins out of the race, finds some form of a gap and gets back onto the circuit, and that is a nightmare. Too much apex on that curb with, of course, cold tyres, and the kart just rotated instantly. No way you could save that. And that is a disaster for Kenzo Craigie. Macaulay Bishop once again, fastest lap of the race, 45.62, extends his lead now to 2.5 seconds.
Kenzo Craigie rejoins in 16th place after that one. Lost a good 6 seconds or so due to that spin, and once again, all down to himself. That one, as you say, just getting up on that curb on the inside a little bit too much. Lost all of the grip in the tyres, and round he went. There's a move down the inside, up into the boot section. A good tidy move that was, actually, to be fair. And due to the sun, I was trying to spot the numbers there the whole way through that section of corners and could not read them for the life of me.
No.
It could have been the 28 of Dayton Coulthard, maybe. No, it wasn't the 48 of Mike Taylor. I don't think he's changed, so apologies, guys. Difficult to spot the numbers with the saturation there from the sunlight.
So you can tell who Dayton Coulthard is because he's got a very similar helmet.
That's an obvious one.
Yeah, it's quite an easy one to know. There's 32 of Riley Bishop. Now, he had a disaster in his previous race where the kart didn't fire up, and he had a bit of a nightmare in that one. But he's back there now, racing very closely behind Isaac Phelps.
I think, thinking about it, now you say with the Dayton Coulthard helmet, it must have been the 78 of Doddas Deglau then.
Yeah.
He's moved up into 9th on that last lap, so he's having a good race, moving through the pack nicely. Up from P16 into the top 10 now is Doddas.
There is Riley Bishop, one of the privateers, independent driver, and a lot of the drivers out there still looking for sponsorship, you know, some have, some haven't, and you know, some are funded. There's Dayton Coulthard, the son of Formula 1 driver David Coulthard, who out there. You can imagine for Dayton, a lot of weight on the shoulders for a young driver. He didn't do competitive karting from when he started as a cadet, so he didn't do it then. He started going straight into juniors, so instantly on the back foot.
Yeah, it's tough
going
to jump
into
straight
karting.
into juniors, isn't it?
Yes, it is a challenge straight away.
Second place.
It is indeed. That's Fred Green getting past Archie Heron, and Fred Green with the fastest lap of the race as well, 45.200.
Move in the background as well. Was that Bishop through on Phelps in the background?
It is, yeah. Riley Bishop through up to P5, and instantly says, right, think, let's go. Because look how far away they are. They are a distance. And they're battling as well, so.
Yeah, back to the 12-minute finals now on this one, so you've got a lot more time to push on ahead together.
Exactly, so this is going to be a challenge for these drivers. For the remainder, 6.5 minutes plus 1 lap down the inside goes Kai Taylor, back on Archie Heron. Gets that move done up into P3 now, into the podium spots.
So Fred Green immediately started to drop these two, didn't he?
Yes, he has. I'm just keeping an eye on the gap between Fred Green and Macaulay Bishop. The gap is 3.6 seconds currently at this moment, but on the last lap, 0.08 of a second Fred Green took out. Not a lot, but still some time. We'll keep an eye on that gap as it progresses. What is it this time? 3.4? 0.2 taken out of Macaulay Bishop on that time only. Riley Bishop slightly wide there through Oblivion, but managing to keep it all under control.
Yeah, Fred Green's looking ever so slightly faster. Not sure if it's quite enough at this stage to close back in on Macaulay Bishop. Macaulay's made such a nice gap so early on in this one that he seemingly should be able to manage that gap throughout the race. But Fred Green is looking fast, so you never know. Just over 5 minutes to go.
Indeed, so Bishop there, looking comfortable. Bishop, a quick driver round Whilton in his own right. I know his dad's done a lot of karting in the background. Corporate karting, but karting nonetheless. He's fond of it. And then got his son into karting, and then here they are today, racing at Whilton Kart Club. So, fabulous one there. Here's a nice little battle. What's happening here? Got the 65 and we've got the 58 just diving through the inside there. And this is the battle, I think, further up the order because they're just crossing the line.
So this is Spencer Allen and Will Ford, but I think 23rd and 24th. And then someone else was getting involved with that as well, was just getting through.
Chipping and changing.
So the 58 Sam Branston, however, doesn't seem to be going round on the timings and possibly a timing error.
Potentially a timing error, which is why I'm getting confussed.
Battle. Yeah, involved in this battle between 23rd, 24th.
4 minutes to go, plus 1 lap. Gap not coming down as quick as Fred Green would like to Macaulay Bishop. That stayed roughly the same.
Macaulay was faster on that last lap. I mean, yeah, only by 300ths of a second, but yeah, no gap being closed in by Fred Green.
It's Oliver Harris on Harry Walsh trying to get past. And Macaulay Guy just up ahead in front of these two. Managing to maintain that gap. A lot of curb on the inside there. You see it flick up a wheel or two as they exit out of Ashby. Down in towards Wilkins once again, and no chopping and changing. Nice fast section here. Drivers just trying to, again, it's all just at this moment in time sussing out what your opponent's doing as, well, very early on into the race, Macaulay Guy goes defensive here. That's allowing them to close in. So Harry Walsh now with the momentum will go down the inside, and Oliver Harris will say, thank you very much. I shall follow suit.
Yep, just able to sneak through as well, as he's now going to go for the move himself.
Oh, that's close.
Inside. Just rubbing slightly on the side pods there. Going to go for the re-overtake. Oh, 73 thought about it. Thought about the re-overtake, did Harry Walsh. Manages to back out of it just in time and continue. They've got a yellow flag down at Ashby. As, yeah, there looks like to be a stricken kart on the apex of the following corner.
I think, was that 27, I think? I think it could have been Will Forber.
Yeah. I think that's a good guess, that.
So, look like that one, and he's out of the kart there, and that kart stopped on the apex of Wilkins corner.
Not a great place to be.
That is a suboptimal location to stop your wagon. Oh, very wide there. And the final call for Macaulay Guy.
Yeah. 78 is off now as well.
Yeah, David Asteglu, who's off the track. He was from 9th place. Yeah, that is not what you want. That's a disaster. Here, though, there's some action because
Riley Bishop,
yeah, has he managed to get past Archie Heron now? He has indeed. So Riley Bishop's up into P4. Mackay Taylor is the next driver on the list. Good, Riley Bishop get away here with a possible podium position. Well, Isaac Felt thinks he's got the opportunity to do that as well as he gets past Archie Heron. Now moves up into P4. Or P5 as they go through. 90 seconds left on the board in this final of Junior X30, and again the top three, not much happening between them, which is a shame, but like I say, I'm sure they're all enjoying it because Macaulay Bishop's thinking, yep, I'm 3.5 seconds ahead of everyone, I'm fine. Fred Green's thinking, I've got a couple of seconds between myself and Mackay Taylor behind, I'm fine. And Mackay Taylor's got also, again, another couple of seconds between himself and the battle that we are seeing here. 4th place on your screens as one of the backmarkers are just getting out of the way there. Nicely done. Down into Ashby once again.
Macaulay Bishop has managed that gap at the front like an absolute champ.
He has, yeah, kind of, he got the initial getaway, then he pulled it back, and then he's just maintained a pace, really, at the moment, and that's what he does, is Macaulay Bishop, of course. Last year, he will have had the company of Gabriel Stilp, and he'll have had the company of other drivers as well, and, you know, he's not had that this year. This year he's kind of a bit of a lone wolf now until he finds a competitor. Macaulay Bishop in his own right is a very, very quick driver. He's got a lot of talent in there, and now with the Dan Holland Racing team, as of last year, he joined them last year, and Yeah, he's done fabulous work with them, and his dad always being alongside, and mum supporting as well on the live stream. So yeah, there's a driver who's got I think a bright future in karting, and have to see where he goes when he moves up into seniors, and see, 'cause it's a much bigger competition in seniors in more ways than one. Final lap board is out then. According to Bishop, now that advantage still 3.2 seconds. Lost a bit of time that lap, but plenty left in the bag. There he is on your screen. Back markers again, just getting out of the way. Or is that a breakdown? Either or. Closing onto the edge of the circuit. Not much you can say about him. Number 4 Steed last year in this category. Maintains that number for this year in the class. And, you know, I think just a solid performance all round, a solid weekend. You can't fault him. And, yeah, he'll take the checker flag and the first round of the Whilton Mill Kart Club in Junior X30. He crosses the line. All well and good. Fred Green will take second place from Mackay Taylor. At the end of that one, Isaac Phelps from Archie Heron. Morgan Hill crosses in P6. From Dayton Coulthard finishing the impressive P7. From Jack Mowat. Lewis Islin crosses the line in P9. From Kenzo Craigie at the end of that one, recovering back to P10 after his spin later on. There are some yellow flags out in the final section. I can see some marshals running, so I suspect there has been a driver with a breakdown. Jaden Gregg, Josh Jones, Sebastian Dew. There is the cause of it. It is the 43 that has come to a stop. That is Manuel Hain, who has come to a stop, and that kart will very unceremoniously be dragged off the racetrack. Not what you want to see.
No, exactly. A bit more of a subdued final, that one, certainly up near the front anyway. But a brilliant win, a textbook win from Macaulay Bishop. Not much more he could do there, as you say, gapped early on, and then just maintained it throughout the race. An impressive one, once again, from Macaulay Bishop, and kind of what we've gotten used to watching him kart racing. Fred Green, Micah Taylor rounding out that podium. Great battle throughout the top 10 as well. Lots of drivers getting involved. But a decent final, and as you highlighted as well, Kenzo Craigie making it back into the top 10 after that spin. He'll be a bit gutted about that, won't he, making that mistake and dropping himself down the order, but got plenty more chances, plenty more finals coming up this year at the Whilton Mill Kart Club for 2023. And he's got plenty of things to smile about, so he can give it another go soon enough.
Well then, 3 more races to go. We're nearing the end of the weekend. We have Senior X30 final that's coming up next. We have Junior Max A final and Senior Rotax A final. They're the 3 races left to go in that order. Stay with us. Race 40, Senior X30 final is coming up next. So then, the next race about to get underway again. Only 10 rows, 20 drivers in the next one. Not the biggest grid that we've got out there, but filled with some talent. Harry Gibson starts on pole position for the Senior X30 final, with Harry Torpey starting alongside. Keane Gamio on row 2, with Christian Brooks, Jensen Buckingham, and Jack Cox will round out the top 6 positions. Kyan Go-Hill and Aidan Lynn, they round out row 4, from David Marshall and Benjamin Southgate rounding out the top 10. Daniel Hackett and Alfie Baxter-Davis round out row 6.
Row 7 sees Vishal Patel and Harry Maynard, then it's Tiger Dixon and Remy Gilbert. They're followed by Enzo Liu and Ben Perry. And then rounding out the 20 karts on the grid for this one, Leon Frost and Alex Johnston. Now this one looks like it could be quite close. I just want to highlight on the first 3 rows of the grid, your pole sitter of Harry Gibson and second place Harry Torpey, joint on points coming into this race. Then row number 2, Kian Leon Gamiao and Christian Brooks, joint on points coming into this race. And then row number 3, Jensen Buckingham and Jack Cox, only 1 point between them coming into this race.
Yeah.
Pretty close.
Says everything you need to know really about Senior X30, doesn't it? Impeccably competitive. And yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. As the drivers get themselves ready on the grid, as Thomas Fleming coming in with A harsh comment. Some tough love there for Christian Brooks from Thomas Fleming. Tell Christian Brooks to stop messing about and pull his finger out. Hashtag washed, says Thomas Fleming to Christian Brooks. Well, I say they're his words, not mine, Christian. You're doing just fine. You're on the second row of the grid in P4. You're doing what you need to.
You can tell he's a sim racer with the hashtag washed there.
Yeah. Well, he's just young.
Yeah, true.
But keep comments coming in. Let us know who you're supporting in this one. Again, Senior X30 final. This should be a good one. Does everyone get themselves ready for this one? You can just see Earl from Zipkart there in the background. Earl, is he going to give us a wave? See you, Earl. No, he's going to do his best impression of I don't know what that was. But there we go. You can see the next group there getting themselves primed and ready to go. It's hard to tell who is who really at the moment in terms of mechanics because they're all wrapped up nice one. There's another wave there. It's good to see. Jensen Buckingham's doubt mechanic or anything like that. Get themselves lined up. You can see there the 75. Harry Gibson at the front starting this one on pole. Harry's a very tall driver in this one. Speak to him a lot.
Oh, no.
Oh, and he's not firing up. So pole position.
Yeah,
oh, he's got it going now.
He's good.
Is that a sign, though? We'll knock on wood. Gabriel Cullen Racing. Good luck to all the Argenti lads for the next race. That's the next race. And Taylor Orridge is just having a casual conversation with Thomas Flack. Oh, there we go. Monty Braithwaite saying good luck to Leon Frost.
Oh, we've got a spinner already.
Yes. It's the 78.
That's what I thought as well. That's Keon Leon Gamiao from pretty high up.
Yeah, from third. So hopefully he can get back into well, a decent position. Because at the moment, where is he? Where is he? Where is he? He's not there in third.
So many drivers rejoining in the back, I can't work out who it is.
No, I don't think he's going to make it back to his position. Oh, that would be a disaster. Kean Gario spinning on the outlap from third, and now he's completely out of position and he's not managed to get back.
Nope.
You can see him, yeah, he's right there at the back of the grid. Absolute disaster then for the 78, who was starting on third place. Into the tram lines we go, and we get going. First time of asking, and it's an ambitious start there for some of the drivers, instantly going on the defensive to maintain that track position. 3 wide in the back, but everyone through turns 1 cleanly. Up in towards Christmas corner we go. The first major braking zone on the track, and once again, everyone negotiating their way nice and well. Harry Gibson, though, with a commanding lead halfway round the first lap. He holds on to that race lead and breaks away cleanly as the rest of the field once again slotting through. A couple of drivers getting squeezed onto the outside there through Wilkins. Yep, but they've all maintained it. Relatively clean start then as they exit the final corner.
Indeed, it was Christian Brooks at the start who dived out from the tram line, so I got a bit nervous about, but all continuing on and coming to the end of the first lap, facing all in the right direction, all keeping it on the black stuff. Harry Gibson to the front of the field, nearly a second in the lead after only 1 lap of this race. Chase for second though, down the inside goes Harry Torpey, takes away that second place from Jensen Buckingham, relegates him to third place. Right behind them is Christian Brooks, had that decent start, and now battling up near the front of the field. The rest of the top 10 sees Jack Cox and Aidan Lynn, Kyan Gohill, then Vishal Patel, Daniel Hackett and David Martial.
Indeed, so all white liveried kart there of Harry Torpey. Some have dubbed him Torpey the Torpedo. He likes to have a good lunge down the inside when able.
We've already seen one of those.
Lunges, though.
We've seen one of those in this race already.
Yeah.
As he now presses on towards the leader. There's a move for third place though. Christian Brooks goes for it at Christmas corner. Exactly what Harry Torpey did 1 lap ago. Now relegates Jensen Buckingham to 4th place. And Harry Torpey is closing in on the leader. It was only 0.05 of a second last lap, to be fair. But Could that be a change of momentum? Could it go the way of Harry Torpey over Harry Gibson? The battle of the Harrys out front here in the Senior X30 final.
Indeed, we've got a lot of matching names in this one in classes, hasn't it? Doesn't make it confusing at all. But, there we go. Gibson and Torpey, line astern. Track limits warning going out there to a driver, and that was Harry Gibson who got that one. So your race leader, and Harry Maynard with a contact warning as well. So
Harry Torpey, fastest lap of the race.
Oh, indeed, he's close. 3/10 of a second he took out on that last lap. That is a huge advantage that Torpey got. Can he maintain that one all the way throughout? If he can keep up that momentum, he will be on that rear bumper of Gibson in just a freckle.
He set another fastest sector too. See if this overall lap is any faster. Yes, it is.
Ooh,
another
3/10. Yeah. Torpey is on a mission here.
He is a torpedo at the moment.
Oh, yeah. Visually, though, doesn't look like it's closing down too much, but it is.
We trust the timing.
In timing, we trust. Aidan Lynn and Jack Cox there getting a little bit close for comfort into the braking zone. And another one of the drivers there, I think that was Benjamin Southgate, looking down the inside of Daniel Hackett for 10th place into the Ashby hairpin before the camera cut off. So, what's the update going to be? I reckon we could see an overtake on this next lap from Harry Torpey, because I don't think he's going to waste any time whatsoever in trying to get past. Another 2/10. Yeah, there it is.
Even though Gibson is setting personal bests, still 2/10 slower than Torpey behind.
It's not enough.
Now look at that. Christian Brooks now sets the fastest lap of the race, so he's going to try and close into the list leading two now. He's right there behind, and there is the move for the lead. Torpey down the inside, gets it. Textbook.
Yeah, no drama there whatsoever. And crucially from Gibson as well is that he didn't fight it, and that means they're not going to lose too much time. They did lose time to Brooks, especially probably wasn't the best time to go for a move when Brooks had set the fastest lap of the race on that last lap, because now it's a trio for the race lead as they exit back out across the start-finish line. So it's Torpey, Gibson, Brooks. Jack Cox is now up into P4. He's managed to get past Jensen Buckingham. Vishal Patel there in P6 from Kyan Gohill in P7. Aidan Lynn in P8 from David Marshall, and Benjamin Southgate rounding out the top 10 for the time being. All still 20 karts running out on track. Whole grid separated by 12.7 seconds. There's the rest of the field coming into shot. Eyes on the top three though. This race far from over. 7 minutes to go left in this one. And Gibson just not finding the momentum to just stick with Torpey. He's not dropped him completely, and Torpey's not driven away, crucially, straight away. You would see that nearly, after one lap, you would see the drivers open up quite a substantial gap if they had got more pace. I don't think he's got more pace. I just think he just had the benefit of down the inside, and that was a move for the lead as well, because I think Gibson tried to move on Torpey. There's Gohill in the background, just fighting with Buckingham. And Buckingham having to give away the position there.
He's lost a couple of positions on the last couple of laps, Buckingham has, I'm afraid. Down from 4th to 7th now, and there's another move for the lead. Quite forceful, that one, wasn't it?
Well, the gap was there, and Brooks went for it, so Brooks now in the lead. So Gibson went for the move initially at Christmas. It didn't work out, and he dropped back down to P3. Then Brooks made the move at Osiers, and now Torpey is there in P2. So Torpey was in P2 and he latched onto the back of Gibson. Now he's got to do it all over again, but this time on Christian Brooks.
Brooks is looking quick though.
Yeah, Brooks is looking quick.
His fastest lap of the race, 2/10 faster than both Torpey's and Gibson's, which happened to be identical.
I think Thomas Fleming's message over the PA system worked. He certainly has seemed to have pulled his finger out here, and is now doing what he needs to. At the front of this grid. Torpey, though, latching onto the back once again. Gibson looks like he's dropping back, though, in P3. Jack Cox is now going to be starting to smell an opportunity here to maybe come away with a potential podium spot. Vishal Patel as well, the driver there in P5 in the number 95, doing a sterling job. It's latched onto the back of Jack Cox also, and is just being pulled along. You can see him there in the white and blue racer with the white crash helmet. Torpy all over the back of Christian Brooks here. Brooks isn't going to be too comfortable where he is, I don't think. A driver that won't really look over the shoulder. Every driver glances over the shoulder now and then. You always have to have like a sanity check to think,
yeah,
what's going on? Yeah, cool.
Yeah, just to work out what you're doing in the future as well. If you're right behind someone and wanting to go for a move, you don't want to then mess it up and then get overtaken by someone who's right behind you.
No,
so
exactly.
you can double check behind you and make sure, okay, no, I'm free to do this, and if it goes slightly wrong, I'm still going to be okay here.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll have to keep an eye on that one. It's not looking like it's closing too much. Gap just under 0.4 of a second. That last lap did lose some time.
Yeah, they're trading times.
They are just trading times. It's still, if anything, I would still say it was lunge distance though.
Yeah.
But like that's a big lunge.
Yeah. Drivers do love a big lunge though, don't they?
Oh, aye.
Absolutely love it. Gibson's definitely just about fallen off the pace though, isn't he? Cox and Patel now coming into the thick of this battle. Then that's going to be an interesting one as to whether Gibson, Cox and Patel want to work together, try and push forward to Torpy and Brooks in those top two positions. But yeah, Cox and Patel now right on the back of Gibson. 3.5 minutes still left to go in this race, plus a lap as well.
Daniel Hackett, you saw there, the 44 just off the side of the screen, who has pulled into the pit lane. Big shame for him. He had a good starting position in this one. P11 on the sixth row. He has unfortunately retired from this race. Torpy's latched onto the back of him now. There's been something happen, and Gibson has gone back through into third place. So despite Jack Cox's best efforts, he's not managed to hold on to that one. And Vishal Patel also has latched on to the back. And there you see Gibson just saying, come on, think about it. Let's work together. Let's just try and close that gap up. It is it's closing in a little bit too much. So work together on this one, boys, and you can close that gap up. But Gibson looking like he's got this somewhat under control. Back at the front, though, and Torpy, it's closing in. It's again, they're just trading, aren't they? They look like they've closed in way more than they have. It looks like a driver's taken a seat there. I think that potentially is... potentially could be Enzo Liu. I'm not too sure. There's a driver who's stopped at the circuit, and he's just have a sit down at the top of Christmas corner there. I'm not sure who that is.
They all got a bit much.
Hey?
He all got a bit much. Just needed to sit down.
Got to take a seat. Got to take a seat. Yeah,
that gap remaining stagnant at the front, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's maybe he's just waiting for the prime opportunity.
As you said before, he's still within send distance.
Like I say, he's just biding his time there.
Yeah, he is just. He looks like that thinking meme, like he's got his head on his knuckles.
Yeah.
In deep thought, driver. I think you're right in that it's Enzo Liu who's parked up there.
Believe so. Yeah, he's gone a few laps down now, and squeaking through. There is the 46 just going through. That's Alex Johnson, currently running in P17 at the moment. But eyes on this battle as the timer is now below 90 seconds. The race is nearing to an end. Again, everyone's just taking it nice and chilled this weekend so far, haven't they? It's been a. There was some exciting racing earlier. Now for the finals, just like, you know what? We don't need to push this. Just relax.
Good points on the table. You want to make sure you get them. If you want to finish first you've got to finish.
Exactly that. Yeah. And again, you've seen if you run that a little bit too wide, the grass is wet, you'll spin. And
we've seen a lot of that today.
Oh yeah. We see that nearly every weekend, really, don't you? It's one of those things. You know, Whilton is such a fast circuit, and there's a lot of grassy runoff areas here. And just when you get on it, it can cause mayhem. Eyes back on this battle. This is a close one, This is exciting, though. Like, you know, Gibson's fighting for his third place spot here, and Vishal Patel is trying to find a way through. Round the outside goes Jack Cox. What a move that was. And that was well calculated there. I've got to say, great driving there from Vishal Patel as well to not collect Jack Cox there as well. You know, it is a two-horse race when someone tries to overtake another. You both have a responsibility, don't you, of getting out of the corner together. Gibson is holding on to this one. He has lost touch, though, with the group ahead. Timer strike 0. Last lap board will be out this time to Christian Brooks. And this will be the time that we see Torpy go for the move, and this will be the time that we see Jack Cox or Vishal Patel go for the move. Unfortunately, Vishal's in a position here where he has to stay in 5th place and wait for Jack Cox to go for the move and see if he can strike, because if Vishal goes for a move on Jack Cox, he will lose touch with Gibson and he won't get the place. Here though, oh, and what's happened here? Something's happened, because now it's all gone topsy-turvy as Jack Cox, I think, disappeared.
I think you might be right.
Yeah, Jack Cox has dropped back behind. And here comes Kyan Gohill. Kyan Gohill's come out of nowhere now. So Kyan Gohill, who was in 6th place, he's now in an opportunity here to potentially come away with a podium. There's your 2 race leaders. Christian Brooks, he's going to take the checker from Torpy. Who's going to come in 3rd? It's Harry Gibson who's going to hold on to it, but it's all pandemonium! Oh, right to the edge of the track there for Kyan Gohill. And, whoa, my goodness.
I'm pretty sure I saw him lean right there as the barrier started coming up towards him.
Yeah, that was very, very close, but he managed to keep that on the track.
And he lost 6th place by 1/100th of a second.
Well, there we go. Christian Brooks takes the win in Senior X30 from Harry Torpy. Harry Gibson, Vishal Patel will finish that one in P4 from Jack Cox. Jensen Buckingham will take 6th place from Kyan Gohill, who I suspect is going to need a new race suit after that one, from Aidan Lynn, Alfie Baxter-Davis, Kean Gambio, Leon Frost, Harry Maynard, Benjamin Southgate, David Marshall, Tiger Dixon, Rennie Gilbert, Alex Johnson, Ben Perry, and the 2 retirements, Enzo Liu and Daniel Hackett. Kart's come into the pit lane. All good for 1st, all good for 2nd. And Harry Gibson is all good. So your top 3 are fine. Vishal Patel is all good. He goes through, finishes the P4. Great result for Vishal Patel in that one. Brilliant result. Oh, dear me. Well, that got a bit exciting at the end on that one for 3rd place, wasn't it?
It did, yeah. Suddenly all blew up, didn't it, on the last couple of laps?
It did. It all kicked off, didn't it?
I think there was not an incident or some switching of places that we missed, didn't we, with Jack Cox, where he dropped a couple of positions. Then when we rejoined them, pandemonium had set in on the last lap.
Then ensued, yes. That is a classic one on that one. But, yeah, solid drive from the entirety of the grid. Not one of the largest grids that we've got out there, but still 20 karts. It's a strong grid. Same amount of drivers that's on the F1 grid. So there you go. Stick that in your pipe and smoke it. Right. It was race 40.
That's why we pay you, DJ, with that kind of knowledge.
Exactly. Like Will Buxton knowledge, that is. If you have a crash, you've crashed. Thanks, Will. Race 41, Junior Max A final, coming up next.
Definitely not the C final.
It's not the C final. It's definitely the A finals. Do bear with us. It's a long day for the graphics team as well. They're doing their best. Race 41, Junior Rotax A final. At least the grid's the same and the graphic down there is the right. Here's how they'll line up then. It's a busy old grid. Ethan Jeff Hall at the end of that weekend is going to be starting on pole position with you and Chum.
Just before you carry on, can I highlight that? The top 5 are all joint on points.
Yes.
Wow.
I think they take the results from qualifying, then that will determine from that one. Ollie Stevens and Freddie Lloyd, they go from row 2. Gustav Uzakovs and Reg Hayward round out the top 6 on row 3. Row 4, Harrison Whitcomb and Anna Hamilton go from that row. Jessica White and Timo Youngling round out the top 10. Callum Ghosh and Freddie Ingram, they go from row 6.
Row 7, Thomas Min-Spearing and William Ray is alongside, followed by Finn Leslie and William Murphy, then Alexander Savinkov, followed by Oliver Sander. Row number 10 is Aryaman Bansol, then it's James Shotton who rounds out the top 20, followed by Deacon Russell, Jacob Jukes, Tommy Harfield and Joshua Smith.
Alfie Thompson and Thomas Ingram Hill go from row 13. Kasper Tomolowski and Archie Buttle round out row 14. Jack West and Mitchell Mulvey round out the top 30 on row 15, and the entirety of the grid. Penultimate race of the weekend, 42 in total over both Saturday and Sunday. This is going to be an exciting one. Go on,
I was going to say it's not the full grid because obviously we've got the top 4 from the B file as well,
yes,
but
yes,
the results
indeed.
aren't online, so I can't tell you those.
Right, okay.
Sorry.
and for the life of me, I can't remember. Yes,
I've
you
got
may
no
think,
idea.
but Anthony, you're the commentator. You should know this. How many races have we had between that and then?
Yeah, come on.
I can't remember.
Be kind to us.
That marshal needs to get out of the way before he gets run over. He does. Good man. Right, this is going to be an interesting one.
I'm really excited for this.
This is going to be good. Into the tram lines, green flag goes out. Here we go then, and it's a good start from the entirety of the grid. Everyone gets through, and it's a relatively clean start. 3 wide in the background. Is everyone going to get through Christmas Corner okay, though? That's going to be the next one. Heavy braking. No, they can't. There's a bit of contact in the mid-pack there as everyone squeezes 3, 4, 5 wide in the mid to rear of the pack there as everyone gets through here, down in towards Ashby Hairpin. Heavy on the brakes. Yep, that was fine.
Got the DJ seal of approval, that one.
Yep.
Well, they've already got a massive breakaway at the front. I think the top 2 have already really started to pull away there. As we switch over to our cameras in the final section. Is this a move for the lead? Looking to try it down the inside. Nope, just gets chopped off. Ethan Jeff Hall holds on to the lead for now. But Ewan Charman heavily pressuring.
Indeed, these two well accustomed to each other. Out on track, and Charman back down the inside. Nice, clean move, well calculated, gets that move up into the race lead now. Freddie Lloyd will respond to that as well. He is less than a second behind in P3 in that 1.30. You can just see him on the left-hand side of the screen, just in the back of shot as the sun starts to set here at Whilton. It's a beautiful evening.
It's golden hour.
But it's a cold evening.
Yeah.
It is chilly out there.
It is definitely chilly. That wind chill for the drivers, as you say, but I don't think any of them will be focusing on that too much. Already building a slight, very slight gap at the front is Ewan Charman as he sets the fastest lap of the race, 46.91, the first driver to drop down into the 46s. And they were clearly battling closely in the mid-pack of the first lap. They were way off the pace with the mid-pack, and that's why they must have built such a big gap at the front. They were only the ones able to actually do some competitive lap times. Now this scrap continues. Whereabouts is this in the pack?
Well, this is about 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th. That was Gustav Uzakov's in the number 4, giving Freddie Ingram the
big
heave
spin
ho.
for the 100.
Yeah, that's Timo Younglin.
Oh, gutted.
Yeah, driver moving up into juniors this year, and again, struggling with that one. He has dropped down the order of the field, which is a shame.
He's been battling well throughout the day, hasn't he?
Yep, there
obviously
you
we
can
didn't see
Harrison Whitcomb there, just in this pack. He's currently sitting in a respectable P12.
Ethan Jeff Hall at the front answers with another fastest lap of the race.
He does, yeah. He's latched onto the back once again. I suspect they'll be chopping and changing throughout this race, which will be interesting. There, the 242 on your screen. That is Armand Hamilton, currently in P6. He's got Ollie Stevens for company in front and Gustav Uzakov's behind. Uzakov's, you can see they're racing for the Hunter Motorsport team. Did really well in the British Kart Championships last year in Junior Rotax. Took some wins for the Hunter Motorsport team, and he was really impressed with that one over the season. And yeah, he impressed a lot of people, did Gustav Uzakov's last year, running that number 4 seed this year, and rightly so, well-deserved seeded number.
That's certainly not an easy task.
Oh no.
Getting a win in the British Kart Championships, that is a fantastic achievement for any kart driver. There's a move down the inside on the 81 there, the 242 getting through. That's for 5th place. Armand Hamilton through on Ollie Stevens. Ollie Stevens trying to reply though, and does. Back down the inside he goes. And I think losing 2 positions because of it is Hamilton. Yes, he is. So although he set the fastest lap of the race on that last lap, gets shuffled back a position, tried to gain one, ends up losing one.
Yeah. Work that one out.
That's
the fastest lap and then loses
karting.
2 positions. Yeah. There you go. Must have just been a mistake on one of the corners. But nonetheless, he's still got the fastest lap of the race. That's now been taken by Reg Hayward, who's currently in P4 in the number 73. He's working on what he can do from the back of this grid.
He's already a good 2 seconds off of these front 2 battling though.
Yeah. And again, I feel like now Charman is there. He is going to probably just stay there now, and he's probably just going to wait for a time to get past, because Jeff Hall's got back past again, obviously, so now he's got that bit of time that he's he did gain, but now he has lost that back.
You saw the check over the shoulder there from Charman as well, just assessing the options,
yeah,
seeing how close Freddie Lloyd is.
Yeah, again, it's not really something you would see the drivers at the front do that often, because you always say if you look behind you, that's where you're going to end up. So, yeah, you would always say that you would just keep looking in front. What have you spotted?
Oh, I thought it was a bigger gain than it was from Freddie Lloyd, down to 3/4 of a second now. I thought it was quite a bit over a second, but I don't think I'm correct, as he was only 3 or 4 hundredths faster on that last lap, as he did go quickest. That now goes to Thomas Min-Spearing in 15th.
This race is so exciting. I'm going to have a sip of tea.
He's got another tea from our kind producer here.
He makes a good cup of tea as well. Thomas Min-Spearing now with the fastest lap of the race, currently in P15. And then we're looking at Gustav Uzakov still, currently in P5. Got the company of Ollie Stevens, I should say, just behind. Stevens not going on the attack just yet. Eyeing up his options here, as Uzakov's now with the fastest lap of the race, 45.890. Just running out of time though here. 6 minutes to go in this final. We are half race distance. These races are 12 minutes plus 1 lap. But again, his drivers doing their best here in the challenging conditions. Like I say, sun getting very low. The iridium visors are out, everyone.
The which visors?
The iridium.
Ah, yes.
Thank you. Favourite word. And yeah, they're just going to have to see what they can do throughout this one. Jeff Hall and Charman, nose to tail, not doing anything. Freddie Lloyd is there, just keeping touch. Actually, I'd say there's been an update. Ewan Charman is now in the lead.
And by quite some way.
Jeff Hall has dropped 0.4 of a second and is falling into the clutches of Freddie Lloyd. Freddie Lloyd in the 130, currently in P3, is now piling on the pressure on Ethan Jeff Hall, the O-plate. In second place, under pressure here as they go through. There they are, 1, 2, 3 on your screen. Still 5 minutes left of this race. I think Jeff Hall's managed to find the pace once again and has latched on to the back of Charman. So Charman not able to take full advantage of the lead he had gained. And Freddie Lloyd again using all the track available to him there. Reg Hayward still about 2 seconds off from this one. Still battles happening all the way down the order. Close battle for 12th place as well. William Ray is having a good battle with Thomas Min-Spearing, Jacob Dukes and Will Murphy. Archie Buttle, Oliver Sander, Joshua Graham, James Shotton as well in P19 from Joshua Smith. They are having, basically it's one big train all the way back from 11th place all the way down to the back of the grid. And there it is, and you can see it just in the back of the shot there. It's if you have a mistake in that one, you're at the back of the grid. That's not what you want to be. But
looks like fun though.
Oh yeah, it does look like a roller coaster adventure. There's the time you can see there remaining 4 minutes and 10 seconds.
We can see Reg Hayward leading Gustav Silverkos, leading Ollie Stevens. Gustav's getting faster and faster, setting fastest lap after fastest lap here. Gustav's, although now has to get past Reg Hayward to then continue pushing on ahead to our top 3. And he's got fantastic pace, but it's really looking like the only way he's going to be able to get involved in that top 3 battle is they start battling pretty soon. They've got a decent gap, haven't they? Good 2 seconds or so.
They do. They've got a nice battle buffer here. So effectively, if Freddie Lloyd wants a chance to win this race, he's going to need to overtake Ethan Jeff Hall now.
Yeah.
And then that way he's got enough time to close back up to Ewan Charman. But if he isn't going to wait, he's going to wait for them to go for the move. There's Uzakov's on Reg Hayward. So Hayward, who's not managed to make any Hayward to Freddie Lloyd.
Oh, guys. Bit of contact there. From left to rear right.
They're fine.
Thought Reg Hayward's going to lose it there and get sent off. A little bit of tyre smoke as they made contact, but getting through.
No drama. Standard junior racing, that.
That's true. Gustav Uzakov's made the move when he needs to, though. Gets through, loses very little time while doing so. Very nicely done. Now he's got to hope the bit that's out of his control comes into play, and these guys start battling.
Yes, indeed. Here we go then. 2.5 minutes to go, plus that 1 lap. It's all starting to fall into place now. One of these three is going to win this race, but who is going to win this race? Is it Charman, Jeff Hall, or Lloyd? Could it be Uzakovs? Could it be Stevens? Could it be Hayward? We don't know. We'll find out in 2.5 minutes, plus 1 lap. Anyone would think, well, I was cutting to an ad break there. But,
we'll see you after this.
No. Oh, change as Jeff Hall's taken the lead now.
You're right.
So he's got in front of Charman.
He closed that down quickly again, didn't he?
He did.
Back 3 goes, up into the lead. 2 minutes left to go on the clock. Still plenty of time for Ewan Charman to get that position back. Freddie Lloyd there just sitting, waiting in the wings, isn't he? Waiting for it all sort of to blow up ahead of him and he can just scythe through. Heavily defending now though is Ethan Jeff Hall. Moving to the inside, up at Christmas. No way for the Charmander to find his way through. Tries there again down at Ashby, but again a defensive move from Jeff Hall keeps him in front.
Freddie Lloyd took the optimal racing line through Christmas corner to gain as much momentum as he could. He has latched onto the back of these two now. Everyone looking over the shoulder just to see where they are. Again, you'll see the same here into the boot. Potentially going to go for the up and over here. And up and over he goes and takes out Ewan Charman in the process. And a disaster for Freddie Lloyd and Ewan Charman. They come together at the boot and that has gifted Ethan Jeff Hall this race. He checks over the shoulder and can see no one but Gustav Uzakovs, who has been gifted second place in this one. He's been setting fastest lap after fastest lap and now has got second place. And crucially, Ollie Stevens is now fighting with Reg Hayward for the last spot on the podium. That was another driver just pulling off.
Gosh, I think
it was indeed. He's retired from this race. So now this battle here is now the battle for third place. Can Reg Hayward come away with a podium finish at the end of this one? Yellow flags out into the boots. They can't overtake here. The last 30 seconds left, and that'll be the reason. Of course, the kart's still stricken there. So Freddie Lloyd's kart not been moved at the moment. So eyes on this. Reg Hayward, Ollie Stevens for P3, and Hayward looks to the outside here. Stevens goes defensive through Christmas corner. Here comes Ashby, and again, Stevens hugging that inside line, refusing Hayward any opportunity to get past. The timer has struck 0. The last lap board will be out this time to Ethan Jeff Hall, but that is not how we wanted to see this race end.
No, exactly. Never nice to see an incident, especially when they're up fighting over the top positions. But yeah, just got a little bit too close to comfort, didn't they, through those last couple of corners, and just making that bit of contact, and out of the race they go. But what a blessing for Ethan Jeff Hall, Gustav Uzakovs, I mean everyone behind as well, all now gaining 2 positions. Oh my goodness! Reg Hayward looking for it down the inside there, and the door swiftly closed.
I say, yeah, that was bold move now, and now here comes back Ewan Charman recovering from that incident that he had. And up and over, and Hayward's out. Hayward's out of the race, and off goes Freddie Ingram. So Freddie Ingram also tried to get through on the final lap, but goes up and over the rear bumper of Hayward, and they tumble down the order. So now Ethan Jeff Hall leads comfortably from Gustav Uzakovs, but in third place, we'll have to see who's going to take it. Ethan Jeff Hall takes the win from Gustav Uzakovs, and it is Ollie Stevens who takes P3 from Ewan Charman. Amazing recovery from Ewan. You thought the race was going to be over, but comes back. Armand Hamilton finishes in P5 from Reg Hayward. He manages to hold on to a top 10 spot from Harrison Whitcomb. Great drive there. Gifted those positions. He finishes in P7 from Thomas Spearing and William Ray, and James Shotton finishing in the top 10. You couldn't call it on that one. That was as dramatic as it gets in the last 2 laps.
That was explosive, wasn't it, at the end, huh? Fantastic. Those are drivers coming together, though. Never nice to see, getting knocked out of the race. But yeah, fair play to Ewan Charman, getting back up to P4 there after an incident pretty near the end of the race. So I'm very impressed there with that drive back from Ewan Charman, and secures himself some decent points despite an incident.
Yes, indeed. That was an interesting one. I very much would love to get a microphone in that paddock to hear the conversations that might be happening after that race. I suspect there'll be some good ones. suspect that chap there will be happy with the red helmet just pulling in.
Yeah.
96, Harrison Whitcomb. He was struggling in that one, and yeah, with all those incidents, he manages to squeeze a P7.
Gifted a few extra points.
Yeah.
Always nice to see. One shout out to give as well. Your winner from the B final, Joshua Graham, he got up to 12th place in that A final. What a race for him.
Fabulous result.
And scoring himself some extra points. It can be a bit disheartening when you find yourself not in the A final immediately, but didn't bother him. Moved himself up into the A final, getting one of those top 4 positions, and then moving up the field nicely through that one. 34 is getting a penalty though. Who is that? That's Jacob Jukes. He was down in 28th in that one anyway. He wouldn't be his most proud position to finish in, and sadly gets a little bit worse there with a penalty on top of it. But so many big names. Of course, we saw the Junior Max split between 3 grids. So many huge names all throughout the field there. And yeah, that was a really, really good Junior Max A final, wasn't it? We've got one more race left to go today. Race number 42 of the weekend. I think we're about ready to get into the grid for the Senior Rotax A final. Here we go then. Senior Max A final to come. We've already seen their B final earlier on today. Here's the one we've all been waiting for. Lucas Ellingham is going to be lining up on pole position alongside him, Jamie Pirelli. Row number 2, Matthew Higgins and Sam Baker. Then row 3, Jamie Rogers and Lewis Wild. Of course, Jamie Rogers being on that WM plate. Row number 4, Marcus Littlewood and Jack Cooper. Then it's Spencer Brown and Leo Brown who round out the top 10. Behind them, Tristan Rennie and Lewis Gilbert.
Benjamin Ballou, he rounds out row 7 and P13 with William Ellswood alongside John Lawrence and George Holbrook. They go from row 8. Lucas Pernod and Ethan Martin, they round out row 9, 17th and 18th place. Samuel Cook, Louis Weaver, Zaki Hussain, William Young, Brentley Sims and James Tomset round out the next 3 rows.
Row number 13, unlucky for some. Will it be unlucky for Paul Simard and George Donald? Behind them, Jack Collins and Jay Lewis. And it's Stefan Kachmashik and Ben Page who round out the top 30. Then finalising your grid, there we see from the Senior Rotax B final is Ross Tyler, Scott Smith, William Pemble and Blake Noble.
Last race of the weekend is upon us. Senior Rotax A final. Everyone's been waiting for this one. I'm so excited I had to have a sip of tea. Calm myself down.
Calm yourself down, mate. Get nice and calm for this one. It should be exciting. Now, of course,
drive of the weekend.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to mention.
We can discuss it a little bit. Obviously, there's lots. Obviously, we've still got another race to go. We could see
and one we're expecting to be pretty good as well.
Yeah, we could see an absolute phenomenal drive because that driver is not per class.
No, this is over the whole.
That is over the whole weekend.
Thing.
Every class is one driver, so it's got to be someone who has really shone out in this one. Ladies and gentlemen, at home and the live stream,
let us know.
Let us know.
Who do you think?
Who do you think deserves driver of the weekend? Fundamentally, it is down to us commentators to decide. But you can get your predictions in, or you can get your choices in,
or you can bribe us,
or bribe.
No, we're joking. We're joking.
I'm not. Cup of tea or chocolate. I'm easily bribable.
Anything that goes to your stomach, basically.
Basically, yeah. or jam donut.
That also goes to your stomach.
Yeah. Basically. Either way. Look at that. It's a busy old grid there.
Very busy.
Busy old grid.
Absolutely bumper grid.
Now, usually, a game that me and Henry in the British Kart Championships would like to play is Kart Mechanic Bingo.
I do think I remember you playing this before at Whilton Mill Kart Club.
Unfortunately, I don't think there's a winter version of that game. I suppose we could make a winter version. Branded woolly hat, branded coat.
Yes.
Still with the 3/4 length shorts, despite the fact of the freezing temperatures.
Yep. There's always someone.
There's always some crazy person wearing shorts in the paddock. You know who you are. But, yeah, out there, there's a lot of branded jackets, but not a lot branded headwear?
No.
No. Everyone seems to be
Well,
in
it's just
there.
with the hood up, really, aren't they?
Yeah, just either hood up or they've got some random woolly hat.
That's fair enough.
Yeah. There's James Fitzhugh in the pit lane again. Give us a wave, James.
He's definitely going to the...
There he is. But there we go.
Now, have you got...
Oh, there's the two Dans standing to each other, having a mother's meeting in the paddock. There you go.
Or a Dan meeting.
No, it's not a Dan meeting, it's a mother's meeting.
Okay.
Oh, your hair looks lovely. Oh, so does yours.
I'm sure they're going to love you for that one.
Oh, I'm going to get some abusive messages later on tonight. I'm looking forward to it. Here we go. Karts fire up. They're going to make their way out on circuit. Here we go then for the final race of the weekend. And I suspect everyone's fed up with everything now. They just want to get this. Yeah, fed up with us.
Definitely fed up with us.
Fed up with the cold.
But yeah, don't go anywhere after this race because we will be choosing driver of the weekend. We did just have a spinner out the pits. I did just notice, finding their way onto the grass on the outside. All the drivers testing that steering up to Christmas corner. There is a slippery surface flag out up to Christmas corner. It's just gone back in.
Possibly some Desbrevs on the circuit. Not too sure. You're right there.
You made me laugh with that one. Sorry. Some Desbrevs. I liked it. Or some...
Sip of tea.
The one that we saw in Formula 1 where they said there's De Vries ahead. And he said, Debris ahead? No, De Vries ahead.
Oh, De Vries. Yeah. Freeze, it's De Vries.
De Vries.
De Vries.
De Vries.
De Vries.
De Vries.
De Vries?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm not Dutch, isn't he?
Slippery surface flag there as
yeah,
well.
It's everywhere, so maybe it's just... I don't know. It's an odd one. Yeah, I don't know. I'm confused with that one.
Maybe someone left a trail in that last race. They were so excited. Left a trail. Here we go then into the tram lines. First time of asking, green flag out, and here we go. Last race of the weekend, and it's a great start from the front row, and everyone through Oblivion and Crook fine up in towards Christmas. Oh! There they go. One car off though, and it's a Jax Motorsport car. It's the 16 that went off. At the corner of my eye,
George Donald.
It was indeed George Donald. And he falls down the order. That car possibly not looking in the best of shape after that one.
Yeah, once you just get on the grass there, he just sped up, didn't he, towards the banking. Let's look at these moves up right near the front of the field.
Yeah, changes for the lead as everyone fighting for position. Diving through the 75, leading the way.
Lucas Ellingham's not had a good start here, down to P4.
He has not indeed, no. As they exit out of the final corner, they'll cross the line. The timing will update. It's Pirelli who leads the way from Ellingham. Littlewood, Baker, Wild, Rennie, Lawrence, Burham, Gilbert, Ballou.
I can see Ellingham in P4. Yeah, he's just gone for P3, so I don't understand. When he came across the line, he was in P4 as well. Oh, they're going to make contact, though.
Oh, that's not what you need. They're going to get swamped by the pack now, and this is where it gets tasty, and everyone scrambles for position, and they're all going to have to try and squeeze through Ashby at some point. That was very, very risky there for the entire mid-pack grid. You never want to have a slow kart suddenly in the middle of the track because the field just absolutely swamps them. So we're going to have to try and make heads or tails out of this one of what's going to happen when they cross the line. So now that's all changed because, yeah, like you say, Ellingham crossed the line. He was in P2. Now he's crossed the line. He's in P3. So amazingly, after all of that, he's held on to P3. So Pirelli leads from Littlewood, Ellingham, Baker, Lawrence, Burham, Gilbert, Rennie, Wild, Ballou, Ellswood, Brown.
Huge
and
spin.
off. And who is
Baker.
that? That is Baker. Sam Baker, the number 31, off the track at Christmas corner. And that is a very fast place.
That was a big pirouette, that.
To go off. This is, they say save the best till last.
Yeah.
They're certainly giving us something till last. I don't know what it is yet. Now, it's Matthew Higgins that's leading the way. I thought it was Higgins. I was getting confused by that because I thought it was the 75 that was leading, and there was a timing glitch there. I think Higgins with an issue.
That's why I was getting confused about Ellingham's position then.
I thought I was getting a bit confussed there. Yeah, he's got a transponder issue because he's dropping down the order again. So it's Matthew Higgins who's leading the way in the 75. It's Pirelli who's in second place at the moment, so apologies for that. If you were getting confused either at the track or at home.
We were as well, don't worry.
And there we go as they go through. So no drama then for these top two, apart from a potential transponder issue there for Matthew Higgins. Hopefully they get that sorted out. Marcus Littlewood, he's having a good start to his race. He is in P3 and is looking pretty comfortable. Bit of a clean air. Ellingham on the recovery drive here. Spencer Burham, you can see him there on the CRG, the orange cart. They're just in the middle of this group. He's got Ellingham for company just in front of him. He's managed to get past Jai Lawrence as well. Well, Jai Lawrence is up into P5 at the moment, so he's still there. The Jacks Municipal team as well going through. Sideways under braking for that driver there as well. I think Ben Ballou getting a position or two up in towards Christmas Corner. Side by side. Oh, Spencer Burrow gets squeezed onto the runoff area there as well. Fighting for position, the 37 of Ben Ballou.
Over the bump on the outside there.
Yeah, that's the bump we were talking about earlier. You've got to be so careful about where you position the car on the exit of Wilkins. Very easy to get squeezed on there, but was fighting fierce to hold on to that place. And 8 minutes to go in this race. And Ellingham again, fastest lap of the race. He is there in P4. He's currently latched onto the back of Littlewood, so Marcus Littlewood now under pressure, could be under attack here at any moment. You see him, they're going through, and it's all starting to heat up just a little bit. There is Lewis Gilbert in the 29. He's got Jamie Rogers.
Oh, late move then, contact!
Oh, and two cuts off at Osiers. And I'll identify who that was when they cross the line, who tumbles down the order.
Oh, we've got 33.
33 is one of them. And, I think Jamie Rogers was another.
I'm not sure if it was, because I know he's had a timing penalty.
Yeah, he's got a timing penalty as well.
Already.
It was William Ellswood and Leo Brown involved in that one. A disaster for those two. There's a change for third place. Ellingham's got past Littlewood.
And sets the fastest lap last time.
Yeah.
He's on a charge for the win.
He is indeed.
So he won a good number of X30 senior finals last year. Now he's trying to take win number 1 of 1 from the senior Rotax finals.
Yes, indeed. So they'll have to keep an eye on this one all the way throughout. If Littlewood can hold on to the back of Ellingham here, he's in a good spot because, you know, Ellingham is a driver who is going to fight all the way to get to the front of this grid. Pirelli and Higgins, though, they will fight for that lead, and at the moment they're not fighting. They've just got clear air. Higgins on that last lap though set the fastest lap, 44.130. As there the shine on the barrier, that just shows how bright the sun is. It's right in the driver's eye when they go down into Ashby.
So what do they need?
An iridium visor.
Oh yes,
exactly.
I was impressed there that Littlewood set the fastest lap of the race on a lap that he was overtaken. That's impressive.
Again, it can be done.
It goes back the way of Higgins.
Don't ask me how, but it can be done. There though, let's field go through. This has been so far. Let's have a recap. This has been an interesting race. We have lost a number of drivers. We have lost William Ellswood. We have lost Brentley Sims. We have lost Sam Baker. We have lost George Donald. Leo Brown was involved in an incident at Osiers, but he is still going around the circuit. He has not pitted, so he is there in 30th place. Blake Noble's there in 29th place after just getting through. Obviously, we saw, I'm guessing, the 5-second penalty that went out to Kasper Bajecki, who unfortunately lost out on that one, so that was a shame. But eyes on this group here is Ellingham again, fastest lap of the race. 2 seconds is the gap. 5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. Can it be done? Yes or no? Let us know.
I think so, personally. He's also built out a nice half a second gap over Littlewood now as well.
Yeah? Do you think it's doable?
Anything's possible. Anything is possible.
Okay.
Pirelli only just over a second ahead of Ellingham now, but of course Ellingham's not only got to catch, he's got to catch and then overtake and then catch again.
It's a challenge, isn't it?
Certainly.
But a lot of these drivers like a challenge.
Love it.
I like a challenge when it's not too challenging.
I've had a challenge today, being in the comms box with you.
That's a big challenge, that is. Oh, very sideways under braking there. Oh, blimey, Jai Lawrence trying everything he can. Unfortunately, Tristan Rennie is also trying everything he can, and he was ready to go for an overtake there. Spencer Brown just behind.
Indeed.
Pushing that
on.
cart. Yeah.
Trying to get a move, isn't he?
George
Is
Holbrook.
he just behind? Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
He's behind Louis Weaver now, so Spencer Brown's been overtaken for 11th place, I think. Louis Weaver now leading this train. I think it's Spencer behind, then Benjamin Ballou, and then Jack Cooper, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, there is, yeah. George Holbrook.
Yes.
Just a little further up. But, yeah, these guys are having a nice little battle here. But it's not the battle for the position that I think they want. You know, they are down the order by some margin at the moment.
No, that's true.
You know, it's not a usual place that we would see these drivers. We would see them more straight, definitely at the front. And at the front, at the moment, nothing, again, really happening. It's a stalemate. It's just staying line astern.
They actually extended the gap at the front at Higgins and Pirelli. That last lap by about 1/10 of a second over Erningham, actually.
Pirelli has closed in on Matthew Higgins. He's not got past.
Did we just miss something on screen there? Because it just went from a battle of 4 to then kind of split up.
Yeah, there was a bit of a topsy-turvy going through Ogiers. There was a bit of side-by-side.
now to the front, isn't he, of this train?
Yeah. There was a bit of overtaking.
Back up into 11th for Spencer Brown. But I think it's like, again, like we said in the Junior Max final, there's so many big names that you're seeing some names, big names battling down the lower end of the top 10 or even just a bit behind that. Actually, they're not doing a particularly bad job. There's just so many good karters in this race.
Definitely so. It's when you get to seniors, this is where the challenge starts to happen, because you have drivers who don't leave the sport for a few years. You can get into the seniors from the age, I think from your 15th or 16th birthday, you can get into seniors. And yeah, a lot of drivers, they stay there. They don't progress. They stay in seniors. So you can get drivers with 5 years experience within senior division, senior Rotax or senior X30.
And that's huge.
And for a driver who comes up from juniors, has got no experience, and then is in like a group of, oh God, these guys are like 18, 19, 20 years old, and I'm just 16, and it's like, oh, it can be a bit daunting going into seniors, but, it is definitely a challenge that, again, I think a lot of drivers will be willing to accept.
Exactly. That's why we keep talking about someone like Spencer Brown. He was P2 in the Junior Championship last year, now moving up into seniors and showing his worth, currently sat in 12th place. Of course, first time out properly battling in these senior karts and doing a great job. So I think he's definitely one we'll see even higher up the order as we move through the rest of the season.
Less than 90 seconds to go, plus 1 lap. The gap between Pirelli and Higgins is closing. 7/10 of a second now. It's been small, little nibbles here and there, closing in, but
it was 2.2, then 2.2, then 2.15 gap to William, so it's really just stayed
exactly
the same,
it has, but he is taking time out of it. Still watching this battle a little further down the order. Tristan Rennie still under pressure from Jai Lawrence and Lewis Wild just behind. Lewis racing in the IAME Euro Series as well, or racing in the IAME Winter Cup.
I was going to say another driver we're very used to seeing near the front of the field, Lewis Wild.
Yeah, he is a very experienced driver. There's the battle for the lead. There is Jamie Pirelli. And again, that lap, again, 5/100ths of a second that he took out of Higgins. It's not a lot, but it is still time he's gained. 25 seconds plus the 1 lap. Is it close enough? I'm not too sure. Both of them, teammates, both with Strawberry Racing. And I found this out the other day. This is a handy tip. So Strawberry Racing, you always see them like there. They look like factory Tony Kart drivers. But they're not, because they're part of the Strawberry Racing team. The way you can identify a Strawberry Racing driver against a factory Tony Kart driver is that under the left arm is red.
Yeah, I noticed that now you mentioned it.
Denoting Strawberry driver. There you go. And a factory Tony Kart driver would all be green. There you go.
There you go. You learn something new every day.
You still can't tell the difference, though, between these guys and one of the pretender drivers. They look identical.
They couldn't make it that easy for us, could they?
No, exactly.
Come on.
All the liveries going samey for us. It's a bit of a pain. Timer has struck 0. Last lap board out this time. Ring the dinner bell. Is it Higgins or Pirelli across the line? One of them is going to take this win, but who is it going to be? The gap is down to...
He's nearly halved it.
0.3 of a second. Yeah, he halved it on that last lap alone. I reckon if Pirelli's going to go for a move, it's going to be a very late move at the end of the lap because he is closing.
I can't see it coming, but I'd love for him to prove me wrong.
I reckon we might see something special here from either Higgins or Pirelli. We'll have to see, but crucially, Higgins isn't going defensive. He's not felt like he's needed to. He checks over the shoulder now, still sees that it's clear. Are we going to see a late lunge here? No, I don't think we are. He did his very best effort, did Jamie Pirelli, but it's going to be Matthew Higgins who takes the checker flag across the line in the final race of the day. Senior Rotax A final. Higgins takes it from Pirelli. Ellingham, after the recovery drive, starts the race on pole, but finishes in P3. From Littlewood, Gilbert, Lawrence, Rennie, Wild, Holbrook, and Burham finishing in the top 11 out on circuit. The rest of the field crossing the line: Louis Weaver, Ben Ballou, Lucas Pernoid, Samuel Cook, Jack Cooper, Jay Lewis, Jack Collins, Zaki Hussain, Ethan Martin, William Young, Stefan Kazmarzik, Paul Simard, Scott Smith, William Pemble, James Tomset, Blake Noble, Ben Page, Leo Brown and Ross Tyler yet to cross the line, William Ellswood, Brentley Sims, Sam Baker and George Donald. A few retirements out on that one. They'll all come in for their nose cone watch, where we now, ladies and gents, need to announce our driver of the weekend. We've had your predictions come in. We can probably name a few here, there and everywhere, potentially, of who you want. Again, this is your last opportunity to get your predictions in or get your suggestions in. There have been some good suggestions that have come in and some that have crossed my mind. What names have crossed your mind?
I've got one that particularly stands out for me, I would say, that I would put forward as probably my choice.
Yeah.
For today's
Do you want to write it down?
I can do, if you'd like, yeah.
Yeah, write it down. You've got a pen somewhere?
No, that one doesn't work.
I've
got one here. There we go.
There you go. You got another pen. There we go. Write down, who do you think in the commentary box? Because... I am tempted to agree with that. A driver who has had some fabulous races.
He was so dominant in his final.
He was.
That I just don't think I'll give it. Like, other people were fantastic, really close racing, but he just blew off.
He knew exactly what he needed to do.
And he won 2 of the 3 heats as well, I'm pretty sure.
Happy with that?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm happy with that.
Cool.
Okay, ladies and gents from the paddock, driver of the weekend for the first round of the FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship. Thanks to, of course, Lucas Blanford Racing for providing the hospitality tickets available for this one. It goes to Macaulay Bishop, who will receive the Driver of the Weekend award this one. So congratulations to Macaulay. And, of course, congratulations to all of the drivers who took part this weekend. Some fantastic racing all the way throughout. Very much looking forward to the rest of the season.
I'm sorry we can't give that prize to more drivers. There were so many drivers today that were fantastic.
You would wish to give that to one driver in each class, but unfortunately it was one driver across all of them. But a brilliant result on that one.
Yeah, so
thank you so much to everyone in the live chat for joining us this weekend. You have been fantastic with your comments, predictions, everything like that.
It's been fantastic to see so many people getting involved.
Huge thank you to all the track staff, of course, at Whilton Mill. Without them, we couldn't go racing. A thank you to the scrutineering team, the timing team, the stewarding team, and, of course, the camera team. We couldn't watch these pictures and commentate these pictures without Alpha Live. So thank you to all the cameramen and women who braved themselves out on circuit. I know there's a woman out there. My missus is one of them. So I think you should tell me off if I didn't say well done to her. She did a sterling job. There we go. Well, from us here at Whilton Mill,
it's been fantastic today. So happy to be back for the Whilton Mill Kart Club 2023, and I'm looking forward very much to the rest of the season. I'm just going to give a quick shout out to myself, because why not? If anyone doesn't mind, dropping me a follow on Instagram at RattersMedia. I'd really appreciate it. Just kick-starting my commentary account, so I'd appreciate all the support.
Oh, I know we need to round out. I know we need to end, but I just want to quickly check Alpha Light. Did we get to 5,850 on there? Let's find out.
Let's have a quick look here.
Let's
of course, if you haven't already, even though we're just checking, go and follow at Alpha Live Productions on Instagram.
No, we didn't make it. 850.
No one's getting any flip-flops.
No flip-flops.
You don't deserve it.
Sorry. Bye for now.
See you later.